Since Qin Yuan called himself a mannered person and wanted to be an honorable man, Yi Futian would make it easy for him. Qin Yuan didn't look back. He stood calmly with Yi Wuchen. Only Emperor Lu could make the decision about this marriage proposal. He didn't seem to want to agree to the Qin dynasty's proposal so easily though, which was why he invited everyone here. Yi Futian wanted to see what Emperor Lu was planning. Yi Futian, your words are a bit illogical, Qin Li retorted. As the saying goes, beautiful girls are loved by honorable men. My uncle has clearly seen Princess Qinyu before. There is nothing strange about liking her. Though he is honorable, there is no reason why he should give his beloved to someone else. Your words are too bizarre. Furthermore, my uncle is here to propose a marriage. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and other forces all wish to see this. As for Yi Wuchen of the Fuyun Sword Clan coming to propose, is this his own idea or the clan's? The Fuyun Sword Clan has never thought of this. Qi Ao of the Fuyun Sword Clan's first summit said. Yi Futian looked over coldly. So the clan was on the Qin dynasty's side? Qi Ao's expression was indifferent. The Fuyun Sword Clan hated the Sword Saint and thus resented the cottage. He'd warned Yi Wuchen many times to stay away from Yi Futian, but Yi Wuchen always ignored him. In this case, the Fuyun Sword Clan wouldn't stand with a traitor like Yi Wuchen. In that case, Qin Li said coolly, Yi Wuchen is just here on his own accord. Doesn't this insult Princess Qinyu? The strong cultivators from the 7th summit who'd come with Yi Wuchen gazed at Qin Li. Was he saying that Yi Wuchen wasn't qualified to propose? Insulting Yi Wuchen was the same as insulting the 7th summit. The strong cultivators behind Qin Li stared back. Faint pressure emanated from both sides. Emperor Lu hadn't said anything. He just watched this scene quietly. He'd invited everyone here, so he wanted to see what the current situation was like. He could learn some things from these people's reactions. A group of losers has the courage to brag here? Yu Shang's large eyes stared at Qin Li, extremely pissed. After Yi Wuchen lost his arm to save them, Yu Shang began viewing Yi Wuchen as his brother. Now Qin Li was insulting Yi Wuchen's status. Despicable. The people of the Qin dynasty looked uncomfortable. Yu Shang was clearly talking about the battle at Chaoga. The cottage never lost against the Qin dynasty or Donghua clan. Everyone, no need to argue. Emperor Lu now waved his hand. Gazing at Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen, he said, You are both at the top of the Eastern Barren Territory's younger generation. I am a bit flustered that both of you think so highly of Qinyu. Smiling, he looked to the lords and officials. What do you all think? He didn't ask for Lu Qinyu's opinion because he already knew. The people's gazes flashed. They were very quiet and no one wanted to speak first. It was easy to anger people by taking sides now. Qin Yuan bowed again. My father told me that if Emperor Lu agrees to this marriage, it would be too much for Princess Qinyu to move so far away. He ordered for me to remain in the Lu kingdom and serve Emperor Lu with Princess Qinyu. Everyone's eyes flashed. Qin Yuan said that he was willing to move to the Lu kingdom. With his status, he didn't have to do so, but he still did. This was the sincerity of the Qin dynasty as well as the Lu kingdom's pressure. Since the Qin dynasty was this willing, would the Lu kingdom still reject them? Your Majesty, a robed man with an extraordinary temperament said from the group of lords and officials. Since the Qin dynasty is so sincere and Prince Qin is extraordinary, I think your Majesty should consider it. The speaker was Lord Kong of the Lu kingdom. Lord Kong is right. I agree. Now that someone started, the others all spoke too, approving of Qin Yuan and Lu Qinyu's marriage. As for Yi Wuchen, he stood there alone. No one was willing to speak for him. The sole reason was because Yi Wuchen hadn't visited them before. They didn't know him. Yi Wuchen was also only a disciple of the 7th summit. He couldn't represent the Fuyun Sword Clan, so it was okay to offend him. On the other hand, if the emperor really chose Yi Wuchen instead of Qin Yuan, the Qin dynasty would be furious. The Lu kingdom would be the victim. They would be involved and wouldn't be able to escape. They had to think for themselves. As for Lu Qinyu, no one cared what she wanted. Only the emperor's statement was needed. These bastards. Lu Feiyang gazed coldly at the lords and officials. Did the Qin dynasty bribe them, or were they afraid of the Qin dynasty? Emperor Lu also looked at them. His serious eyes also seemed to be smiling. No one knew what he was thinking. It seems that everyone thinks more highly of Prince Qin, he said with a smile. He is very talented and I appreciate him. However, this concerns Qinyu's future. I must think carefully. I'll need some time. I am willing to wait. Qin Yuan smiled and bowed. Yi Wuqian glanced at Lu Qinyu. Everything was going against him. He felt an invisible pressure. I invited everyone to visit the Lu Kingdom. I will arrange a pavilion for everyone to stay in. The imperial city contains many relics. Everyone can enjoy themselves as they wish, Emperor Lu said. Has anyone heard of Turtle Mountain of the Lu Kingdom? Everyone's eyes flashed. People from every force had obviously heard of Turtle Mountain's legend before. According to legend, Turtle Mountain existed for longer than the Lu Kingdom. The imperial city was established here because of this mountain too. It was created by spirit stones. Apparently, there were countless matrices around the entire mountain. Of course, this wasn't why it was called Turtle Mountain. It was because there was a turtle hermit there. This turtle had lived for countless years. A rumor in the Eastern Barren Territory said that this turtle was why the Lu Kingdom could be established. Before each emperor came into power, he had to climb to the peak and be blessed by the turtle hermit. This old turtle had mysterious talents and was a fortune teller. Of course, this might be exaggerated, but the turtle hermit definitely had abilities like an astrologer. It was the Lu Kingdom's totem. People didn't understand why Emperor Lu suddenly mentioned Turtle Mountain. I have heard the legend of Turtle Mountain many times and have always wanted to go, Qin Yuan said. Now that I have the chance, I must visit it. The Turtle Hermit Inn on the mountain, Emperor Lu said, chuckling. I will order the mountain to be opened. Anyone who wishes to visit may do so freely. If anyone can receive the Turtle Hermit's blessing, he will have no problem in becoming the princess' husband. After speaking, Emperor Lu stood up and left, glancing at Qin Yuan and Yi Wuqian. The lords and officials' eyes flashed. Did the emperor want Qin Yuan and Yi Wuqian to meet the Turtle Hermit? Only the emperors had the right to go up the mountain. Even if he really did open it up, would Qin Yuan and Yi Wuqian be able to meet the legendary Turtle Hermit? Even the lords and officials had never seen it before. Qin Yuan had an odd expression. He didn't expect Emperor Lu to do this and make him compete with Yi Wuqian in Turtle Mountain. However, they both came to propose at the same time. Emperor Lu was very polite too. Finally handing them over to Turtle Mountain seemed okay too. He was a true fox. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu let out a breath. Thankfully, their father didn't agree to Qin Yuan just yet. They still weren't optimistic though. They both knew what Turtle Mountain was like. What would he do if both Yi Wuqian and Qin Yuan couldn't see the Turtle Hermit? Lu Qinyu gazed at Yi Wuqian. They exchanged glances and seemed to understand what the other was thinking. Lu Qinyu turned around. Lu Feiyang walked to Yi Wuqian and Yi Futian's side. He didn't care about the Qin dynasty. Take me to Turtle Mountain, Yi Wuqian said to Lu Feiyang. All right. Lu Feiyang nodded. The group then left the palace. Qin Yuan had planned on talking to the lords and officials. Seeing this, he bid farewell casually and left too. The other strong cultivators also left. They weren't interested in marrying the princess but wanted to see Turtle Mountain too. Countless people were waiting for news outside the palace. When they saw all the strong cultivators leave, they were confused. Did the emperor approve of Qin Yuan? Soon, the palace sent out the definite news that Qin Yuan wasn't the only one proposing today. Yi Wuqian of the Fuyun Sword Clan had also proposed. Many people realized that Yi Wuqian was the one Lu Qinyu liked. No wonder they were always with Yi Futian. However, the first summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan was on Qin Yuan's side. As a swordsman of the 7th summit, how would Yi Wuqian compete with Qin Yuan? News about Turtle Mountain also spread. The Lu Kingdom would soon open up the mountain. Many strong cultivators would head towards it. Turtle Mountain had always been a place that only the emperor could step foot in. It was mysterious. Many people from the kingdom were curious about it. The emperor also said that anyone who was blessed by the Turtle Hermit could marry the princess. Thus, countless strong cultivators gathered near Turtle Mountain, many miles from the palace. As a sacred land of the Lu Kingdom, there were many pavilions at the foot of the mountain, surrounding it. This was where the royalty performed rituals. There were also soldiers guarding the mountain surrounding it all. In addition, there were high towers in all directions so no one could approach from the sky. But now, the doors of the surrounding pavilions opened. Countless strong cultivators poured through and came to the foot of the mysterious Turtle Mountain. Mist wrapped around Turtle Mountain, shrouding it so that it looked like a divine turtle. At the foot of the mountain, one could feel bounding spiritual chi. Light of every element shot from it, making it look so beautiful. Right now, countless people were present. People from the important families of the Lu Kingdom also came. However, the strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty and Yi Futian's group were still at the foremost. Many youths from the Lu Kingdom looked to Qin Yuan, Qian Shanmu, Yi Futian, and the others. These prides from the top forces that were known throughout the Eastern Barren Territory were the goals for many youths. Their existence were benchmarks. Qin Mengrua and Chu Yaoyao are so beautiful. The daughter of an important family praised their beauty. She was also a beauty and had always thought that the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory weren't as pretty as her. But now that she saw them, she discovered their charm. She was far behind. Prince Qin is so handsome. The girl beside her was looking at Qin Yuan. In the crowd, he was definitely one of the top flower boys. Is Yi Futian not handsome? A girl in a long blue dress asked, chuckling. Of course. But I like Prince Qin's gentleness more. I heard that Yi Futian is too arrogant and a bully. The disciples of the cottage don't respect anyone. He called Prince Qin a lowly man, but Prince Qin didn't comment on him. So I like Prince Qin more. He and Princess Qinyu suit each other. Don't you know what Yi Futian said in the ancient barren world? A youth around 18 years old asked. Those who know me understand my arrogance? The girl asked in return. Cottage disciples don't need to care about others, the youth said. They do as they wish and are like true men. I don't like Prince Qin. He didn't say that he thought Prince Qin was insincere. Who do you think will reach the summit? The girl asked, chuckling. If Qin Yuan is competing with Yi Futian, he obviously won't be able to win. But with Yi Wuchen, I don't know. The youth trusted the cottage disciples because he wished to cultivate there. Qin Yuan is only competing with Yi Wuchen, but Yi Futian and the others will also climb the mountain. I heard that Qin Yuan has extraordinary talent. Qian Shanmu, Qin Li, Qin Mengrua, Chu Yaoyao, and the others are all talented too. Let's wait and see. Everyone around them was also discussing this. At this time, Qin Yuan's group made the first step towards Turtle Mountain. Yi Futian's group also stepped toward it. There was no true road on Turtle Mountain. The ancient turtle-like mountain seemed to have been cut into pieces. Strange and jagged rocks were everywhere. The moment they stepped onto the mountain, it was as if a divine turtle was riding them. Every step became heavy. Yi Futian tried flying, but the power forced him down. They could only walk, but this was expected. If they could fly, anyone would be able to climb the mountain. Lu Feiyong was also there. How long will it take to the summit? Yi Futian asked. I don't know. Lu Feiyong shook his head. Only the sovereigns have reached the summit before. I heard that many royalties lost themselves in the Turtle Mountain. We must be careful. Yi Futian nodded. He glanced at the Qin dynasty group in the near distance. They were also climbing by foot. Qin Yuan was in the center. Qin Li seemed to feel something and glanced towards Yi Futian. As they walked, the mountain became covered in a layer of fog. The ground wasn't as clear anymore. Now, other than going up, they didn't know what direction they were heading in or where they were. Many strong cultivators of the Lu Kingdom followed them onto Turtle Mountain to test how far they could go. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone's steps grew heavier. The invisible pressure from Turtle Mountain kept growing. Many cultivators from the Lu Kingdom slowed down. Some couldn't even walk anymore and had to sit down for a rest. Ah! A cry sounded, echoing throughout the mountain. Fear rose in many people's hearts. They didn't feel as relaxed as before. Only those from the top levels could continue forward steadily. Some talented ones from the Lu Kingdom could as well, but they'd slowed too. In the crowd behind them, a girl who cultivated sorcery stopped. I need to rest, she said to her companions. With that, she sat on a rock and tried to gather the spiritual chi around her to cultivate. Climbing the mountain was too tiring and she'd used up all her spiritual chi. Because she didn't cultivate martial arts, she did not have a lot of stamina. All right, Everyone nodded and sat down to rest. But soon, everyone's bodies started trembling. Then some invisible force pulled onto their bodies and hurled them downward. That moment, consecutive screams shattered the silence. They kept echoing, and the people's hearts weren't as sure as before. This type of scream sounded occasionally after that, shaking everyone up. Yifutian's group kept going. The people around them disappeared, and he didn't know where Qin Yuan's group was. Using freedom meditation, he saw a giant divine turtle. Its pressure was even scarier than the martial arts training field. He had to stop the freedom meditation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to walk much. He could use this to train his body usually. However, he was climbing a mountain now, not cultivating. After one day, they all felt tired. They had no clue where they were. This was the scariest, it seemed endless. Should we rest? Yifutian asked. This was his first time mentioning it. Even someone as powerful as him felt tired. Yi Wuchen and the others naturally did too. Yi Wuchen stopped and nodded. Everyone sat on the ground and closed their eyes. When Yifutian closed his eyes, he actually felt drowsiness attack him. He wanted to relax and sleep. His body became light as if he was floating in the air. Suddenly, a hand from deep in his mind grabbed at him. "We can't rest," Yifutian cried out, eyes flying open. Everyone was startled awake. There was a bright flash. They all panted heavily. Exchanging glances, they took a deep breath and stood up to continue climbing. "Is this really a sacred land of your kingdom?" Yifutian looked at Lu Feiyong, completely done. "My father said before that only the strongest can step foot on Turtle Mountain," Lu Feiyong replied. "Those who wish to become emperor must pass this trial." Yifutian was frustrated, but he had to keep going. But if they were like this, the others must not be well off either. Yi Wuchen had been quiet all this time. He couldn't relax until this matter was settled. Thus, he looked even more persistent. Days passed like this. It seemed impossible to reach the summit. They were exhausted now. Their legs were heavy and their muscles were taut. It felt horrible to have their mind and body tense for so long. Countless people looked up at the mountain from the foot. Many of the ones who'd tried had fallen down. Some were lightly hurt while others were badly injured. However, people still kept trying to better themselves. Through the mist, they could see people around the middle of the mountain. Those who crossed the middle were from the top forces. Even some of them had fallen down, including those in the noble plain. Prince Qin and Yifutian seemed to be in the same place, someone said. The people were small in their vision, but they were in the middle. No one knew if they could reach the top. Anyway, Yifutian didn't know where they were. Right now, they were extremely exhausted, but the road became smoother. It was easier to walk. A sea of flowers appeared in the mist. It was magnificent and beautiful. "Are we at the top?" Yifutian asked. He looked to the side but realized that everyone was gone. "Yushang Wuchen," Yifutian called. There was no echo. His voice just disappeared. Yifutian frowned. A beautiful figure walked out of the flowers. Her beautiful eyes stared at him, almost melting his heart. "Chu Yaoyao?" Yifutian was confused. As Chu Yaoyao stared at him, she walked over and reached out a hand. She just looked at him dazedly. "A hallucination?" Yifutian stepped forward. He ignored the girl and brushed past her. Then he saw another hallucination. Qin Mengrua, the cold beauty, was playing her guqin. Music floated around her. There was a rapid stream before her. When the music stopped, Qin Mengrua stood up. She placed her hands on her shoulder and pushed her clothes down a bit, revealing her porcelain-like shoulders. Long legs stepped into the water. Her clothes became wet and she turned to smile at Yifutian. He blinked. Why would he see this kind of hallucination? "No thank you." Yifutian continued forward, ignoring the beautiful image. After that, Lin Yao, senior sister Qin Yi, Lulan Shui, everyone appeared in his hallucination, annoying Yifutian. Was this a test for his mind? Why would there be so many beauties? He wasn't a pervert. Of course, the hardest to resist was still when Jieyu appeared, but he still resisted. There would be chances in the future. Yuxing also had hallucinations, but they were much easier than Yifutian's. There were no beauties. Only two people appeared, his father and Yifutian. Yifutian was annoyed. Climbing mountains was tiring in itself and got even more so as he went. If he wished he could just drop down and rest. It was honestly too tiring. The worst thing was when you couldn't see the end or even the light. And now these beautiful images were trying to lure him. It was horrible. When someone was so physically exhausted, their willpower would go down and they would want to completely relax. The further they went, the harder it was to resist. Even worse, the images that Yi Futian saw kept becoming more beautiful. The girls are skeletons. Yi Futian went forward with his eyes closed, but it was useless. The realistic images were imprinted directly into his mind. He couldn't escape it at all. If this really was a trial on his mind, it was too cruel. No wonder Lu Feiyang said many people would lose themselves here. If he chose to give in, would he get lost? He didn't know. Hua Jiu appeared in his mind. Yi Futian smiled brightly. He shouldn't be distracted by beauty, but Hua Jiu's image always appeared. Fox, if you do this, something bad will happen, he muttered. Thinking of Wuxia, Yi Futian gritted his teeth and continued forward. He wasn't the only one going through this on Turtle Mountain. Right now, Qin Yuan also saw many images. With his exhausted mind, he saw his father sitting on the throne and reaching out to him with a smile. It was as if he could sit onto the throne if he wished. Qin Yuan's expression twisted in pain. He wanted the throne so badly, but he knew it wasn't his. The Qin dynasty's throne was Qin Yu's. He could never get it. In his fantasy, he saw Qin Li appear before him, powerless. If he wanted to, he could kill Qin Li. His face twisted. He wished he could kill the man. Everyone thought that Emperor King loved Qin Yuan most, but that was just on the surface. If he did, why would he send Qin Yuan to the Lu Kingdom to marry the princess? It was to distance him from power so he wouldn't have those thoughts. He had to achieve the goal too, but actually he didn't want it. Marry Lu Chenyu? She was pretty, but wasn't Qin Mengrua, his sister from another mother, also pretty? As one of the top 3 beauties, she was obviously prettier than Lu Chenyu. Chu Yaoyao was the virgin of the Moon Clan. Why did Qin Li marry her instead of him? In what aspect was he worse than Qin Li? In his hallucination, he was inside the Qin Palace. A dreamlike scene appeared inside that opulent pavilion. The elegant and arrogant Qin Mengrua, the moving Chu Yaoyao, and beautiful Lu Chenyu all lay before him. They only had a thin blanket over them. Their snowy white arms and legs were bare. If he wanted, he could enjoy the best moment in the world. It was so tempting. He could drown in this for eternity. His features kept twisting and becoming menacing. Gritting his teeth, he started bleeding and his eyes reddened. Others would definitely never think that the scholarly and calm Qin Yuan could look like this too. He was completely different from how he usually was. Trembling, Qin Yuan ignored his dreams and continued forward. He knew what he had to do now. If he failed, he wouldn't be able to answer to his father. Chu Yaoyao didn't know she appeared in so many men's fantasies. She was also undergoing this trial. Exhausted, she wanted to stop and rest against someone. She was so tired, she could fall over any time. She couldn't keep going anymore. At this time, someone appeared before her. He was so handsome and his eyes were so pretty. He had a subtle smile and gave off a playfully bad feeling. The handsome man walked to her side and said, "I'll carry you." With that, he squatted down before her. Chu Yaoyao smiled brilliantly. That moment, she didn't care whether it was real or not. She didn't care about the consequences either. She just wanted to rest on his back. Thus, she rose to her tiptoes and sprawled onto the youth's back. She grasped his neck and rested her face on his shoulder, smiling sweetly. This image was so beautiful. She didn't have to pretend and could be her truest self. After a long while, the almost utterly exhausted Yi Futian appeared before a path on Turtle Mountain. The hallucinations finally disappeared. White clouds floated in the sky. It was quiet and peaceful. Before him, he could make out an ancient pavilion at the peak. He was almost there. Have I finally gotten out of it? Yi Futian took a deep breath. He walked to a huge rock to sit down and recover his mental and physical energy. After a while, Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen walked out too. They came to Yi Futian and sat down. After that, Lu Feiyang and Lulan Shui appeared too. The Silver Snow Guard never appeared. He was probably stuck in the hallucination. This event didn't have anything to do with him, so it wasn't that important. It was normal that he couldn't get out of it. After resting a bit, Yi Wuchen stood up. Seeing that, Everyone else rose and continued forward. The pressure was still great, but without the hallucination, they wouldn't get lost. In the distance, other figures appeared. It was Qin Yuan, Qin Li, Qian Shanmu, and Qin Mengrua. Chu Yaoao wasn't there. In another direction, Gu Zhiqiu and Gu Biyue appeared too. Unexpectedly, they reached this point too. They must have strong willpower too. Other people appeared below them. Only one strong cultivator from the Ji family arrived, Ji Kong. Zhisong and Qi Ao of the Fuyun Sword Clan were there too, as well as one from the Royal Shen Temple. The people walked upward. Here, they couldn't be too far from the peak. The Qin dynasty and Yi Futian's group went up together. Qin Yuan had recovered. His handsome face was gentle and calm again. He kept looking up. Qin Li glanced at Yi Futian. Chuckling, he said, "Yi Futian, earlier, you defeated a pride of the Dongqin College at Chaoga City. I've always wanted to challenge you, but your plane is too low, so I couldn't. But you killed Luo Junlin at the Nandu Nation and showed extraordinary combat ability. How about you let me experience your ability today?" As he spoke, he walked towards Yi Futian. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua walked over too, bodies flashing and releasing their might. Qin Yuan pretended he didn't see it and kept climbing. "Don't think about stopping us." Lu Feiyang's expression was cold. Yi Futian obviously knew what Qin Li was doing. His arcana aura was very strong now. Dragons wrapped around him, and one could hear dragon cries in the air. Qin Li stepped towards Yi Futian with horrible might. As a monstrous figure, his talent and ability were both powerful. He'd activated 8 dragon meridians and was one of the rare figures in the Qin dynasty. 9 meridians was the limit. "Wuchen, go first," Yi Futian said. Yi Wuchen and Qin Yuan were the stars today. It didn't matter for the rest, but Yi Wuchen must get to the top. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mamrua's life spirits appeared. Yukin sang and strings of music fell onto Qin Li. His might grew until he became like a true dragon. Qin Li grabbed in the air. Instantly, many dragons roared towards Yi Futian and the others. With bared teeth and claws, they were going to kill the group. The Qin dynasty had people with 8 dragon meridians. Their dragon intent was like true dragons. Boundless sword intent bloomed from Yi Wuchen. He stepped to the side and the sword intent cut through the sky. It streaked towards the incoming dragon while he continued walking like a sword. Qin Li's eyes were cold. He stepped forward and grabbed towards Yi Wuchen. At the same time, a figure appeared before him. It was Yi Wuchen. The 5-element rod in his hand enlarged into an extremely big staff. He twirled it and used the power of the world to slam it down. Horrible gravity fell on the 5-element rod, making it thousands of pounds heavy. It shattered the dragon and went for Qin Li. 8 dragons roared from Qin Li's body. Strong and sharp claws caught onto the rod and forcefully stopped its downward motion. Countless eyes at the foot of the mountain looked up at the scene. Light glowed from some people's eyes as if they could see through the space. Looking at the tiny figures on the mountain, their insides trembled. A battle erupted. Who's fighting? Those with lower planes couldn't see what was happening. Yi Futian of the cottage and Qin Li of the Qin dynasty. Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengrua and Yushang might join in. What about Qin Yuan? Still climbing. He's in line with Yi Wuchen. More voices sounded at the foot of the mountain. Many people were in an uproar. Qin Li really was fighting with Yi Futian and they couldn't see it? They could only see blurry figures. Who will win? Someone asked. He was anxious because he couldn't see. Qin Li, a grandson of the emperor, was scarily talented. He also had a high plane, but they'd all witnessed Yi Futian's abilities. He had killed Luo Junlin. I don't know. The emperor's grandson has 8 dragon meridians while Yi Futian has a ritual implement staff. Someone sighed heavily. It was such a pity that they couldn't see such a battle on Turtle Mountain. On Turtle Mountain, Yi Futian and Qin Li stood, facing each other. The powerful pressure remained, but they were fighting in this environment right now. The royalty of the Qin dynasty opened up their dragon meridians and cultivated martial arts. Their physical bodies were like dragons, extremely terrifying. Yi Futian used a divine beast's body-enhancing technique. His body was impossible to copy and was also extremely powerful. Dragons wrapped around Qin Li. His life spirit was a dragon and his dharma was a dragon. His meridians had turned into dragon meridians and his bones were like a dragon's bones. His blood roared as if a dragon was inside his body. His lips curled into a cold smirk as he stared at Yifutian. Behind him, cacophonous music fell onto him, bolstering his strength. His aura kept growing more frightening. At the same time, piercing music traveled into Yifutian's eardrums, stabbing his fatigued mind. Boom! Yushang stepped towards Qian Shanmu. Lulan Shui went to Qin Mengrua. Lu Feiyang didn't participate because even though he'd climbed with their group, he was still the Lu Kingdom's prince. The Qin dynasty was here for a marriage proposal. If he fought with them, the Qin dynasty could snatch this excuse to attack. Where do you think you're going? Qin Li sneered and threw his hands forward. 8 dragons soared into the air, flying towards the 3. The golden claws were extremely sharp, tearing through everything. A huge demonic tripod emerged in Yusheng's hands. With a huge sound, it flew out. The black tripod killed everything, crashing into the dragon. Frightening coldness flowed through Lulan Shui's body. An ice spell that could seal everything in ice bloomed. The dragons turned to frost but kept going, trying to shatter everything. An ice wand appeared in Lulan Shui's hands, twirling. Endless ice spiritual chi shrouded the dragon. Then there were cracking sounds. The ice cracked along with the dragon's body. Yifutian raised his 5 elemental rod. Different lights flashed as it transformed into a huge staff. It split down from the heavens. But even worse was Qian Shanmu's grating music. Hallucinations appeared in the minds of the 3, making them feel that Qin Li's every move was incredible. Every attack could turn them into ash. Qian Shanmu was only in the lower arcana plane, but as the number 1 musical sorcerer in the younger generation, his spiritual energy was much more powerful than the 3. His spells could be very threatening. Holy sound. Yifutian felt that Qin Li's figure was suddenly boundless. He was as large as a saint. In Chaoga City, this had appeared in the fight with Qian Shanmu. But that had been Qian Shanmu. Now, the holy sound was being used to help with Qin Li's fighting. Qin Li opened his mouth and uttered unclear sounds. They were like a dragon's language. His aura became even more terrifying. The minds of Yifutian's trio were shaking as if a mysterious power had descended. Yifutian's dharma bloomed. An ape roared while Yifutian's body grew more monstrous. His blood boiled and his noble intent rose up. He twirled the 5 elemental rod and the heavens changed. The sky and earth trembled as the 5 elemental rod seemed to connect the 2. The ape struck it down, splitting the sky. Qin Li's expression was domineering and cold with the help of the holy sound. He was already an entire plane higher than Yifutian. He had nothing to fear. He reached out, his arms turning into dragon arms. Various dragon shadows wrapped around his arm, again grabbing at the 5 elemental rod. Following a deafening roar, many dragon figures were shattered. Qin Li still grabbed the 5 elemental rod though. Various dragons snaked over, wrapping around the rod. This was the Yin family's treasure. It should be returned to its owner, Qin Li said coldly. A glow that belonged to him bloomed now. He was the grandson of Emperor Qin, son of the crown prince. He was the future heir to the throne. With 8 dragon meridians and baptized by dragon blood, he had been nurtured by the ancestors' dragon meridians. Yifutian wielded the 5 elemental rod, the divine ape was on his body. He glared coldly at Qin Li. The man wanted to rob him of his rod? Ice and fire spiritual chi bloomed from the 5 elemental rod. The spiritual chi of Turtle Mountain seemed to have gathered there. The spell gradually covered Qin Li's body. The flames transformed into a furnace. Noble intent passed through the rod into Qin Li's body. You think this will do something? Qin Li looked indifferently at Yifutian. He was at the 3rd level arcana plane. He was so strong and gold light covered him. He'd transformed into a golden dragon. He seemed to hide a gold dragon in him and was unmoved no matter how the fire burned. Hiss hiss, the gold dragon burned like in a furnace. Qin Li's brows furrowed slightly as he felt some pain. He looked down to see that strange golden fire burned in many places. They were like an emperor's fire that could destroy any resistance. Boom! Qin Li hurriedly let go of the rod and retreated. But Yushang and Lulan Shui had already pounced toward Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua. It would be troublesome if these 2 weren't taken care of. The demonic tripod enlarged quickly. It transformed into a dark tripod hovering in the air, looming over Qian Shanmu's head. The demonic pressure hammered down. The world turned dark as if demons had descended. He thrummed his guqin violently. The holy sound fell over him instead of Qinli. It seemed to turn him into a saint. Yuxing appeared under the demonic tripod. His burly body shone with dark gold light. He reached out and the light from the demonic tripod instantly turned into a dark gold halberd. He was like a horrible demon going to kill Qian Shanmu. Lulan Shui arrived before Qin Mengruo. Her silver eyes had become a bit demonic. Snowflakes swirled in the air, sweeping towards Qin Mengruo. The coldness entered one's bones. It could freeze one's soul. Many people looked to this battlefield from the side. Compared to Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen climbing the Turtle Mountain, they were more interested in this battle. While the battle was still happening, Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen were still climbing up, practically side by side. It seemed that, after climbing up these steps, they could meet the Turtle Hermit. They'd been extremely exhausted but were now suddenly filled with power. Power radiated from their bodies. Yi Wuchen's body was like a sword. He walked forward extremely calm. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination. A special power emanated from the stone steps. It was like an invisible matrix with an endless string. It flowed through the steps like sound waves. The moment Yi Wuchen stepped onto them, the invisible ripple seemed to transform into the world's sharpest sword intent, pierced his body, almost snapping it. The sword intent flowed through him and then stabbed him. It was using his power to attack himself. The stronger his sword intent was, the stronger the attack was. Even more terrifying, the might of the stone steps grew even more powerful. Qin Yuan also underwent this pain. He used his power to resist the might, but that power turned back against him, attacking his flesh. This was so painful. Not only did he have to bear the might of the Turtle Mountain, but he also had to bear his own attack. Something flickered past his handsome face. It was a shred of pain. Who thought of this horrible test? The stone steps were so long and steep too. Yi Wuchen needed to use more and more resistance to go up, reaching the limit. This growing power would also be used to attack him. Yi Wuchen didn't think of all that. He continued climbing. Sword light wrapped around him, melding into his body. His entirety dazzled like a sword. His steps were slow but very steady. He climbed step by step. Endless sword intent flowed through him, stabbing into his bone marrow. But so what? If he couldn't even protect his love, he wouldn't qualify to become a swordsman. A swordsman should have no fears. He continued climbing, one step at a time. The pain strengthened as he walked. Endless sword intent passed through him. Any misstep could kill him. His sword intent strengthened. The force he had to bear strengthened as well. It was almost at the limit, penetrating his flesh. Blood appeared on his clothes. His sword body was damaged too. His organs seemed to be damaged by the sword aura as well, but he didn't retreat. His steps didn't stop either. In fact, his sword intent was still strengthening. He was amidst a destructive sword scene. Madman! Behind him, Qin Yuan suffered the horrible pain, his face twisted. Seeing that Yi Wuchen was still going forward, his every step so sure, he cursed inwardly. Was Yi Wuchen willing to give his life for a woman? But thinking of his mission, Qin Yuan didn't give up either. He continued. After a while, Qin Yuan was halfway there. Looking at the remaining portion, Qin Yuan was in pain. Yi Wuchen was past that point. Blood kept dripping onto the stone. Qin Yuan didn't even know if Yi Wuchen could survive to the top. Sword intent from the surroundings stabbed into Yi Wuchen's body, ravaging him. He looked up, eyes still as determined as before. However, his steps faltered. It was too painful. A figure appeared in his mind. They didn't have a dramatic relationship. It was as calm as water. When they occasionally met eyes, they would feel shy. But this little trickle of emotions warmed his heart. The 3 words in the letter he'd received at the mountain. Can you come? He had come. And since he was here, he would do it. It was his promise. It was his protection. If he couldn't, he would allow all the swords to pierce his heart and kill him. Yi Wuchen continued forward. At the foot of Turtle Mountain, countless people gazed at the mountain. There were nobles, Arcana Plane cultivators, as well as Dharma Plane cultivators. An extremely intense battle seemed to have erupted on Turtle Mountain. However, they could clearly see the stone steps below the palace. There was no mist there, and everyone could vividly see two people. Although the two figures appeared to be very tiny in their eyes, they could still figure out who they were. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of the king of Qin, and Yi Wuchen, the sword master of the 7th summit of Fuyun Sword Clan, had arrived at the final stone steps, trying to reach the top. They seemed to have encountered an extremely strong resistive force. Qin Yuan stopped when he was halfway through the stone steps and did not continue to walk. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen's body looked as proud as a pine and as straight as a sword. He walked forward step by step. Although he was slow, everyone could see him moving. With every step that he took, he was leaving Qin Yuan even further behind. At first, everyone thought that the outcome of the contest was obvious and Qin Yuan would certainly win. But what could they say now? When Yi Wuchen reached the top of the stone steps, sunlight from the sky sprinkled onto his body. At this instant, he seemed to be showered in an endless radiance and had become the most dazzling existence. If a person from the royal family of Lu Kingdom managed to reach the top of Turtle Mountain, he could inherit the throne. Now Yi Wuchen managed to reach the top. Surprise filled everyone's eyes. Nobody had expected Yi Wuchen to be able to do so. From now on, Yi Wuchen, the swordmaster of the 7th summit of Fuyun Sword Clan, could be compared to the best geniuses of Eastern Barren Territory. Qin Yuan was still standing at his spot. He also tried to advance forward, but eventually he failed and was blown back to the bottom of the stone steps. The battle between Yi Futian and Qin Li also stopped. They raised their heads to look at the stone steps above them when they saw Yi Wuchen's body disappearing from their view. A smile appeared on Yi Futian's face. "We won. The peak of the Turtle Mountain." Yi Wuchen walked forward. At the moment, the pressure had already disappeared. He walked past a door and arrived at an ancient palace. It was a stone palace and there were many complicated symbols on the ground. Looking at the symbols, Yi Wuchen actually found them to be extremely mysterious, but he could not understand them. "I am Yi Wuchen. Greetings, Turtle Hermit," Yi Wuchen said. He only had one arm and could not fold his hands. Therefore, he could only bow slightly to salute. At the moment, his white shirt was covered with many frightening bloodstains. A figure slowly climbed out from the stone door of the stone palace. It was a turtle. The turtle extended his neck and looked at Yi Wuchen. His behavior was very much like a human, and furthermore, he appeared to be very old. Lu Feiyang had said that Turtle Hermit was the totem of Lu Kingdom and had lived for countless years. He was literally an old monster. The crawling speed of turtles was extremely slow, often so slow that people would lose their patience while waiting. Luckily, Yi Wuchen was a very patient man. He stood quietly at his spot. Turtle Hermit approached him and extended one of his feet, which looked like the arm of a person. He took a willow branch and started drawing on the ground. The symbols around Yi Wuchen lit up. They released a dazzling radiance and appeared to be very mysterious and unpredictable. The symbols were made up of countless figures and were changing continuously as if they were trying to derive the future. Finally, a diagram was formed. Turtle Hermit looked at Yi Wuchen. His look was gentle but filled with some sympathy. "You should leave Lu Kingdom," Turtle Hermit said with a human voice. This was the first thing that he said. Yi Wuchen was puzzled. He looked at Turtle Hermit, stunned, and said, "I don't understand. Lu Kingdom's events will bring you misfortune. You will be involved." Turtle Hermit's voice was very soft. Hearing this, Yi Wuchen felt a wave of coldness surging through his body. He was not afraid of danger. With his determination, he managed to reach the top of Turtle Mountain. However, he was afraid that he would not be able to change anything. Turtle Hermit claimed that Lu Kingdom's events would bring him bad luck. Did it mean that he could not change the fate of the kingdom? "Senior, can you predict the future?" Yi Wuchen asked. Turtle Hermit shook his head. Even this action was performed very slowly. "Nobody can predict the future. It is just that I can see what normal people cannot, and from there make some deductions," Turtle Hermit said slowly. "There are laws governing everything in the world. I can see more of them because I live longer than others. Furthermore, my talents in cultivation are limited, and therefore I can only spend my time doing these boring things. Senior, since you cannot see the future, everything is still unknown," Yi Wuchen said. Turtle Hermit stared at him and a warm smile appeared on his face. Yi Wuchen had such a firm faith. but he was not strong enough to change anything. Ultimately, he was only a young Arcana Plane cultivator. Wait for a while. I'll let your friends in, Turtle Hermit said. Then he walked back through the stone door with the same slow speed. At the moment, many people were gathered below the stone steps on Turtle Mountain where Qin Yuan was at. They included Qin Li, Qian Shanmu, Yi Futian and his team, as well as the people from various top forces. They all saw Yi Wuqian reach the top of the stone steps. On the other hand, Qin Yuan had fallen down the steps. Qin Yuan had lost to Yi Wuqian. Qin Li's face was somewhat gloomy. He looked at Qin Yuan and said, "Go and try again." From his tone, it seemed that he was not very respectful towards his young uncle. Qin Yuan's mother was concubine Nan, a charming lady. He would obviously not respect the son of such a degrading woman. His father was the crown prince of Qin dynasty, the righteous successor to the throne, and he was the grandson of the king. Some gloominess flashed across Qin Yuan's handsome face as he raised his head to look at the stone steps. He knew that it would be useless even if he tried again. Some other people tried, but they gave up after only a short while. They did not want to marry anyone from the Lu kingdom and therefore did not have to go through this suffering. Suddenly, a mist formed from spiritual qi appeared across Turtle Mountain. The dense mist enveloped the whole mountain and soon everyone's vision blurred. What is happening? A strange expression appeared on everyone's face. In the mist, Yi Futian saw a path in front of him. Then, he heard someone say, "Come up." The voice was gentle but seemed to have a magical power. A weird expression appeared on Yi Futian's face, but he still decided to follow the path in the mist and went up the mountain. After walking for a while, the mist slowly dissipated and Yi Futian's surrounding became visible. He realized that he was in front of a stone palace. Yi Wuqian was standing there. "Have I reached the top of Turtle Mountain?" "Wuqian." Yi Futian approached Yi Wuqian. Then he saw an old turtle crawl out from the stone door. The turtle stared at him with a gentle look, causing Yi Futian to feel very strange. The action and demeanor of the turtle were very much like a human. "Senior, did you bring me here?" Yi Futian asked. Turtle Hermit nodded. He slowly walked up to Yi Futian, after which he did the exact same action as before. He drew with a willow branch and a dazzling light was emitted. Countless symbols started changing continuously. However, unlike Yi Wuqian, many diagrams appeared in the end. Turtle Hermit raised his head and looked at Yi Futian. Smiling, he said, "Too many variables. I can't deduce anything." "Senior, what are you doing?" Yi Futian's face was filled with doubt. Lu Feiyang had said that Turtle Hermit had an unfathomable ability and knew the past, present, and future. Of course, Yi Futian did not believe in that. Nobody could predict the future. Even an astrologer could only estimate the upper limit of a person's fate. There would still be countless unforeseen events in his life. Turtle Hermit looked at Yi Futian and said, "You were born extraordinary." Yi Futian was stunned. It seemed that the so-called Turtle Hermit indeed had some abilities. He also knew that he had an unusual background. Emperor Yi Qing, the snow ape, and the behavior of his godfather all proved this. "In the illusion, you saw many beautiful ladies?" Turtle Hermit smiled and looked at Yi Futian. "Air." Yi Futian was speechless. This old turtle even knows about that? Was that not merely an illusion? Beauties still decay into mere skeletons after death. That's just an illusion and does not reflect my true nature, Yi Futian said in a righteous manner. Images spring from your heart. Turtle Hermit looked at him with a faint smile. Yi Futian widened his eyes at the old turtle. This is nonsense. I was not bewitched by the illusions. The desire for food and sex is part of human nature. Turtle Hermit smiled and said, "It is natural to fantasize about something nice. This desire is normal. Anyone who lived in the world would have desires. Otherwise, he could not be called a human. When one did not have any desires, one would be a saint, but also a devil." Today, countless people had climbed Turtle Mountain. Turtle Hermit saw many things, including normal desires and distorted, evil ones. Some people were elegant and very good-looking. However, the desires hidden in their hearts were the complete opposite. Yi Futian was speechless. He had been caught red-handed. If he knew this earlier, he would not have climbed Turtle Mountain. This turtle was really a bastard. He could actually peep into everyone's illusions. Could this be the reason why the king of Lu asked them to climb the mountain? Thinking about this, a strange look appeared on his face. This meant that Turtle Hermit also saw the illusions that the people of the Qin dynasty encountered. Senior, let's talk about my friend. Yifutian changed the topic. You are blessed. Turtle Hermit smiled. Yifutian did not understand what he meant by blessed. As for your friend, I advised him to leave. Otherwise, he will face misfortune, Turtle Hermit said. But he seems to be really stubborn. Misfortune? Yifutian's look froze. Was it not enough for them to climb Turtle Mountain? Senior, what do you know? Yifutian asked. Let's not talk about this. Come, follow me. Turtle Hermit crawled slowly into the stone palace. Yi Wuqian and Yifutian looked at each other. Then they followed him into the stone palace. The interior of the stone palace was actually very unusual, as if they had entered another world instead of just a stone palace. In this place, there was the radiance from the sun, the moon, and the stars. Rain and snow fell from the sky, sand danced in the air, as well as lightning and cold wind. Together, the many scenes depicted a picture of the entire world. I have made this over my whole life. It contains the simplest laws governing everything in the world. My level is not high enough and I cannot understand the real laws, but it should be of some use to the two of you. How much of it you can comprehend depends on yourselves, Turtle Hermit said slowly. Yifutian started to feel the world. The sunlight that was pouring down, the wind blowing across, the violent lightning, and the other elements were all running according to their own laws. It was fascinating indeed. Senior, I have a few other friends on Turtle Mountain. Can you let them in as well? Yifutian asked Turtle Hermit. You slippery little guy. Turtle Hermit looked at Yifutian, then he smiled and nodded. Anyway, my days are numbered. I'll fulfill your wish then. At the moment, those trapped on Turtle Mountain and those who had climbed it had all returned to the foot of the mountain safely. Qin Yuan, Qin Li, and Chu Yaoyao were gathered together. Countless people were looking at them. Qin Yuan failed to climb to the top of Turtle Mountain. On the other hand, Yi Wuqian succeeded. According to what the king of Lu had said, Yi Wuqian would be married to the princess of Lu Kingdom. This meant that the Qin dynasty would have to return in failure. Does the prince of Qin plan to give up? Someone in the crowd asked. Would the Qin dynasty let it go like this? Qin Li looked at the crowd. Then, he smiled and said, Lu Feiyang, the prince of Lu Kingdom, is a good friend of Yi Wuqian. He accompanied Yi Wuqian up the mountain, so naturally, Yi Wuqian could reach the peak of Turtle Mountain. This is the holy land for the royal family of Lu Kingdom. There is thus nothing surprising about this outcome. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Qin Li did not want to admit Qin Yuan's failure. Qin Yuan looked at everyone with his handsome face. Smiling, he said, I really admire Princess Qinyu. How can I give up so easily? A strange expression appeared on everyone's face. Was the Qin dynasty so determined to win this? Qin Li raised his leg, and the group left the place. Chu Yaoyao followed beside him and glanced at Turtle Mountain. They have not come down yet. I wonder where they are now. Thinking about the illusion that she had experienced on Turtle Mountain, she felt very uneasy. Qin Li and his team returned to the Imperial Palace. The people from various forces also followed them curiously and returned to the palace. They wanted to see how the event would progress. The king of Lu, however, was not in the palace at the moment. On the peak of Turtle Mountain, there was another sloping land behind the stone palace. At the top of the sloping land, there was a huge rock, on which Turtle Hermit was lying on at the moment. The king of Lu also appeared on the slope. Turtle Mountain was the holy land of Lu Kingdom, so only the kings could climb it freely. Senior, what's the progress? The king of Lu asked. He was the king of Lu Kingdom, but Turtle Hermit had lived for countless years, so it was naturally all right for him to address Turtle Hermit as Senior. When the king was young, Turtle Hermit was already the Turtle Hermit. Have you ever thought of bringing your people away from Lu Kingdom? Turtle Hermit looked at the king of Lu. King Lu's expression turned serious. Was the situation really this bad? This is the product from the hard work of our ancestors. Even if I was willing to leave, what should I tell my people? The king of Lu sighed. Can I tell them that we are escaping from an unknown threat? How about surrendering? Turtle Hermit said again. The king of Lu shook his head. He could feel a wave of coldness surging in his heart. Turtle Hermit turned silent and did not say anything else. The king of Lu understood his meaning. This would be a disaster for the Lu kingdom. Qin dynasty claimed that it would leave Qin Yuan the Lu kingdom to be the king's son-in-law. However, he would not believe in such words easily. The problem was, what could he do even if he did not believe in that? How's Yu Wuchen? The king of Lu suddenly asked. Very stubborn. He will definitely be involved, Turtle Hermit said. Although he is not as talented as some people on Turtle Mountain, the purity of his heart for the sword is almost unparalleled. He will certainly be more accomplished than you in the future. It's no wonder that that person on the 7th summit granted him the title of swordmaster so quickly, the king of Lu said. How about the few others from the cottage? Their potential is limitless. Eastern Barren territory will surely undergo a major change over this generation. Turtle Hermit shook his head and said, Unfortunately, Qin dynasty has come too quickly. I'll go and take a look, the king of Lu said. He did not ask about anything else. Turtle Hermit could deduce many things, but he was not a prophet. His attitude already revealed that Lu kingdom would face a crisis. The outcome of the deduction was that whether he agreed to the marriage proposed by Qin dynasty or not, the crisis would still exist. In other words, the purpose of the Qin dynasty this time might be more than just proposing the marriage. All right, Turtle Hermit nodded slowly. Then he started to climb down the slope. His action was slow, and the king of Lu waited very patiently. At the moment, Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, Yu Shang, Lulan Shui, and Lu Feiyang were all in the stone palace. Turtle Hermit had fulfilled Yi Futian's wish. The group was quietly feeling the mysterious powers in the stone palace. In the scene depicting the world, a willow branch moved gently and danced in the wind. However, it actually cut mountains into two and split rivers wide apart. A trace of flame bloomed, but it could not be extinguished until the entire heaven was incinerated. Yu Wuchen felt these pictures and sword will flew on his body. Even a willow branch could cut mountains apart. Then how about a sword? He had a sword body and was therefore very sensitive towards swords. He was immersed in the scene as if he had turned into a sword, or a trace of sword will himself. In the past, his master had told him that the sword will from a really powerful person cross thousands of miles and kill his enemy. This was the so-called killing a person from thousands of miles away and not leaving a trace behind. Yu Futian was similarly trying to feel his surroundings. Here, the laws governing various elements were running. When he activated the freedom meditation, he was able to see everything more clearly. He recalled the battle between the third brother and Lu Nantian from Donghua clan in Chaoga City. The powers that Lu Nantian released that time had given him a similar feeling. Could it be that the control of various laws was the ability of a sage? Did Turtle Hermit manage to understand the secret of the sage plane? That was a legendary plane. Suddenly, two figures walked into the stone palace. Seeing them, Yi Futian and his team all stopped the cultivation. Your Majesty! Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. He was surprised that the king of Lu actually appeared here with Turtle Hermit. The king of Lu smiled and did not release his might at all. Instead, he looked very friendly. Smiling, he said, How do you feel? We have learned a lot, Yi Wuchen said, looking at the king. That's great. You should spend some time cultivating here. Don't worry about things down the mountain. The king walked to Yi Wuchen and patted on his shoulders lightly. Yi Wuchen stood at his spot, feeling somewhat puzzled. What did the king's attitude mean? Was he going to agree to the marriage between Yi Wuchen and Lu Qinyu? Why then did Turtle Hermit say that Yi Wuchen had to leave, or else he would face a disaster? The king of Lu walked past Yi Wuchen and approached Yi Futian. Then he stared at Yi Futian. Your Majesty, Yi Futian said, you don't have to be so polite. The king smiled and said, Yi Futian, I have a favor to ask of you. Yi Futian's face was filled with doubt. Looking at the king, he said, Your Majesty, please speak. Take care of Feiyang and Xinyu in the future, the king said. Yi Futian stared at the king. Lu Kingdom was a top force of Eastern Barren territory, and the king was the lord of the kingdom. Why would he say such words? It must be that the king knew something bad was going to happen. I'll definitely do my best. Yi Futian nodded solemnly. Thanks, the king said, smiling. He similarly patted Yi Futian on the shoulder. Work hard to cultivate. The future of Eastern Barren Territory belongs to all of you. After that he looked at his son Lu Feiyang. Then he turned around and left the stone palace. Turtle Hermit accompanied him out as well. Yi Wuchen frowned and kept standing at his spot. After sending the king out of the stone palace, Turtle Hermit returned and said, "Don't worry and concentrate on cultivating. Since the king has promised you, nothing will happen in the imperial palace." Clearly, he was referring to Lu Chenyu. Yi Wuchen nodded and continued to cultivate. In the Lu Kingdom Imperial Palace, Qin Yuan went to the Princess Pavilion where Lu Chenyu was at. "Prince Qin, what is it?" Lu Chenyu asked softly. Her tone was flat, but it gave people a sense of distance. "Just now, I went to Turtle Mountain and experienced the illusion there. During the trial of character, I actually saw you. Therefore, after I returned to the palace, I just want to come and see you." Qin Yuan's handsome face was filled with a gentle smile. The distortion and ferocity he had on his face on Turtle Mountain had completely vanished. Furthermore, Qin Yuan's smile seemed to contain a magical charm that would cause others to have a good feeling about him. Even though Lu Chenyu did not like him, she still could not really hate him after looking at his face. It was not because he was good-looking, but rather it seemed to have a special power. Lu Chenyu did not reply to his words. What could she say? "I have nothing else. I only wanted to come here and take a look. Bye." Qin Yuan was very polite. Then, he turned around and left in a very appropriate manner. Beside Lu Chenyu, her servant said, "Princess, the Prince of Qin is really handsome. He seems to have been born with such a charm. I'm sure everyone wants to get close to him." The servant said so only because Lu Chenyu's character was good. Otherwise, she would not dare to say this. A strange expression appeared on Lu Chenyu's face. She knew that her servant was right. However, at the moment she suddenly thought of another person and a gentle smile appeared on her face. He really made it to the peak of Turtle Mountain. After Qin Yuan left, they waited for the king of Lu to return. Then, they paid the king a visit, but the king of Lu did not give them a reply. He only invited all the visitors to a feast and said that he would announce the result after Yi Wuchen and the rest returned from Turtle Mountain. The people from the Lu Kingdom Imperial City were also waiting for the news. Yi Wuchen climbed Turtle Mountain, and they were all wondering if the king would really choose him. In the few days that followed, Qin Yuan would visit the Princess Pavilion where Lu Chenyu was at every single day. Each time, he would only stay for a short while, which was very appropriate. Even the king of Lu knew about this. However, he also had no reasons to stop Qin Yuan from doing so. After Yi Wuchen returned in a few days' time, he would announce the outcome. By that time, what other excuses could Qin dynasty find? One day, in the pavilion where Qin Li resided, there were only Qin Li and Qin Yuan. "You still haven't settled Lu Chenyu?" Qin Li frowned and stared at Qin Yuan with a sharp look. "Lu Chenyu's level is only slightly lower than mine. I need time," Qin Yuan said. "But we don't have time. You already saw that old king's attitude yourself. After Yi Wuchen returns, he will announce the outcome. By that time our plan will have failed," Qin Li said coldly. "This failed because of you. I'll give you 2 more days, and you must take down Lu Chenyu completely. Don't you like such a beauty?" Some gloominess flashed across Qin Yuan's eyes. He was more interested in Chu Yaoyao, the lovely virgin of Moon Clan. If he had the chance, he would certainly make Chu Yaoyao submit before him. "Isn't it too risky?" Qin Yuan asked. "Even if it is exposed, Lu Kingdom will not dare to kill you because of your identity. If Lu Kingdom really assaults you, you will have contributed to the success of the plan instead," Qin Li said emotionlessly. "If father's plan is affected, you'll be responsible for it." "I got it." Qin Yuan nodded. Then he turned around and left. Looking at his back, some coldness flashed across Qin Li's eyes. Naturally, he knew that Qin Yuan would love to kill him. Such a worthless idiot actually dreams of obtaining the throne. But he is good-looking. He is indeed the child of that slut. In the evening, Qin Yuan came to the pavilion Lu Chenyu was at again. Many people in the imperial palace were already used to it. Everyone also knew that Lu Chenyu obviously liked Yi Wuchen. Qin Yuan was but wasting his time. Nevertheless, Qin Yuan was a guest. Every day he would greet the rest politely, so the Lu kingdom also could not chase him out. Stepping into Lu Qinyu's pavilion, Qin Yuan's eyes were filled with gloominess. He was in an extremely bad mood. In the first place, he was already unhappy that he had to come to Lu Kingdom to be the king's son-in-law. Today, he actually had to do such a dangerous thing. Qin Li was correct in that he indeed hoped that Qin Li would suffer a miserable death. But what could he do? Although his mother, concubine Nan, was loved by the king of Qin, he knew clearly that it was because his mother had relied on her ability. The king of Qin loved concubine Nan only because of certain reasons. However, the king's real goal was the world, and only the crown prince Qin Yu was his heir, while Qin Li was Qin Yu's heir. On the other hand, he appeared to be having a good life, but in reality, his status was extremely petty before Qin Yu and Qin Li. Today, he did not want to come here at all. This was the Lu Kingdom Imperial Palace. It was easy for Qin Li to do merely the talking, but he knew that this would be very dangerous. However, what else could he do? Qin Yu was already the crown prince at the moment, and the king of Qin was passing his authority to Qin Yu gradually. Qin Yu was very powerful in Qin dynasty now, and nobody dared to disobey his orders. The fate of Qin Yuan and his mother was all in the hand of Qin Yu. This time, the order Qin Yu had given him was that he must complete the plan. Otherwise, he would bear the full responsibility. Before Qin Yu, he could not fight back at all. That bastard! Qin Yuan's eyes were filled with ferocity. He stepped into the courtyard and very quickly, his look turned normal again. The usual charming smile appeared on his face. Prince Qin. The servant came to welcome him. Seeing the charming face of Qin Yuan, the look of the servant turned somewhat infatuated, as if she was lost. Out! I have something to discuss with Princess Qinyu. With a gentle look on his face, Qin Yuan smiled at the servant. His eyes seemed to be filled with a mysterious color. The servant looked very lost and she nodded gently. Then she walked outside the pavilion. It was as if she would obey all of Qin Yuan's orders at the moment. Qin Yuan continued walking and approached Lu Qinyu. Seeing Qin Yuan come again, Lu Qinyu was quite unhappy, but she could only tolerate it. For some reason, every time Qin Yuan arrived, she could not really hate him, as if his face really had a special charm. Qinyu. Qin Yuan's voice was very gentle and he looked at Lu Qinyu with much admiration. Prince Qin, what is it? Hearing the way Qin Yuan called her, Lu Qinyu frowned gently. Are you willing to be my wife? Qin Yuan asked. Prince Qin, please do not drivel. I have something else to settle. Please leave, Lu Qinyu said in an unhappy tone. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled. Bitch, you want this yourself. Qin Yuan's look changed suddenly as if he had turned more intriguing. A mysterious spiritual power was released from his body and turned into an invisible radiance. It made him look so charming that anyone looking at him would feel lost. Lu Qinyu looked at Qin Yuan and felt as if she was being attracted to him. Felt very weird. What's happening? Lu Qinyu felt an ominous presentiment. A mysterious and powerful spiritual energy engulfed Lu Qinyu directly. At this instant, she only felt somewhat lost and very tired. Faintly, it was as if the person standing before her was not Qin Yuan but rather Yi Wuchen. Lu Qinyu knew that something bad was happening, but her spiritual will was constantly being weakened and eroded. Eventually, she stood motionlessly at her spot, looking lost. Ch, since you chose this path, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Yuan's look was extremely gloomy. He did not want to do this, after all, this was at Lu Kingdom. But what other choice did he have? His heart was filled with resentment at the moment. He hated Qin Li, hated the king of Lu, and hated Lu Qinyu. This BTCH. Am I any lesser than Yi Wuchen? Qin Yuan's personality was distorted due to the environment he had grown up in. On Turtle Mountain, when his willpower was at its weakest, he had already exposed his true, distorted self in the illusion. At the moment, this was also the case. He was like a two-faced person. He was the gentle, talented, and handsome Prince Qin, but also the petty Qin Yuan who could only live in the shadows. Even his ability was one which was unpresentable and disdained by others. However, whenever he used this ability on women, it had always been very effective. His smile became gentle and charming again. He approached Lu Qinyu step by step and looked at the pure and proud beauty before him. He reached out his arm and stroked her fine hair and beautiful face. Qinyu, you're so beautiful. Qin Yuan's voice was extremely gentle. Although Lu Qinyu was not one of the top 3 beauties of Eastern Barren Territory, she was also a famous beauty. She was the noble princess of Lu Kingdom and had a unique kind of charm. At the moment, she was standing quietly before him, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. This further stimulated the distortion in Qin Yuan's heart. Didn't she want to reject me? Then, how about after I get her body? His fingers slid down from her stunningly beautiful face and touched her exquisite neck gently. Then he placed his hand on her shoulder. Reaching out both of his hands, Qin Yuan took off Lu Qinyu's outer clothing. Her white shoulders were flawless and her sexy clavicle was so captivating. Lu Qinyu's body trembled gently. She looked like she was in pain, and her spirit was also struggling. She seemed to have realized what she was experiencing and wanted to break free from the control. However, she felt so powerless at the moment and could not concentrate at all, as if there was a prison that locked her spirit inside. She felt terrible. So beautiful, Qin Yuan exclaimed. He had only seen a small part of her body and it was already so fascinating. His look alternated between being gentle and being distorted. He moved his head close to Lu Qinyu's ears and neck and enjoyed the smell from the beauty before him. An enchanted look appeared on his face. Help? A soft and low voice came out from Lu Qinyu's mouth. Qin Yuan frowned and walked closer to Lu Qinyu, continuing to release his powerful spiritual energy. She actually can still resist? He heard some footsteps behind him. The servant was walking back again. Because it was in the imperial palace, Lu Qinyu only had a servant to take care of her. There were no guards because none were needed. Who would dare to assault the princess in the imperial palace? Unexpectedly, this happened today. Qin Yuan was not in a hurry. He turned his head slowly and glanced at the servant. He released his spiritual energy and a special charm bloomed. He said to the servant, "Wait outside." "Okay." The servant felt somewhat lost. She nodded obediently, after which she left. "Qinyu, nobody will disturb us. You will feel happy, and in the future you will be my wife. All I have done is to bring this fantastic process forward," Qin Yuan said with a ferocious look on his face. "You're really strong and can still shout even in this situation." Qin Yuan took off another one of her shirts and there was only a thin undergarment covering Lu Qinyu. Her sexy body caused Qin Yuan to take a deep breath. Even Yi Wuchen has probably not enjoyed this scene before. Tears flew down from the corners of Lu Qinyu's eyes. Her body started to tremble. At the moment, Yi Wuchen and his team landed outside the imperial palace and stepped into the palace straight away. They could have spent more time cultivating. After all, it was really a rare opportunity. But Yi Wuchen was too bothered by the events in the Lu Kingdom and could not concentrate. Therefore, the group returned from the mountain. Fortunately, after their return, they did not hear any bad news. The king of Lu was waiting for them to announce his decision, so nothing bad should have happened. "Shall we go to Chenyu's place?" Lu Feiyang said. "Yup," Yi Wuchen nodded. After experiencing the events on Turtle Mountain, he seemed to know his thoughts more clearly. Even his feelings towards Lu Qinyu became more intense. The group headed towards the Princess Pavilion directly. At the same time, in the pavilion where Qin Li was at, a noble informed Qin Li, "Yi Futian and his team are back. They are heading towards Lu Qinyu's place." Some sharpness flashed across Qin Li's eyes. Qin Yuan has already been there for some time. What a perfect moment. Making Qin Yuan the king's son-in-law had never been the goal of Qin dynasty. They were already not interested in allying with the Lu kingdom anymore. In the pavilion where Lu Qinyu was, Qin Yuan was still enjoying the beauty before him. She was really beautiful, much more beautiful than any of the women he had played before. He was thinking how she would compare to the top 3 beauties of Eastern Barren Territory. His hands slid across her tender skin and were about to remove the last barrier. Tears flew down Lu Qinyu's cheeks continuously. Her body trembled constantly and she was in great pain. A crying beauty will make people want to pamper her even more. "I'll treat you very gently," Qin Yuan said, placing his hands on the thin undergarment. However, suddenly someone outside shouted, "Princess, are you here?" Qin Yuan's hands froze at the spot. He quickly picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on Lu Qinyu. Some footsteps came from the outside. They sounded very urgent. Very soon, a group of people appeared. Yi Wuqian, Lu Feiyang, and Yi Futian walked in first and saw the scene before them. Lu Qinyu's shirts were messy as if they had been put on randomly, while Qin Yuan's hands were placed on her clothes. Lu Qinyu stood there motionlessly and her face was filled with tears. Boom! A violent rage erupted from Lu Feiyang's body. Bastard! Lu Feiyang roared in a hoarse voice as he rushed forward. Yi Wuqian approached Lu Qinyu like a straight sword and shouted, "Qinyu." As he spoke, he helped Lu Qinyu to put on her clothes properly. Her spiritual energy has been attacked, Yi Futian said. A trace of sword will emerged from the center of Yi Wuqian's eyebrows and entered Lu Qinyu's mind. "Chenyu." Yi Wuqian's voice spread continuously in Lu Qinyu's mind. Suddenly, her body trembled and she broke free from the control. She stared at Yi Wuqian and tears flew down her face constantly. Her body trembled fiercely as if she had just experienced the most terrifying thing. Looking at her expression, Yi Wuqian only felt extremely guilty and painful. He hugged her tightly and said gently, "Qinyu, it's all right now. I am here." Yi Wuqian stared at Qin Yuan who was behind her. His look seemed to be from the deepest part of hell, and his murderous intent filled the sky. Seeing Yi Wuqian's eyes, Qin Yuan's heart trembled gently, and he felt somewhat scared. "I didn't do anything," Qin Yuan said. Then his body flashed into the air in an attempt to escape from the place. Qin Li had said that his life would not be in danger, but clearly, he did not believe in that. A person could do anything in anger and would not care about the consequences. Now, all he needed to do was to escape from the place and wait for these people to calm down. He also did not expect them to come here at this moment and interrupt his business. Originally, after he did what he was going to do, Lu Kingdom would be forced to take him as the princess's husband. "You still want to leave?" Lu Feiyang charged towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's look turned monstrous and his spiritual energy erupted wildly, piercing into Lu Feiyang's mind. At this instant, Lu Feiyang finally understood what a terrifying thing his sister had experienced. Everyone knew that the king of Qin and concubine Nan had a son named Qin Yuan. He was very talented and liked by the king. However, his existence was not really strongly felt in the outside world, because he seldom appeared outside. Very few people knew what his ability was. Only at this very moment did Lu Feiyang finally know Qin Yuan's ability. "Stop him!" Lu Feiyang roared. Immediately, many imperial guards appeared outside the pavilion. They ascended into the sky and stopped Qin Yuan in midair. "Take him down!" Lu Feiyang shouted coldly. Among the guards who had appeared, there was a noble. His might enveloped the place and he reached out his hand towards Qin Yuan directly. "You dare to touch me?" Qin Yuan roared coldly. However, the incoming hand still continued forward and grabbed him directly. "Let me go!" Qin Yuan shouted in anger. "I am the son of the king of Qin." Many people ran over from the distance one after another. The king of Lu was here himself. Today, he had invited several lords and ministers to discuss the proposal of Qin dynasty. Little did he expect something to happen here. When the king and the rest arrived, they saw Yi Wuqian hugging Lu Qinyu whose shirts were messed up. Then they noticed the scene in front of them and roughly understood what had happened. Immediately, an appalling might was emitted from the king of Lu and engulfed Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan could clearly feel the murderous intent spreading from the king. "Your Majesty, I didn't do anything. You can't do anything to me." Qin Yuan looked at the king in fear. This was the Lu Kingdom Imperial Palace after all. If the king really wanted to kill him at all costs, he would certainly die. Crack. The king of Lu clenched his fists and his murderous intent did not weaken at all. Did Qin Yuan do such an inhuman thing because he was confident that the king did not dare to touch him? This place was, after all, the imperial palace of Lu Kingdom. Qin Yuan actually wanted to do something to the princess of the Lu Kingdom in the princess pavilion. How daring that was! This was more than just going too far. Qin Yuan was certainly frenzied. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Suddenly, someone walked to the king and bowed. It was Lord Kong. "Your Majesty." Another person walked out and bowed at the king. Although they did not say much, everyone knew that they were reminding the king to be calm. They could all feel the rage and murderous intent of the king at the moment. However, if he really killed Qin Yuan impulsively, the consequences would be unimaginable. The cultivators from Qin dynasty would surely come to Lu Kingdom. "Calm down." The king of Lu glanced at those who spoke. His face was gloomy and his murderous intent did not decrease at all. Suddenly, Lu Qinyu walked out from Yi Wuchen's arms. She stared coldly at Qin Yuan and an extremely strong murderous intent could be seen. "Kill him," Lu Feiyang said to the noble who was holding Qin Yuan. "Your Majesty, we must not do that." Lord Kong tried to stop him. Looking at the king again, he shouted, "Your Majesty." The king of Lu clenched his fists firmly. He knew that once he said the phrase, "kill him," the Qin dynasty would have an excuse to attack the Lu kingdom. Suddenly, there was the sound of people moving in the air, and another group of cultivators arrived. It was Qin Li and the others from Qin dynasty. In the distance, the people from other top forces were all alarmed as they observed the situation from afar. What is happening? So many people have actually gathered there, they thought. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? Why are you seizing my uncle?" Looking at the scene, Qin Li frowned as if he did not know about this at all. Qin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Qin Li and the people from Qin dynasty had arrived, so the king of Lu should probably be calmer now. "Qin Li, I really admire the princess and only wanted to be closer to her, but I didn't do anything else. Help me to persuade His Majesty," Qin Yuan said. Qin Li's eyes sparkled. He looked at Qin Yuan and said, "Uncle, how could you be so confused?" After that, he looked at the king of Lu and said, "Your Majesty, perhaps my uncle was attracted by the princess and was worried that you would not agree to our proposal. Fortunately, he did not do anything. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. My uncle will be responsible for this and will be married to Princess Qinyu in a proper manner." Everyone was puzzled by Qin Li's words, especially Lu Feiyang and Yi Wuchen. Their look turned extremely icy. Qin Yuan did such an inhuman thing, and yet Qin Li said that luckily, he did not do anything. Furthermore, he said that the price Qin Yuan would pay for this was to be married to Lu Qinyu in a proper way. There were no punishments and Qin dynasty and Qin Yuan would benefit instead. How ridiculous this was. Yet, Qin Li said it as if it was only reasonable and right. The king of Lu stared at Qin Li. Did Qin Li even take his existence into account? "Father, kill him." Lu Feiyang's eyes were blood red. His sister had been humiliated in such a way, but Qin Li actually asked Qin Yuan to marry her. How absurd. "Do you know what you were saying?" the king of Lu said, staring at Qin Li. Qin Li bowed slightly at the king and said, "Then, Your Majesty, please kill him." Everyone stared at Qin Li, including the king. However, Qin Li looked at Qin Yuan and said, "My uncle did nothing too terrible. You kill him and the army from the Qin dynasty will come. Your Majesty, is that what you want? Are you threatening me?" the king said. "I would not dare," Qin Li said out loud. He bowed at the king and continued, "I am but telling the truth. Your Majesty, if you have agreed to our proposal earlier, this would not have happened. But it already did. Are you really going to destroy the relationship between the two kingdoms or even start a war just because of this? For now, the best way not to ruin the princess's reputation would be to let my uncle be married to her properly," Qin Li said with much confidence and composure as if no one was beside him. Many people stared coldly at him, but he did not seem to mind at all. Nobody knew what he was thinking or why he was behaving so wildly. "Your Majesty, if the Prince of Qin really marries the princess, it would be good for her as well," Lord Kong urged. "That's right, Your Majesty." Many people nodded one after another. They could clearly see Qin Li's dominant attitude and were frightened as well. If Qin Yuan was really killed and the army from Qin dynasty came to attack the Lu kingdom, their safety would be compromised. "You bastards," someone scolded. A noble also said emotionlessly, "You can actually say something so shameless." There were obviously also people who had moral integrity. The king of Lu looked at these people. When the people from Qin dynasty just arrived at the imperial city, they visited all the lords and ministers. Was that why the situation was like this now? "Your Majesty, calm down first. You are also doing this for the princess." Some people did not speak aloud but instead transferred their words to the king's ears secretly. But, suddenly, everyone heard a soft noise. "Chen Yu." Everyone looked below them where they saw a sharp blade formed from spiritual chi pierce directly into Lu Qinyu's body, right before her heart. Her black eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at the people in the sky. So many people from the Lu kingdom actually suggested that she should be married to Qin Yuan. Qin Yu, why are you doing this? I told you that I am already here. Yi Wuchen hugged Lu Qinyu in his arms. He did not look at her directly, and his eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame. I know. Lu Qinyu nodded. She looked at Yi Wuchen very gently and held his hand tightly, as if he was the only person she could trust. Chen Yu, the king of Lu, also did not expect his daughter to be so determined. He similarly felt very guilty and that he had mistreated his daughter. Princess, your reaction is too intense. You don't have to do this, Qin Li said. My uncle will not disappoint you. Shut up. Yu Sheng roared at Qin Li and clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. Suddenly, Yi Futian stepped out and walked towards Qin Yuan. Yi Wuchen also approached Lu Feiyang and said, Feiyang, help me to take care of Qin Yu. Then he passed Lu Qinyu and went to Lu Feiyang. He walked forward and caught up with Yi Futian, after which he said, let me do it. Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuchen. Then he stopped moving forward. What do you want to do? Qin Yuan stared coldly at the incoming Yi Wuchen. A terrifying sword chi whizzed on Yi Wuchen's body. In his hand, there was an extremely sharp sword will. Everyone stared at him. Someone from the Lu kingdom shouted, How dare you? Yi Wuchen, how dare you do this? Qin Li also roared, but his body remained in the original spot and he did not move at all. Yi Wuchen accelerated and turned into a blade of light. Bring him away! Someone from the Lu kingdom shouted at the person holding Qin Yuan. Let me go! Qin Yuan also struggled as he tried to break free. However, Yi Wuchen had already arrived. His palm struck out like a sword and a beam of light flashed across before vanishing. The noble from the Lu kingdom let go of Qin Yuan, but Qin Yuan only reached out his hands, trembling, and covered his neck. There, blood was flowing out slowly. His body trembled fiercely, and his usually charming eyes were only filled with an endless fear at the moment. Holding his neck, Qin Yuan turned around with difficulty and looked at Qin Li, who was still standing at his spot. He stared at Qin Li firmly and his face became distorted and looked very ferocious. He wanted to say something, but the blood from his neck started to gush out like a spring. He could not speak and only stared at Qin Li with a vicious look. Finally, Qin Yuan's body collapsed to the ground and started twitching. Even he did not expect himself to actually die here. Very soon, Qin Yuan's body stopped moving and became motionless. His blood colored the entire ground. Everyone froze. The imperial palace fell into a terrifying silence. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of the king of Qin, came to the Lu kingdom to propose a marriage. Now he died in the Lu kingdom imperial palace. Whatever the cause of his death might be, he was already dead now. What would the consequences be? Many lords and ministers stared very coldly at Yi Wuchen. They looked as if they wanted to eat Yi Wuchen alive. The king of Lu looked at Yi Wuchen similarly. His expression was very complicated and he could not keep calm. Could he blame Yi Wuchen? Yi Wuchen did this for his daughter Qin Yu. At the instant when he landed the strike, the consequences he would need to face were already destined. It did not matter if he was the swordmaster of the 7th summit of Fuyun Sword Clan or not. The person he killed was the youngest son of the king of Qin. Even if the son of the leader of Fuyun Sword Clan did this, his outcome would still be the same. However, Yi Wuchen did not hesitate at all. He struck out that hit so resolutely. Even at this moment, his look was still so firm and calm, and his one-armed body still stood straight. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lu Qinyu's face was already wet with tears. The warmth that this strike brought her far exceeded the pain she had suffered. When Qin Yuan did such an inhuman thing in her house, the Lu Kingdom Imperial Palace, many lords and ministers did not speak for her. They did not punish Qin Yuan and were even discussing marrying her to him. How ridiculous and desperate this was. Because of that, she stabbed herself with a sharp blade. She was so desperate and wanted to show these people her attitude, even if she might die. Even her father, the king of Lu Kingdom, was hesitating. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen directly attacked and killed the person who humiliated her. She looked at Yi Wuchen and her eyes were filled with resolution. In this lifetime, she would accompany him regardless of what would happen. She would live if he was alive and die if he was to die. In the distance, the people from various forces looked at the scene. Different thoughts raced through their minds. As for Qin Li, There seemed to be a sneer in the depth of his emotionless eyes. He finally died, Qin Li thought. Of course, he knew why Qin Yuan looked at him like that before he died. Qin Yuan was not stupid. Instead, he was extremely clever. Qin Li was the one who had ordered Qin Yuan to do what he did. Just now, he clearly had the chance to save Qin Yuan, but he did not. Because this was the real plan. Qin Li did not expect it to work out so easily. Even Qin Yuan did not know why they came to propose the marriage this time. Only Qin Li knew everything. Alliance through marriage? They did not need it. Qin dynasty was not interested in allying with the Lu kingdom, because it would be meaningless. The king of Lu was very cunning. At most, he would only sacrifice Lu Qinyu in the marriage, and ultimately he would still not listen to Qin dynasty's commands. Now, what the Qin dynasty really needed was a battle, one that would shock the entire Eastern Barren territory. They not only needed a battle but also an overpowering victory, and they needed it urgently. Just like what the king of Lu had thought, the few disciples of the cottage had already grown to this level. How could Qin dynasty wait for them to become even stronger? They had already planned many things. Now, they needed a battle that would ignite the whole situation. Therefore, the scene just now happened. If he really tried to stop everything, nobody could really kill Qin Yuan unless, of course, the king of Lu wanted him dead himself. If he stepped in, Yi Wuchen's powers would be insignificant. Qin Li was extremely excited. A useless bastard died and they completed the plan perfectly. How could he not be excited? Of course, he would not display it. At the moment, his body was only filled with a cold, murderous aura. The people from Qin dynasty went beside Qin Yuan one after another. Their cold and terrifying aura engulfed the space. "Take him down!" someone shouted coldly. The person who gave the order first was actually a minister from the Lu kingdom. The lords and ministers stared firmly at Yi Wuchen with an extremely cold look. Although Qin Yuan was killed by Yi Wuchen, he died in the Lu kingdom imperial palace. He came here to propose marriage. Sword Qi whizzed in the air as the cultivators from the 7th summit of Fuyun Sword Clan went before Yi Wuchen to protect him. "Who dares to touch him?" Lu Feiyang roared angrily. He was still holding Lu Qinyu. Suddenly, Lu Qinyu stepped forward. Dragging her injured body, she walked towards Yi Wuchen step by step. Yi Futian similarly stared coldly at the people around. These bastards. He naturally knew the consequences that might be caused by Yi Wuchen killing Qin Yuan, but he did not stop Yi Wuchen. Lu Qinyu was Yi Wuchen's girl. If such a thing happened to Hua Jieyu, he would kill the culprit as well. If Yi Wuchen did not kill Qin Yuan, he would no longer be his true self. His sword would also no longer be sharp. "People from the 7th summit, get out of the way." Suddenly, another group of cultivators whizzed over in the air. It was the people from the 1st summit of Fuyun Sword Clan. Among them, Shisong stared at Yi Wuchen and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Wuchen was from Fuyun Sword Clan. Because he killed Qin Yuan, they had to give him away. If the people from the 7th summit wanted to protect him, it would surely affect the whole Fuyun Sword Clan. Sword will flew on the cultivators from the 7th summit. A terrifying sword Qi whizzed and they did not back away at all. The sword of the 7th summit would not give way to its enemies. Qin Yuan deserved to die. The atmosphere in the imperial palace was extremely tense. On the ground, Qin Yuan's corpse was still lying there. But there was no longer anyone who cared about his death. All anybody cared about at the moment was the consequences his death would bring. Everyone was thinking about his own benefits and losses. Lu Qinyu approached Yi Wuchen and stared at him. The event had changed their affections from lukewarm to scorching hot. She went beside Yi Wuchen and then leaned on his body quietly. Yi Wuchen looked at her similarly. He extended his right arm and held her gently. Lifting his head, he looked at the people around him. There was no fear in his eyes at all. If he was afraid of death, he would not have killed Qin Yuan. Lu Feiyang looked at the two who were surrounded by many cultivators. Yet, the scene at the moment seemed so warm. His eyes were actually filled with a terrifying red light. Staring at the king of Lu, he shouted, "Father!" The king's heart trembled. He was also affected by the scene before him and felt very guilty. That was his daughter. She was humiliated in such a way in the palace, but he did not manage to do anything for her. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen attacked the perpetrator directly. What did the ministers under him do? They wanted his daughter to be married to the man who humiliated her. Crack. The king clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with coldness. Uncle. Suddenly, Qinli walked to Qin Yuan's corpse and said, "You came to the Lu kingdom to propose marriage. At first, you wanted to be married to the princess in a gorgeous manner. But you ended up like this." After that, he raised his head. Glancing coldly at the king and Yi Wuqian, he said, "Your Majesty, how do you plan to solve this problem? What do you want?" The king asked, staring at Qinli. "Hand the three of them to me. Also, kill the people from the 7th summit of Fuyun Sword Clan," Qinli said. He wanted to bring back Yi Wuqian, Lu Qinyu, and Lu Feiyang. Furthermore, he wanted the people from the Lu kingdom to kill the people from the 7th summit. "What if I don't agree?" the king said. "My uncle did not die for nothing." Qinli's tone was emotionless, but he appeared to be very domineering. "Your Majesty, please think of the general situation," Lord Kong said to the king, bowing. Many people also started to urge the king one after another. The king looked at these people and only said one word, "Scram." The lords and minister were stunned for a while. Seeing the expression of the king, they bowed and left. Qinli watched and sneered. This was, of course, the outcome he had expected. "Your Majesty, I see what your attitude is," he said. Then he looked at Xianxia and said, "How about Fuyun Sword Clan?" The death of the Prince of Qin was definitely not the intention of Fuyun Sword Clan. "As for Yi Wuqian, do you want him dead or alive?" Xianxia asked emotionlessly. "I'm fine with either." Qinli smiled. "All right?" Xianxia nodded. Then, he stepped forward and an appalling gust of sword chi swept out, engulfing Yi Wuqian and Lu Qinyu. The cultivators behind him also walked forward one by one. "Scram," the king said again, looking at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression froze. He lifted his head to look at the king and said, "This is an internal affair of Fuyun Sword Clan. Your Majesty, do you also want to interfere with this?" "This is my imperial palace," the king replied coldly. Xianxia looked at the king of Lu. Then, he looked at Qinli and said, "It seems like I can only go back and report first. From this moment on, Yi Wuqian is no longer a disciple of Fuyun Sword Clan. We will automatically finish anyone who tries to protect him." "Okay. I trust Fuyun Sword Clan." Qinli nodded. Xianxia turned around and left along with the people from the first summit. Qinli looked at the king of Lu. Then he bowed and said, "Your Majesty, goodbye." Then, the people from Qin dynasty brought Qin Yuan's corpse and went about to leave. "Wait," someone suddenly said. Qinli stopped and turned around slowly, eventually looking at Yi Wuqian. "You ordered Qin Yuan to do what he did, right?" Yi Wuqian asked. Qinli's look froze as he stared at Yi Wuqian. "What are you saying? From the beginning, your goal was not to propose the marriage. You seem to be neither sad nor angry about Qin Yuan's death." Yi Wuqian cultivated in the freedom meditation and was thus very sensitive towards the feelings of others. Qinli was not sad at all. Instead, Yi Wuqian could feel that he was excited. It was as if he was anticipating Qin Yuan's death all along. Thinking about the abnormal things that happened earlier, he suddenly realized that the Qin dynasty never wanted to ally with the Lu kingdom through marriage. The Qin dynasty wanted to rule the world, and their greatest opponent was the college cottage. They had already allied with several forces. Also, Lu Qinyu from the Lu kingdom and Yi Wuqian were very close to Yi Wuqian. After today's event, Lu kingdom and Yi Wuqian would be in great danger. Qin Yuan was my uncle, the brother of my father, and my grandfather's beloved child. What are you thinking about?" Qinli stared at Yi Wuqian and said coldly, "Do you want to take the blame off of Yi Wuqian and say that my uncle's miserable death was caused by me? How ridiculous. I am thinking about whether you will have the same expression Qin Yuan had when you die." Yi Wuqian looked at Qinli and did not continue to argue with him. Qin Yuan was already dead, and any argument would be meaningless. As long as they had this as an excuse, they would create huge bloodshed in eastern barren territory. However, no matter how the storm would evolve, Yi Wuqian knew that between him and Qinli only one would survive. Beside Qinli, the Qin dynasty's powerful cultivators released their pressing energy onto Yi Wuqian. Meanwhile, Qinli smirked coldly as he stared at Yi Wuqian and said, "I was thinking the same thing." Their eyes met and both of them radiated a murderous intent. Yi Wuqian's eyes swept toward the guards next to Qinli. All of them had terrifying auras. Naturally, he knew there was no way he could kill Qinli here. Averting his gaze, Yi Futian's eyes landed on Emperor Lu. This was the Lu Kingdom's imperial palace. The only way he could kill Qinli was if Emperor Lu wanted to make him stay. Qinli. Just then, a voice rang out coldly. It was Emperor Lu. Yes, Your Majesty, answered Qinli. Emperor Lu took a step forward and in a split second, a force of terrifying energy crushed down on Qinli. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators of the Qin dynasty advanced beside Qinli one by one in order to protect him. Qinli lifted an eyebrow at Emperor Lu. Could it be that Your Majesty wishes to kill me? Emperor Lu continued forward and his outreached palm curled into a tight fist. Immediately, a horrific formless rush of air pressed onto Qinli. It was like a giant invisible hand. Qinli became stiff and the look on his face was not good. His body twitched here and there as if in immense pain. Boom! The nobles of the Qin dynasty released shocking forces. All of them were extremely powerful. You know well and clear what happened today. The Qin dynasty also knows. The reason why I'm not killing you is not because I don't understand, but because I want you to relay a message to Emperor Qin. Never take things too far because we will meet again. Emperor Lu stared hard at Qinli before saying coldly scram. With that said, his palm shook and with a loud boom, Qinli's body was propelled into the air. He spat up blood following a soft groan. However, he did not care too much of it and quickly wiped the blood seeping from the corners of his lips. Staring at Emperor Lu, a dark smile appeared on his face. Qinli didn't question Emperor Lu's intellect. It was because he believed that Emperor Lu was a smart man that he knew the emperor wouldn't kill him. Although Qin Yuan had died in the Lu palace, not all had been lost then. Nobody knew what the Qin dynasty would do to the Lu kingdom, what methods would be used against them. But what would the Qin dynasty do if Emperor Lu really killed Qinli? With the lives of the entire Lu royal family on the line, would Emperor Lu really disregard it all just to kill them? I will commit Your Majesty's words to memory. I shall take my leave now, said Qinli. He turned to leave with Chen Shanmu, Qin Mengrua, and the others followed behind him. Chu Yaoyao looked back and looked in a specific direction. So many feelings rushed through her. She never expected what happened today and she didn't know the entire story behind it. But the result for the Qin dynasty's visit to the Lu kingdom was the death of Emperor Qin's youngest son, Qin Yuan. He had come to propose a marriage alliance but ended up dead right here in the Lu palace. Naturally, she knew what this event would lead to. It seemed the peace in the eastern barren territory was no longer. As Yu Futian watched Qinli leave, his fists clenched tight and he sighed inwardly. Emperor Lu understood that this was part of a scheme set up by the Qin dynasty, yet he let Qinli go. It was obvious Emperor Lu took the lives of the royal Lu family into consideration. However, Yi Futian was not optimistic about this situation. Even though Emperor Lu didn't kill Qinli, did it necessarily mean that the Qin dynasty would go easy on them? Yi Futian did not think so at all. Since the Qin dynasty had gone through the lengths to set up all of this, they were most likely already well prepared for every and all scenarios. The people from other powers watched Qinli and the others leave, and knew they should depart as well. One by one, they stepped forward to bow to Emperor Lu and left. Of course, they also knew what the events of today would mean for the future. They must hurry back to their clans and report to higher-ups in order to make appropriate countermeasures. Not far from the palace, Qinli and his group came to a stop in the air. In a lowered voice, he said to the people next to him, "Monitor everything that goes on in the Lu palace." Yes. Multiple nobles descended to return on land, not leaving with Qinli. Qinli led the rest of his people further into the skies while a sinister smile escaped. In the Lu palace, there was tension in the air outside the princess residence. Every palace official had a thought of their own. Emperor Lu had a darkened expression on his face while Lu Feiyang stood with fury in his eyes and a murderous intent radiating from him. Lu Qinyu was hurt and leaned quietly on Yi Wuqian. At this moment, she had no will to do anything but to stay peacefully in his embrace. "Qinyu, father has failed you. I'm sorry." Emperor Lu looked at his daughter with guilt-stricken eyes. His daughter, Lu Qinyu, a devastating beauty as described poetry, graceful and pure as she was, had experienced such a terrible thing. All the while, as the emperor of the Lu kingdom, he couldn't protect her as a father should have. At the very end, he didn't even make all those from the Qin dynasty stay. Only Qin Yuan was killed. Lu Qinyu did not reply and remained quiet as she had been for a while. Of course, she knew her father did what he did for a reason. He had so many things to consider. But to have such a thing happen to her, one could only imagine the pain she was in. Emperor Lu lifted his head. Looking out to the crowd, he said, "Relay my order. Princess Lu Qinyu of the Lu Kingdom is now betrothed to Yi Wuchen." Only then did Yi Wuchen and Lu Qinyu lift their heads to look at the emperor. Although this was something they wanted, it was hard to be happy at a time like this. The officials standing around did not have a single word to say. At this point, it was useless to attempt to convince Emperor Lu otherwise. "You can all go now." Emperor Lu waved his hand at the officials, signaling for them to leave. "Yes, Your Majesty." Everyone nodded and left, contemplating what they would overcome this difficult situation. When everyone was gone, Emperor Lu's attention returned onto Yi Futian's group. "I'll go get some medicine. You guys wait here," he said. The emperor left after that. Yi Futian turned around to look at Yi Wuchen and Lu Qinyu. He watched Yi Wuchen wrap his one arm around Lu Qinyu and told her, "I will kill Qin Li." His voice was filled with determination. He sounded so sure nobody would question his determination. Whether it be Yi Wuchen or Yi Futian and their other friends, everyone wanted Qin Li dead. Not long after, Emperor Lu returned with a jade green bottle. He arrived beside Lu Qinyu, but instead of feeding the medicine to Lu Qinyu, the emperor handed the bottle to Yi Wuchen. "You should do it." Yi Wuchen nodded and supported Lu Qinyu as they sat on the ground. His arm lifted the bottle to Lu Qinyu's lips and fed her the liquid medicine. Qi rushed through her body, a flow of life. A jade green light radiated from her wound, which slowly began to heal. This was obviously a sacred healing medicine treasured by the Lu kingdom. After that, Emperor Lu took out an intricate-looking box and opened it in front of Yi Wuchen. Inside was a sword with an extremely thin blade. It looked to be light as a feather, and the light reflected off the blade seemed cold and cutting. Under the sword was an ancient book, weathered and pages yellowed. "These are treasures of my kingdom, the sword and a book on sword tactics. A dowry of sorts. Take it," Emperor Lu said to Yi Wuchen. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yi Wuchen nodded. The emperor's attention turned to Yi Futian before placing another open box onto the ground. In the ancient box was a long robe. It almost looked transparent, shining with silver. A hint of spiritual qi could be felt from the robe. It was obviously a ritual implement. "You're a disciple of the cottage, so naturally your cultivation should be guided by the people of the cottage. There isn't much I can give you. This sorcerer's robe has the ability to disguise. Perhaps it will be of help to you in the future." Emperor Lu handed the robe over to Yi Futian and continued. "As a favor, I asked you to take care of Feiyang and Qinyu, but now that things have progressed to this point, I can only be thick-skinned and beg you to bring them to the college. Even though their gifts are not enough to get them into the cottage, they are qualified enough to enter the college." Yi Futian stared at Emperor Lu. As the leader of an entire country, he was here begging Yi Futian. It was obvious he anticipated the dangers that could come, but even so, he still let Qin Li go. "If Your Majesty is so pessimistic of the Lu kingdom's future, why didn't you take care of those people from the Qin dynasty?" asked Yi Futian. "What's the point of killing them? Would it be enough to destroy the Qin dynasty?" said Emperor Lu. "On the contrary, killing them would give the Qin the perfect excuse to attack us. Right now, even if they used the death of Qin Yuan as an excuse, the people of the world are not idiots. If the Qin did something wrong, other clans in the Eastern Barren Territory and the people of the world will obviously be able to see." Yi Futian didn't have anything to say. Emperor Lu continued to explain, "I already gave orders to get everyone out of the palace. Hopefully, the Qin dynasty doesn't plan to wipe us out completely. Other than that, I plan on escorting you guys back to the college personally. There's no time to waste. Let's head out now." "All right," nodded Yi Futian. The Qin dynasty didn't dare to make a move on him just yet, but the same could not be said for Yi Wuchen, Lu Qinyu, and the others. They had to leave the Lu palace immediately and hurry back to the cottage to see if his senior brothers and sisters were willing to help. "Wuchen, let's go." Yi Futian turned his head and said. Yi Wuchen supported Lu Qinyu as she got up. Emperor Lu personally escorted them. He led them to the Lu Kingdom's entrance to the ancient barren world. Then, Emperor Lu, Yi Wuchen, and other powerful cultivators entered the upper ancient barren world. Yi Futian and Yu Xin were still not in the Arcana plane, so they could only enter the lower world. All of them made plans to meet up at the exit to the college. The news got out from the Lu Palace and spread through the imperial city like a forest fire. Everyone was in fear and had the feeling that a horrific storm was about to hit the country. When these people had arrived, everyone gossiped about Emperor Qin's youngest son, Qin Yuan, and how he planned to ask for the princess hand in marriage. They gossiped about whether Qin Yuan and Lu Qinyu looked good together. But now there was the sudden news that Lu Qinyu almost committed suicide and the Qin prince, Qin Yuan, was killed in the Lu Palace. Also, Emperor Lu ordered that Lu Qinyu be betrothed to Yi Wuchen. This was all too shocking. Even the common people had a feeling that the Eastern Barren territory was going to be shaken up. What would the Qin dynasty do? People left the palace gradually. Emperor Lu had actually ordered for everyone in the palace to disperse. This made the citizens of the Lu Kingdom understand. Emperor Lu didn't think it was at all possible to go against the Qin dynasty. He was truly pessimistic about this situation. The people from the various powers returned to their own clans. All of them had originally thought that the Qin dynasty had genuinely wanted to create a marriage alliance with the Lu Kingdom and have the Lu follow the Qin. However, it was now clear that they had all been wrong. From the looks of things, this was the Qin dynasty's first move against the Lu Kingdom. From this move, it was also obvious to them just how confident the Qin were. What was going to happen in the next battle? Was the Lu Kingdom, a top power in the Eastern Barren territory, going to be wiped off the map for good? The college entrance to the ancient barren world. When Yi Futian and Yu Shang got there, Yi Wuchen, Lu Qinyu, and the rest had already arrived and were waiting. "Where is His Majesty?" asked Yi Futian. "Father returned to the Lu Kingdom right after escorting us here," said Lu Feiyang. He was a little resentful about how things turned out, but Emperor Lu was his father after all. He also understood that as the leader of an entire country, his father had to consider the citizens. He also had other children to think of, as Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu weren't his only offspring. But because of their relationship with Yi Futian, Emperor Lu only put the two of them under Yi Futian's care. Everyone else was in much greater danger than they were. Yi Futian nodded and sighed inwardly. "Futian." Just then, Yi Wuchen spoke up. Yi Futian looked over at him and heard him continue, "Take care of Qinyu for me." Yi Futian lifted his eyebrows in confusion and replied to Yi Wuchen, "You can't go back to the Fuyun Sword clan now. If the Seventh Lord was in charge of the clan, perhaps nothing would happen." However, in the Lu Palace, Zhisong's attitude was clear to see. It was dangerous for Yi Wuchen to return to Fuyun. In order to separate themselves from this situation, it was very possible that the clan would choose to sacrifice Yi Wuchen and hand him over to the Qin dynasty. Lu Qinyu also looked at Yi Wuchen. She pulled on his hand, not wanting him to leave. "Sword Master, you should stay at the college temporarily. We will head back to report to the Summit Lord first. If there is any news, we will come back and let you know," said a fellow cultivator from the Fuyun Sword clan's 7th summit. Yi Wuchen looked at him in silence and finally nodded his head lightly. "All right, if teacher has any orders for me, come let me know." He had been the one who killed Qin Yuan. He had wanted to go back and personally report to his teacher. "Okay." The group bowed to Yi Futian before excusing themselves and leaving. After watching everyone leave, Yi Futian turned to Yi Wuchen and the others. "Let's head up the mountain." They then made their way to the cottage. All around them, many students of the college watched them. Some of them in confusion. Had something happened? When the disciples of the cottage saw Yi Futian and Yu Shang return with Yi Wuchen, Lu Qinyu, and the rest in tow, they had a feeling that something had happened. Days ago, Yi Futian had left for the Lu Kingdom upon hearing of the Qin dynasty's proposal of a marriage alliance with them. If nothing happened, they wouldn't be bringing Yi Wuchen and the others back here. Yi Futian went directly to the second senior sister. Shuiyi, Luo Fan, and others came closer as well. Zhuge Hui stood in front of a small hut with her eyes on the group. She asked, "Little junior brother, are you in some trouble?" Senior sister Yi Futian greeted before giving a summary of what had happened in the Lu Kingdom. "So, This would mean that the Qin dynasty came well prepared and their true intention behind the proposed marriage alliance isn't a marriage alliance at all. Zhuge Hui was an intelligent person. She saw through things like this in seconds. Her beautiful eyes turned cold. Is the Qin dynasty already operating so undisciplined? After listening to everything that happened, Luo Fan looked pissed. They were deliberately trying to start a fight, making their moves on the Lu kingdom. And to sacrifice a prince just for an excuse? What a pitiful prince. It seemed like he wasn't as doted on by Emperor Qin as the rumors had it. He wasn't of a particularly high status. Otherwise, not even Qin Yu and Qin Li would dare to orchestrate something like this. Senior sister, is there still hope for the Lu kingdom? Although Yi Futian didn't have high hopes, he still wanted to believe in a little luck. Zhuge Hui shook her head. The Qin dynasty went as far as sacrificing a prince. It's obvious that they are dead set on destroying the Lu kingdom. If I'm not wrong, the Qin troops might already be in the Lu kingdom. They had already made all the preparations. So, it was obvious they weren't going to get the Lu a fighting chance. When Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu heard what Zhuge Hui said, they felt as if all hope was lost. Lu Feiyang's hands curled into tight fists, his eyes red. Yi Wuqian could feel Lu Qinyu's grip tightened on his own hand, her palm moist with perspiration. You guys can stay here at the college without a worry. No one can come here and take you away, Zhuge Hui said to them. She sighed inwardly. This might very well be the end of the Lu kingdom. The Qin dynasty was starting a war in the Eastern Barren Territory. She clearly understood that the Qin's final target was the college and the cottage. Their existence was the biggest hurdle in the Qin dynasty's road to rule the entirety of the Eastern Barren Territory. Just as Zhuge Hui had predicted, the Qin dynasty was well prepared and moved at the quickest speed. Qin Li and his people had also traveled through the ancient barren world to return. They broke through the entrance controlled by the Lu. This was a fact that Emperor Lu found out when he escorted Yi Futian's group into the ancient barren world. At this moment, a terrifying sight appeared in the skies above the Lu palace. Flood dragons circled the skies, growling and roaring. They gave off a frightening aura, and on the backs of these demon beasts stood many people. The Qin dynasty was here with an army of flood dragons. Right in the center of the army was a truly enormous dragon. The creature was the color of actual gold and had what looked to be the sharpest of all claws. Standing on the back of this giant golden dragon was Qin Yu. His purple-gold imperial robe danced in the wind along with strains of his long, jet-black hair. The look in his eyes was cold and chilling. The Qin Yu right now was nothing like the gentle crown prince of Qin dynasty seen in Chuj City. He dominated with his strong aura. He was the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, the future Emperor Qin, and he was about to be the ruler of the Eastern Barren Territory. Both inside and outside the imperial palace, countless pairs of eyes fell on the back of the golden dragon at Crown Prince Qin Yu. Ages ago, after the battle of Gu Donglu and Lu Nantian in Chuj City, the people had claimed that they had become the two top cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory. They all talked about how powerful and mighty they were. At that time, Qin Yu didn't make much of an impression to the people in Xiaoga City. To others, he was a person who could easily be cast aside. But presently, Qin Yu stood tall in the skies. It was only just then that people realized Qin Yu was someone who could stand leveled with Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu. He was one of the most powerful cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory even years ago. Emperor Qin had even invited all the power clans in the territory to witness the ceremony that made Qin Yu the crown prince. What did this mean? It meant that Emperor Qin had already acknowledged that Qin Yu had what it took to inherit the throne. At this very moment, everyone finally realized that they were about to see a very different Qin Yu. The arrogant crown prince of Qin. Father, Qin Li called out as he approached. Emperor Lu has already sent everyone in the royal family away. He personally escorted Lu Qinyu, Yi Wuqian, and the lot out of the country. They're probably at the college. Qin Gu, Qin Yu yelled out. A handsome figure came forward to stand beside Qin Yu. He was also a prince of the Qin dynasty, third in line and highly gifted. Bring some people to the college and ask them to hand over the person who killed our youngest brother along with the Lu spawns, said Qin Yu. Okay. Qin Gu nodded. He then led a group of people away, heading far away. Not even the college could meddle and protect the killer of a Qin prince, right? Uncle, Qin Yu called out for yet another person. An elder stepped forward. Crown Prince, go chase after the runaways from the royal Lu family, dead or alive, said Qin Yu. Yes. With a wave of the elder's hand, the flood dragons roared loudly and one of them followed after him. They went in a different direction from the last group to chase after any royals who managed to escape from the Lu kingdom. Qin Yu's eyes drifted to the space below him. He spoke coldly. My youngest brother came to the Lu kingdom to propose marriage and might a sad end in the palace. The Lu royals and their acquaintances joined hands in a scheme that killed him. Today, the Qin dynasty officially declares war with the Lu kingdom. With the exception of royal descendants, anyone who willing pledges alliance to my Qin dynasty will be spared of death. Qin Yu's voice rumbled through the air. Everyone inside and outside the palace, people trembled in fear. He didn't give the Lu any chance to explain their side of the story and directly declared war. I had long tried to persuade Emperor Lu, but he refused to listen. Now he has made a terrible mistake. From below, Lord Kong rose into the skies. I am willing to pledge alliance to the Qin dynasty. Very good. Qin Yu nodded. After that, more figures lifted into the air. Some of them were lords who supported the notion of marrying Lu Qinyu to the Qin. A bunch of cowards! Someone yelled furiously. Lord Kong, you shameless bastard. Activate the Xuanwu matrix, a voice ordered calmly. Then, a beautiful woman with a crown and a long robe stood in the air above the imperial palace. The look in her eyes was cold and cutting as she stared up at Qin Yu. As she finished speaking, the entire palace lit up bright. A terrifying force of spiritual qi climbed straight into the clouds. The world around filled with spiritual qi before it all rushed back down in the direction of the palace. An enormous image of a Xuanwu, the black turtle, appeared over the large, stern structure. This was the ultimate defense matrix. It absorbed all the spiritual qi around. Empress Lu. Qin Yu looked down at the beautiful figure. Coldly, he spoke. For his wives and children, Emperor Lu went as far as put the fate of his country on the line. And now you're actually willing to fight in his name? Why don't you return to the Qin dynasty with me? Qin Yu, although you are considered equal to Gu Donglu, you will never be good enough to ever be compared to him with those morals of yours, Empress Lu said, still staring at him. Is that so? Qin Yu's eyes frosted over. His Majesty, Emperor Lu, should turn those people over if I take you back to the Qin palace with me, right? Finishing his sentence, the dominating aura around him exploded. In his hand appeared a long, golden dragon spear. A strong force of energy radiated from the weapon, and when Qin Yu pointed the long spear into the sky, the skies and the clouds shifted. The spirits of dragons awakened and revolved around Qin Yu, growling with fury. With 9 dragons circling him, he seemed invincible. All around the palace, everyone looked up at Qin Yu. Right now, he looked like the mighty god of war. I can't compare to Gu Donglu? Me? Qin Yu's expression was cold. Today, with the weapon of his ancestors and the blood of the royal Lu family, he was going to let the world witness the revival of the Qin dynasty. Today, he was going to show the people just how strong and powerful the Qin dynasty was. The Qin didn't just need a victory. They needed a war that would astound the world to spread a message to all powers in the Eastern Barren territory. The Qin dynasty that once ruled the world was back. Qin Yu's spear pointed at the Xuanwu matrix below. The dragons around him roared and the giant golden dragon on which he was mounted rushed down, charging directly at the Lu palace below. He seemed to be bathed in a golden glory. Rays of golden light broke through the clouds in the sky like flashes of lightning. The long dragon spear struck the large Xuanwu matrix, and in a second, it seemed like the dragons attacked the matrix in a crazed frenzy. All the while, the sharp tip of the spear pierced into the matrix inch by inch. At the same time, lines appeared to cover the large formation. An enormous golden dragon claw sunk into the bright Xuanwu matrix, causing the cracks on the formation. Those inside the palace looked up to witness this scene with a trembling fear. In the sky above their heads, the image of a gargantuan golden dragon appeared on the long spear. Empress Lu, the Xuanwu matrix was created by the turtle hermit and can only be broken by the attacks of levels beyond the noble plane. Qin Yu is the same as Lu Nantian. He has been enlightened with abilities of a sage and can use ritual implements of the sage level, exclaimed a noble beside the Empress. Empress, the Lu Kingdom is in grave danger. At the sage level, Qin Yu could not be defeated by mere numbers. More cracking could be heard as the fissures on the Xuanwu matrix continued to increase. Until at last, with one final loud crack, the matrix was broken. Empress Lu, do you wish for me to continue? Qin Yu's eyes were electrified as he looked at the Empress. Why must the Qin dynasty take things this far? A voice drawled. A distance away, an old turtle was approaching. His movements seemed extremely slow, but in the next second, he was already in front of Qin Yu. Emperor Lu already let the people of the Qin dynasty off the hook. So, why do you guys have to do this to him? The turtle hermit spoke human words at Qin Yu. He had already predicted such an ending. The Qin dynasty had come with the intentions of destroying the Lu Kingdom, and things had indeed progressed to this point. I heard that even though the turtle hermit's gifts are not enough to become a sage, living for so many years has enabled you to be enlightened with sage intent. Today is the perfect opportunity to see for myself, Qin Yu said with eyes set on the turtle hermit. Naturally, he had included the Lu Kingdom's totem demon beast in his plans. But now not only had Qin Yu been enlightened with sage intent, but he also controlled sage implements. What more did he have to be afraid of? All right, nodded the turtle hermit. His body expanded suddenly until eventually the godly creature was about twice the size of the giant golden dragon. His body spanned out in the sky over the palace. Lifting his front claws, the turtle hermit swatted it in the direction of Qin Yu. Naturally, Qin Yu wasn't afraid. With the golden spear in his hand, he struck it at his opponent. At this moment, he could feel that the webbed paw of the turtle hermit swinging down on him wasn't just a paw. It felt extremely heavy. It felt like the sky had collapsed and was crushing down on him. All around the palace, everyone felt the force and experienced the suffocating feeling, even though the attack wasn't meant for them. Boom! The attack of the two collided. Qin Yu's body flew back and actually crashed into the ground, crumbling part of the structure around him, also causing dust and dirt to fly into the air. And in the center of the turtle hermit's paw was a line of blood. With a single flash of golden lightning, Qin Yu was back in the air. Staring at the turtle hermit, he laughed. You are indeed the totem beast of the Lu. But today the totem will be destroyed and the Lu Kingdom will be no longer. Kill them. As soon as Qin Yu's order was given, the army of flood dragons, as well as the giant golden dragon he mounted, charged downward while he went for the turtle hermit. A wild battle ensued, and in mere moments, the Lu Palace was ridden with fighting figures. One after one, the glamorous golden buildings fell, as did the powerful cultivators of the palace. Among the army riding on the flood dragons, many of them had extremely powerful noble implements. They were ancient and had holy auras. This seemed to be an ancient army of soldiers with ritual implements with an equally rich history. The citizens watched the earth-shattering battle unfold from afar. Empress Lu had truly impressive powers, and her abilities were invisible. She managed to kill multiple powerful nobles, but the golden dragon got a hold of her. At the same time, more nobles caged her in. Slowly, she reached her limit and the color on her beautiful face drained, resembling the snow white of her clothing. The turtle hermit's abilities were not to be doubted. However, Qin Yu did not go head-to-head with him. He circled the large body of the turtle hermit, attacking. Gradually, the number of injuries on the creature increased. His body was large and his movements were slow. This was his weakness. Qin Yu took full advantage of this fact and attacked like a madman. Are you guys leaving? The turtle hermit lowered his head, directing his question at Empress Lu and her people. In front of the Empress, the golden dragon breathed heavily and the nobles circled. With her long dress flowing in the wind, she shook her head. As the Empress of the Lu Kingdom, I would rather die in battle than run. And just like that, she was off to continue her battle, her figure flashing by. The turtle hermit sighed. Heavy hits landed on Empress Lu repeatedly. Quickly after, she was back on the ground, her white clothing now colored with the red of blood. Remnants of blood could be seen in the corners of her mouth, and yet she still looked just as majestic. I want her alive, Qin Yu said as he looked down at Empress Lu. Gathering spiritual qi, she forged it into a long sword, red like the blood on her clothes. Without hesitation, Empress Lu glided the sharp blade across her own neck. Blood spread everywhere. Empress Lu looked up at the sky and was taken back to the days of her youth. Then, with a smile on her face, she closed her eyes. To have been the empress of this kingdom, she had no regrets. In the ancient barren world, Emperor Lu suddenly halted on his rushed journey back to his kingdom. His hand was extended. The jade ring on his finger slowly lost its light, losing its original color. His eyes became red. Lifting his head toward the sky, his heart clenched with an excruciating pain. So quickly. It happened so quickly he couldn't make it. He had let Qin Li go with a glimmer of hope. If the Qin dynasty still had the slightest bit of reason and morality, they wouldn't push the situation to extremes. However, the Qin dynasty only cared for their own goals and would sacrifice anything to meet them. Emperor Lu did not continue to advance. He didn't go back to the Lu kingdom. With great determination, he turned around. "Follow me," he said. The powerful cultivators beside him followed the emperor. The group traveled with such speed it was as if they were galloping through the skies of the ancient barren world. Others who saw them were shocked. The direction in which Emperor Lu was traveling was not the Lu kingdom but Qin dynasty territory. The Qin dynasty was just like the other great powers. They each had control of an entrance to the ancient barren world, the exit to which was in the imperial palace. At this moment, people were chatting animatedly in the Qin palace. They were all very excited. War had officially been declared on the Lu kingdom. Following this would be the collapse of the Lu. The Qin would shake up the eastern barren territory and make the other powers submit to them willingly. Then it was straight to dominating all of the eastern barren territory, restoring the glory of their ancestors. Just then, quite a number of approached the entrance to the ancient barren world, ready to back up the army over in the Lu kingdom. However, they were interrupted by a figure that exited from the door to the ancient barren world. Everyone present was frozen as they looked at the person. It was a Qin noble feared by others in the ancient barren world. But here he was now covered in blood. "Let Emperor Qin know immediately," he screamed. His outburst startled many. In the next moment, a majestic figure emerged through the doors, and the air filled with murderous intent. Behind him followed more people, and in the hands of each of these people were corpses which they flung to the side. Emperor Lu. A shiver went down their spines. Emperor Lu wasn't in the Lu kingdom. He had charged over here to the Qin dynasty. Was he insane? "Let's go." The people reacted quickly, turning in an attempt to leave. However, the wind blew wildly as Emperor Lu flashed by. He was an overbearing presence. An unbelievably large foot appeared and came smashing down. The Qin cultivators looked up and the shock was written on their faces. "No!" some people screamed. With a loud boom, Emperor Lu's foot came down and those people were turned to ashes. An endless force of murderous intent spilled from every pore of the emperor's body as he continued to make his way into the Qin palace. Since letting Qin Li go wasn't even to stop the Qin dynasty from wiping out the Lu, then it was time for a massacre. If they wanted Emperor Lu dead and the Lu kingdom gone, then they were going to have to endure his wrath. Emperor Lu killed his way into the palace. Nothing lived on the ground he passed. He killed everyone in his way, no one an exception. The death of Empress Lu was his wake-up call. He wasn't willing to think about anything else. This day was destined to be without peace. To the eastern barren territory, this was a bolt from the blue. Qin Yu held a sage implement in his hands and was enlightened by sage intent. He arrived in the Lu kingdom and battled with the Lu's totem demon beast, the Turtle Hermit, 4 hours. He depleted the Turtle Hermit and even suffered some major injuries himself. However, the army Qin Yu led had obliterated the Lu kingdom that was already falling apart from the inside. They had completely wiped out the imperial palace. On this day, Emperor Lu forewent thoughts of life and death and crashed the Qin palace without caring of any possible repercussions. He killed everyone in sight, blinded by rage. Many royals of the Qin dynasty lost their lives, including multiple princes and concubines. Not even when Emperor Qin stepped in was Emperor Lu deterred from his crazed massacre. There was only murder in his eyes. Finally, Emperor Lu perished in the Qin palace. A powerful leader was now gone from the world. A top power was going through a drastic change. The eastern barren territory was shaken up as was the heavens. The Qin dynasty's powerfulness shocked the eastern barren territory. However, Emperor Qin's arrogance and his tendency to underestimate his opponents caused heavy and unfortunate consequences for his own country. Lord Kong was temporarily placed in control of settling the Lu kingdom and hunting down more royal descendants. But everyone knew Lord Kong and the others who gave in to the Qin were simply lackeys. The Lu kingdom only existed in name now. At the same time, the Qin dynasty's third prince, Qin Go, arrived at Book Mountain with a group of people. In the skies outside Book Mountain, Qin Gu and his people stood in the air. They were here to make the cottage hand them over. Lu Qinyu and Lu Feiyong were the spawns of the Lu, and Yi Wuchen was the murderer of Qin Yuan. Obviously, they had to come them. Although it was bound to be a failed attempt, they had to at least get their attitude across. What qualifications and reason did the cottage have to protect these people? Just then, Zhuge Hui heard the voices of those sent from the Qin dynasty above the cottage. Looking at Luo Fan, someone said, "Are you guys idiots?" "Perhaps." Luo Fan shrugged. "Or maybe you guys think that even though you don't have what it takes to make us hand them over with logic on your side, there is now an excuse from you guys to pick a fight with the cottage. Just like how you started a fight with the Lu kingdom?" Zhuge Hui's tone was harsh and cold. The cottage already knew of what happened with the Lu kingdom. It was just as she predicted. "Perhaps," nodded Luo Fan. "Relay the message to your third senior brother. They're disturbing my cultivation," Zhuge Hui said softly. Luo Fan blinked a couple of times. "So, permanently disable their powers." Zhuge Hui said this rather nonchalantly. Luo Fan's eyes brightened. The second senior sister was the second senior sister indeed. Outside Book Mountain, Qin Ge and the rest were still waiting for the cottage to respond. Before them, there were already many cultivators from the college. They stared at the people from Qin dynasty. They all knew about what happened in Lu kingdom. Although there was no relationship between the college and Lu kingdom, the destruction of Lu kingdom still enraged many people from the college. The anger of the college was different from Yi Futian's. They did not know anyone from Lu kingdom and were not in any way related to the kingdom. They were angry about Qin dynasty's cruelty, and that the Qin dynasty broke the rules that the Eastern Barren Territory had been following for many years. In the Eastern Barren Territory, the three most powerful forces were the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and the college. The other top forces were somewhat weaker than those three. For many years, the situation had been maintained as such. Although there were occasional conflicts between disciples of different forces, they had still been following the hidden rules and nobody dared to break them. The world of cultivation had always been very cruel. Very often, larger forces would bully smaller ones, and this would remain that way forever. However, this had at least never happened to a top force until the destruction of Lu kingdom. Qin dynasty was trying to destroy the balance in Eastern Barren Territory and break the stable relationship that had existed for many years. Furthermore, although there seemed to be a reason for Qin dynasty's actions, everyone knew that, in reality, Qin Yuan was but an excuse for them to start a war. Even if Qin Yuan did not die, the Qin dynasty would still find another excuse to start the war. The destruction of Lu kingdom was only the first stop on Qin dynasty's path to ruling the world. Mountain Elder Zhu Qing looked at Qin Gu and the others from Qin dynasty and only said one word: "Scram." Qin Gu was, however, not bothered by that. He looked emotionlessly at the people from the college and said coldly, "Is the college protecting the person who killed my brother? Does he not deserve to die?" Zhu Qing similarly said as she stared at Qin Gu. Some coldness erupted from Qin Gu. He stared at the people from the college and said, "My brother died in the Lu kingdom for no reason. The college is not only protecting the murderer but is also humiliating the dead like this. Qin dynasty will remember this." Qin Gu naturally knew that it would almost be impossible for him to get Yi Wuchen. If the cottage would give him Yi Wuchen so easily, it would no longer be the cottage. However, Qin Yu still asked him to come. He did not need the cottage to give him Yi Wuchen. All he needed was an excuse to attack the college and the cottage in the future. "That's up to you. Now, can you scram?" Zhu Qing glanced at Qin Gu in disgust. She liked none of the princes from the Qin dynasty. Qin Gu stood proudly and said coldly, "I still need to hear the cottage's reply." Suddenly, someone said from afar, "What reply do you want to hear?" Then, a figure slowly strolled over. His shirt was as white as snow and his long hair danced in the air. His handsome eyes stared at Qin Gu with a sharp look. His tone was monotonous, but it also sounded extremely arrogant. He simply looked at Qin Gu, but it was as if he was going to penetrate Qin Ji's eyes with his stare. Seeing Gu Donglio's look, Qin Ji's proud heart actually felt somewhat scared. He was the third prince of Qin dynasty and was very talented. All along, he was supercilious and believed that he was no weaker than anyone else. However, for some reason, when he really faced Gu Donglu, his might seemed to be suppressed because of just one look from Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu was, after all, as famous as Qin Yu. Moreover, he had defeated Lu Nantian before. In that battle, Lu Nantian had displayed sage intent and could almost be considered the strongest person in Eastern Baron territory. However, he still lost to Gu Donglu, who was only a grade 2 noble then. Yi Wuchen killed my brother. Also, the remnants of Lu Kingdom, Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu are also at the cottage. I would naturally hope that the cottage can give them to me, Qin Gu said emotionlessly. However, his tone was already not as domineering as before. You have disrupted her cultivation, Gu Donglu suddenly said. Both the people from Qin dynasty and those from the college were stunned by his baffling words. Disrupted her cultivation? Who is she? Frowning, Qin Gu looked at Gu Donglu and asked, What do you mean? Unforgivable, Gu Donglu said. Qin Gu widened his eyes and stared at Gu Donglu. Unforgivable? Even Mountain Elder Zhu Qing also looked at Gu Donglu, stunned. But she roughly knew who Gu Donglu was referring to, the second disciple of the cottage, Zhuge Hui. All of a sudden, Gu Donglu stepped forward and an aura erupted from his body. His white shirt moved even though there was no wind, giving off a flapping sound. He scanned the people from Qin dynasty and his look suddenly turned weird. Invisible spiritual energy immediately enveloped all of them. Gu Donglu, what do you mean by this? Qin Gu asked. He came to the cottage to ask for people. Even if the cottage did not want to hand them over, what reasons did they have to attack him? Was disrupting her cultivation also a valid excuse? Gu Donglu did not pay attention to Qin Ji's words. Instead, he took another step forward. In this instant, extremely sharp spiritual will spread onto the nobles from Qin dynasty. The people from the Qin dynasty were all shocked. Was Gu Donglu actually going to attack them? Even though the cultivators who followed Qin Gu this time were strong, they could obviously not fight against Gu Donglu. At the moment, Gu Donglu was already one of the strongest people in the Eastern Baron territory. Even if Qin Yu was here instead, there would only be a 50-50 chance that he would win should he not rely on the sage ritual implement. If Gu Donglu really wanted to deal with them, the outcome would be blatantly obvious. Gu Donglu, what exactly do you want? Two people each took a step forward and their might bloomed violently. However, Gu Donglio's look continued to become increasingly demonic. His handsome eyes were like two spiritual vortexes, and a monstrous spiritual will pressured the two people. Then Gu Donglu extended his palm and invisible sword chi started to dance wildly, circling the two nobles. I want to kill. Gu Donglu clenched his fist. A frightening current raged wildly, giving off a sizzling sound. The two nobles each gave a miserable cry. Then, blood oozed rapidly from their eyes, nose, and mouth. Their bodies trembled fiercely and they eventually fell from the sky. Bang! The people from Qin dynasty all started to tremble. They raised their heads and looked at Gu Donglu in shock. Is he mad? Yi Wuchen killed Qin Yuan, so it was only reasonable for Qin dynasty to come. In addition, they had never had a head-on conflict with the cottage. Did Gu Donglu actually kill someone? Qin Gu also stared at Gu Donglu in astonishment. What was the cottage thinking? Are you declaring war on Qin dynasty? Qin Ji's face turned very pale, fear showing across it. Gu Donglu said that he wanted to kill. How many did he want to kill? How about him, a prince of Qin dynasty? I already said that you have disrupted her cultivation. The penalty is death, Gu Donglu said emotionlessly as if he was not bothered at all. It was as if the people he killed were neither nobles nor from Qin dynasty. Just as he finished speaking, the appalling spiritual will continued to explode, engulfing the other cultivators. Ancient characters seemed to circle around him and a mysterious aura enveloped those from Qin dynasty. Gu Donglu, are you mad? A noble from Qin dynasty shouted loudly. Gu Donglu, however, did not seem to have heard his words. He continued to reach out his hand and clenched it fiercely. The sound of explosions emitted continuously, followed by miserable cries. The spiritual wills of those nobles could not withstand the attack and were destroyed rapidly. Blood flew out from their fear-filled eyes and they dropped from the sky one after another. In just a short while, Qin Gu, the third prince of Qin dynasty, was the only person left there. At the moment, the imposing manner Qin Gu had when he had just arrived was completely gone. His face was highly distorted and pale, while his eyes were filled with anger and intense fear. When a cottage disciple was unreasonable and started to kill, it would certainly be a disaster. Is the cottage so inhuman now? Qin Gu roared, but his voice was trembling. This was not the style of the cottage. The people from the college also stared at Gu Donglu in bewilderment. Gu Donglu had actually killed the nobles from the Qin dynasty. Even mountain elder Zhu Qing could feel her heart racing. Obviously, she knew the consequences that might be caused by Gu Donglio's actions. Suddenly, Zhu Qing recalled what Zhuge Hui told her in Chaoga City, that the college was too gentle in its actions. Indeed, compared to the cottage, she was way too gentle. Inhuman. Gu Donglu still looked at Qin Gu calmly. Everyone in the world knew that cottage disciples were reasonable. Therefore, Qin Gu dared to come to the cottage and ask them to hand the murderer over. What they did not know was that the cottage could also be unreasonable. You have annihilated an entire kingdom. After doing such an evil deed, you still dare to come here for this. Since this is the case, I can only help the world to enforce justice and execute the punishment. Just as Gu Donglu finished speaking, sword chi whizzed out. Ancient characters started to circle around Qin Ji's body. At this instant, Qin Gu started to tremble wildly. He was stricken with fear. Qin dynasty had finally begun to expand in order to rule the world. He was supposed to find his own stage and let his radiance shine. He came to the cottage to ask them to hand those people to him. Originally, this was supposed to be his first appearance in the Eastern Barren territory. Little did he know that his emergence this time would also be his last. Kill, Gu Donglu said coldly as the sword will whizzed over. Qin Ji's face was distorted and his body trembled. In his desperation, his body was torn apart slowly, until he turned into nothing. Gu Donglu did not look at him again. Turning around, he walked up Book Mountain right away, as if he had only done something trivial. Zhuge Hui asked Luofan to tell him to disable these people. However, he killed them straight away. To him, there was little difference between disabling and killing them. Her character was indeed still too gentle and kind. Qin dynasty dealt with the Lu kingdom in such a way and eliminated the entire family in an attempt to shock the Eastern Barren territory. They came to the cottage in order to display their prestige as well. They wanted to tell the world that the Qin dynasty was going to rule the world. However, the cottage was not the Lu kingdom. They would not be able to deal with it using the same method. Since a war was already destined to happen, he would fulfill Qin dynasty's wish. Since Qin dynasty did not obey the rules of Eastern Barren territory, the cottage did not have to be reasonable as well. The people from the college, including Zhu Qing, stared at Gu Donglu as he left. They were totally shocked and all felt speechless. It was as if that today they had just met the cottage and Gu Donglu. Cottage disciples are so handsome, a beautiful girl exclaimed, looking at Gu Donglu. Vaguely, her eyes were actually filled with wild fondness. In the battle between the Qin dynasty and the Lu kingdom, the king of Lu actually did not go back to aid the Lu kingdom. Instead, he broke into the Qin imperial palace and caused a significant loss for the Qin dynasty. Qin dynasty had been too careless. Of course, this battle did not really shake the Qin dynasty's foundations. The power of the strongest people was, after all, the deciding factor of whether a force was strong or not. For example, the cottage only had a few disciples, but to Qin dynasty it was far more threatening than any other force in Eastern Barren territory. The reason was simple: they were all too strong. They could be considered a whole kingdom. Today, who could be considered as the most powerful people in the Eastern Barren territory? They were, of course, those who had comprehended some sage intent or those who had a sage ritual implement. Qin dynasty dared to fight against the whole world because they already possessed people of both kinds. Furthermore, they had allied with Donghua clan. Combining the powerful people and resources of the two top forces, they could already change the whole Eastern Barren territory. Qin dynasty and Donghua clan agreed that after they ruled the world, Qin dynasty would control the events in the world, while Donghua clan would be reputed as the first clan in Eastern Barren Territory and control the cultivator's world. Together, they would govern the world. Although the madness of the king of Lu had caused the Qin dynasty to pay a price, it was insignificant when compared to the destruction of Lu kingdom. Moreover, many cultivators from the Lu kingdom had also surrendered. Now, Qin dynasty was only waiting to wave its arm and call the world to attack the cottage. It would then rule the Eastern Barren Territory. At the moment, cultivators from many top forces in Eastern Barren Territory were gathered in a luxurious palace in the Qin Imperial Palace. Qin Yu, the crown prince of Qin dynasty, was sitting on the throne above everyone else. Below him, there were many cultivators from Donghua clan, Fuyun Sword clan, Royal Shen Temple, and other forces. Even Ji family had sent someone here to visit the Qin Imperial Palace. Suddenly, someone from Fuyun Sword clan folded his hands at Qin Yu and said, Fuyun Sword clan originally wanted to capture Yi Wuchen and bring him here. However, Yi Wuchen has yet to return until now. He followed Yi Futian into the cottage. Qin dynasty had directly eliminated the Lu kingdom, which was close to and as famous as Fuyun Sword clan. How could Fuyun Sword clan not be frightened? Qin Yuan was killed by a person from Fuyun Sword clan. Naturally, they had to send someone here to explain. I understand, Qin Yu said. I have already sent Qin Gu to the cottage to ask for Yi Wuchen. However, the cottage is so unscrupulous and they will very likely not hand him over. By that time, what do you think we should do? Fuyun Sword clan will go to the cottage with Qin dynasty and ask for Yi Wuchen. The person from Fuyun Sword clan said. More importantly, this concerns Qin dynasty. How can the cottage dare not to hand him over? That's right. With the powers Qin dynasty has now, the cottage will certainly give him to us. After all, the cottage is not involved in this. Someone from Ji family also echoed. If the cottage dares to break the rules of Eastern Barren Territory like this, I believe that all the forces in Eastern Barren Territory will respond to our calling. Royal Shen Temple had sent the Fifth Lord, He Yulu here. The Lu kingdom was destroyed and every force in Eastern Barren Territory was wildly shocked. In the past, Royal Shen Temple already had some relations with the Qin dynasty. Now, they would, of course, want to be as close to Qin dynasty as possible. In addition, there was still resentment between them and the cottage. By then, I hope that everyone will support us, Qin Yu said, smiling. Why did they destroy the Lu kingdom? It was because they wanted to display their dominance and scare the forces in Eastern Barren Territory. Although Fuyun Sword clan, Royal Shen Temple, and the like seemed to be very close to Qin dynasty at the moment, in reality they all had their own plans. Only absolute powers could instill awe, and perhaps even fear, into them. It would not just be these two forces. By the time Qin dynasty decided to attack the cottage, they would call upon all the forces in the world to join them. Who would dare not to obey them? Suddenly, some footsteps came from outside the palace. The person coming in seemed to be panicked. Very quickly, someone appeared at the gates of the palace and looked at Qin Yu. Bowing, he said, Your Highness. Qin Yu raised his head and asked, What is it? Your Highness. The person's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something but stopped. He even glanced at the people from other forces. We're all allies. Just say it, Qin Yu said. The spiritual imprint of the third prince has extinguished. The person buried his head low and bowed. Qin Yu's body trembled gently and a horrifying coldness erupted from his eyes. He leaned forward and almost could not prevent his violent might from being released. You didn't see wrongly? He questioned coldly. Your Highness, apart from the third prince, the spiritual imprints of all the nobles who went this time have been extinguished. The person's head went lower. Even his voice was trembling. Qin Yu stood up and his look was extremely freezing. Qin Gu and the people from Qin dynasty who had followed him were all dead. He naturally knew what this meant. The cottage was declaring war. He did not expect the cottage to actually be so decisive and kill Qin Gu and the rest. After all, they had not really declared war with the cottage. They only sent someone there to ask for Yi Wuchen. Even if the cottage did not want to hand him over, how could they kill the messengers? Moreover, the person they killed was the prince of Qin dynasty. Some sharpness also flashed across the cultivators from Fuyun Sword clan. They obviously knew what that person meant. The people who went to the cottage were dead. Hiyulu squinted and recalled the scene when his daughter was forced to die. Indeed, the cottage was still so overbearing and supercilious. The expressions of the people from Ji family all froze and they were extremely shocked. The Qin dynasty cultivators who went to the cottage were all killed. Was this the reply of the cottage to Qin dynasty? Everyone, what do you think? Qin Yu suppressed his anger and looked at the people present. The cottage is simply too presumptuous and does not follow the rules at all. A cultivator from Fuyun's sword clan remarked angrily. If we do not eliminate the cottage, Qin Gu will have died for nothing, Hiyulu also said coldly. Qin dynasty should send out the army immediately and attack the cottage. We wish that Qin dynasty will have an easy victory and rule the world, a person from Ji family said, folding his hands. Qin Yu looked at everyone else. The things they were saying at the moment were very different from what they had said just a while ago. You should leave for now. I will discuss this with my father. The cottage will surely pay the price, Qin Yu said coldly. The other people left one after another. After they left, Qin Yu slapped the chair, destroying it at once. A terrifying murderous aura was released from his body. The overbearing attitude of the cottage not only allowed them to kill Qin Gu but also instilled fear into the other forces. At the moment, it would be difficult to call them and attack the cottage together. Qin dynasty annihilated the Lu kingdom to display its powers and show that it could easily conquer anything. However, because of Qin Ji's death, everything returned to its original state. Previously, if he was to call upon the various forces, many people would respond. However, the cottage had killed a prince of Qin dynasty. How could the Qin dynasty not take revenge? Qin Yuan's death caused the Lu kingdom to be destroyed. What the cottage did was far more overbearing than what happened in the Lu kingdom. How could the Qin dynasty not start a war? At the moment, the top forces would only choose to remain still and observe the situation. The news about what happened below Book Mountain spread to every corner of Eastern Barren territory very quickly. Countless people were astonished. Qin dynasty destroyed the Lu kingdom, while Gu Donglu, the third disciple of the cottage, slew Qin Gu. Both events seemed to have occurred for a reason, but in reality, there were none at all. The two strongest forces of Eastern Barren territory had just collided head-on with each other for the very first time. Previously, even when Zhuge Hui, the second disciple of the cottage, destroyed the gates of Daqin College in Chaoga, Qin dynasty still chose to tolerate it. They even helped the cottage to investigate on the culprit behind Yi Futian's attempted assassination. After all, the assassination happened on Qin dynasty's territory. It was therefore reasonable for the Qin dynasty to tolerate it. But what about this time? Would they start a war? The destruction of the Lu kingdom and the death of Qin Gu caused the atmosphere in Eastern Barren territory to be even more intense. Everyone could feel that a storm was brewing and a war was imminent. Now, countless people were discussing what the outcome would be if the overbearing Qin dynasty and the arrogant college cottage really started a battle. At the cottage, however, nothing seemed to have changed because of Qin Ji's death. The place was still quiet and peaceful, just like always. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu had officially entered the college to cultivate. Yi Wuqian was a disciple of Fuyun's sword clan and had spent much time and effort cultivating his sword skills. At the moment, there was a pressing need for them to cultivate and become stronger. After all, they were still too weak to be involved in the situation in Eastern Barren territory. Only when they became sufficiently strong and had powers close to that of Gu Donglu, they could participate in the war in Eastern Barren territory. During mealtime, Yi Futian asked everyone else, "Sister, brother, will Qin dynasty start a war?" "I'm not sure." Luo Fan shook his head. "However, whether they choose to start a war or not, it will be difficult for them to get help from the other forces. Those who dared to participate in the war would need to be prepared for death." Yi Futian nodded. The second sister had asked the third brother to disable Qin Gu and the others. That time, he even thought that the second sister was being too impulsive. Afterward, however, he realized that the second sister and the third brother did so not just because they were angry. They also wanted to shock the other forces. Qin dynasty eliminated the Lu kingdom and showed the intention to attack the cottage. At that time, the cottage already knew that the battle would come sooner or later. Since this was the case, they did not have to wait. Killing Qin Gu would cause people from other forces to be scared of the cottage and hence not dare to ally with Qin dynasty. What's the master's level? Yifutian asked. Actually, he was not even sure of the real powers of the cottage now. The eldest brother, second sister, third brother, and the master should be the strongest members of the cottage, but he only knew how strong the third brother Gu Donglu was. Clearly, he was still somewhat worried. Since Qin dynasty dared to fight against the whole world, they certainly had a source of confidence. Why are you thinking so much? Just concentrate on cultivating. In the future, I still need you to protect me. The second sister smiled and glanced at Yifutian. Yifutian smiled and felt speechless. However, after looking at the second sister, he said in a serious tone, "In the future, I'll surely protect you. Right, that will be great." Zhuge Hui reached out her hand and patted on Yifutian's head. Immediately, Yifutian's expression froze, along with his hands. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I am, after all, an adult. Could you please not do this? Originally, I wanted to fulfill the master's aspiration here in a gentle way. But from the look of it, that would be too difficult." The second sister sighed. "The tree desires calmness, but the wind will not cease." A head-on conflict had erupted between the Qin dynasty and the cottage, shocking the entire Eastern Barren territory. Countless people waited for the Qin dynasty to respond. Qin Gu, the third prince of Qin dynasty, was killed by the cottage when he went there to ask for Yi Wuchen. If Qin dynasty did not respond to this, everyone in the world would think that Qin dynasty was not qualified to unify Eastern Barren territory after all. Just when everyone was discussing it, some news spread from the Qin imperial palace. Qin dynasty officially announced to the world the 7 sins of the cottage. Firstly, the cottage was overbearing in its behavior and had been killing the innocent. Gu Donglu had eliminated a top-tier force in Eastern Barren territory. This was cruel and inhumane. Secondly, cottage disciples had robbed others of their possessions. In Chaoga City, Yifutian and Yushang had taken the treasures from Yin family by force, namely the 5-element rod and the demonic tripod. Thirdly, cottage disciples had been bullying others because of their status and did whatever they wanted. They had once forced He Shiro, the daughter of the 5th lord of Royal Shen Temple, to kill herself. Furthermore, they still did not leave the matter at that, eventually killing the Royal Shen Temple disciple Luo Junlin, his father, and many others who had a deep resentment for Yifutian. They were brutal and killed everyone who tried to oppose them. Fourthly, the cottage protected murderers, in particular Yi Wuchen. They ignored the decision of Fuyun Sword Clan and even killed the people from Qin dynasty who went there. There were still the 5th, 6th, and 7th sins. It was as if the cottage had done much evil and could not be forgiven. Qin dynasty announced that they would send their army to the divine capital and attack the cottage in order to protect Eastern Barren territory. In addition, they invited all the powerful forces to gather in the Qin imperial city and discuss the situation in Eastern Barren territory. They also hoped that the leaders of these forces could attend themselves to determine the future together. The news spread and shook the entire Eastern Barren territory fiercely. Were the most powerful forces in the Eastern Barren territory finally going to collide head-on with each other? It seemed unlikely that the cottage would be able to fight against the dragon army of Qin dynasty. Apart from that, the Qin dynasty invited all the powerful forces to gather in the Qin imperial city. They probably wanted to attack the cottage with the aid from these forces. Of course, the Qin dynasty did not say it directly but only claimed that they would discuss the situation together. However, everyone knew the truth. Qin dynasty had already officially declared war on the cottage, so the various forces obviously could not reject the Qin dynasty's invitation. At the moment, the Qin dynasty was extremely powerful and it had easily destroyed the Lu kingdom. Even if they did not want to fight with the Qin dynasty, they had to give Qin dynasty some face. Moreover, the battle between the Qin dynasty and the cottage would be considered a top-tier one in the Eastern Barren territory. Everyone wanted to watch it for themselves. The Eastern Barren territory was stirred up. Immediately, the cultivators from various top forces left their places. The leaders of many forces also departed themselves and headed towards the Qin imperial city, leading their fellow members. Even they would be involved in the great change that was imminent in Eastern Barren territory. The cottage, of course, also received the news, but it was expected. Qin dynasty wanted to rule the world and Gu Donglu killed Qin Gu directly. This was almost like declaring war. How could the Qin dynasty not respond to it? The Qin imperial city was filled with many talented people. For a moment, the forces in the Eastern Barren Territory all gathered here. It was not just the top forces. Cultivators from various forces reached one after another, especially those subsidiary forces under the Qin dynasty. Very quickly, news spread from the Qin imperial city. Fuyun Sword Clan had arrived. Even the leader of Fuyun Sword Clan, together with several summit lords, was here. Afterward, the people from Royal Shen Temple also arrived. All the 5 lords were present. Then the leaders of Ji family, Witch Clan, Moon Clan, and many others arrived at the Qin imperial city one by one. There had never been such a grand occasion in Eastern Barren Territory before. Many leaders from top forces were here themselves. This was clearly because of the fact that Qin dynasty had declared war to the cottage. The influence of this was way too big, as it would very likely determine the future of Eastern Barren Territory and affect the entire situation. It would determine what would happen in the future and even where the various people would end up in. In such a situation, even the leaders of different forces must pay absolute attention. After all, not long ago, a person who had been as famous as them, namely the king of Lu Kingdom, died in the Qin imperial palace. This would be a huge change that had never happened in Eastern Barren Territory in the past hundreds of years. Qin dynasty and the cottage would be the main players leading to this change, while everyone else would also be involved trying to maximize their benefits. At the moment, the people from Royal Shen Temple were gathered somewhere in the Qin imperial palace, including the few lords. The first lord of Royal Shen Temple was wearing a loose robe and had black hair that filled his head. From him, one could feel a very powerful temperament. First Lord, if Qin dynasty asks us to attack the cottage with them, what should we do? Someone suddenly asked. After Qin Gu died, they guessed that a great battle would probably happen between the two forces. Because of the relationship between them and the cottage, they would surely not be on the cottage's side. However, the question was whether they should participate in the battle at all. Qin dynasty declared war on the cottage first and claimed that the cottage had committed 7 sins. Then, they gathered all the forces in Eastern Barren Territory and invited all the cultivators, which was really cunning of them. If Qin dynasty asked Royal Shen Temple to participate, what should they do? What do you think? The First Lord asked. Yulu's eyes sparkled. Obviously, he hoped that they would fight against the cottage, but he did not dare to voice his opinion so easily at the moment. Clearly, we cannot participate in the battle easily, Xiaoluo suddenly said. Xiaoluo, what's your opinion? The First Lord asked. Xiaoluo looked at his master. Bowing, he replied, Qin dynasty and the cottage are both extremely strong. They probably both want to unify Eastern Barren Territory. Even though we cannot prevent this from happening, it will be dangerous for us to get involved easily. Furthermore, after Qin dynasty eliminated the cottage, Eastern Barren Territory will be unified. We will definitely need to benefit sufficiently from this so that in the future, we will have the same position in Eastern Barren Territory. You think that Eastern Barren Territory will certainly be unified? The First Lord asked. Yes, Master. Since the Qin dynasty wiped out the Lu Kingdom so simply, it can do the same to other forces. After all, there is a huge difference between their strongest cultivators and those from other forces. I think that only the college cottage can deal with the Qin dynasty, and this general trend cannot be stopped. Master, we can only try to get more benefits in order to secure our position. After all, even if Qin dynasty unifies Eastern Barren Territory, it will make no difference to us as long as they do not control us directly, Xiaoluo said slowly. The First Lord squinted and his eyes sparkled. He could understand Xiaoluo's words, but it was still somewhat difficult for him to accept the reality. Moreover, they would surely need to pay a price first before being able to benefit. This meant that, ultimately, they still had to fight for Qin dynasty. In another pavilion, the disciples of the Moon Clan were all gathered together. Even the leader of Moon Clan was present. At the moment, a group of ladies was gazing into the distance. They were all exceptionally pretty, especially the First Lady. It was as if she was an ethereal fairy that should not even exist in the mortal world. Leader, Virgin Chu Yaoyao and Qin Li had been very close to each other. They had already confirmed their relationship. When the Lu kingdom was destroyed, Chu Yaoyao even followed Qin Li there. I am worried that we have already been tied to Qin dynasty since then, a lady said. After all, the Virgin of Moon Clan had a very high status and her words were often influential. She could represent Moon Clan when she was outside. Goddess Wang Yue did not say anything but her eyes sparkled. Chu Yaoyao had been very close to Qin Li and was already Qin Li's girlfriend. On the other hand, another genius from Moon Clan was the girlfriend of Yi Futian, a cottage disciple. This was indeed very tricky. How should they handle the situation? Apart from them, all the leaders in Eastern Barren Territory were thinking of the same question. If Qin dynasty asked them to attack the cottage, what should they do? Qin dynasty was really too cunning. Instead of just declaring war, they summoned everyone in Eastern Barren Territory to this place. A grand feast was being held in the Qin Imperial Palace, drawing many cultivators from various places. Most people in Eastern Barren Territory had already arrived, including many leaders and important figures. Outside the Qin Imperial Palace, countless people gazed at the open palace from afar. The entire place was packed with cultivators. They lined up in a neat row which extended from outside the palace all the way to the central region of the feast. There, the king of Qin and the crown prince Qin Yu were sitting on the thrones above everyone else. There were many groups of people around them, each of which represented a top force in Eastern Barren Territory. Behind them, there were also people from various forces. They were the top-tier forces in Eastern Barren Territory, such as Yin family from Chaoga City, whose members took orders from Qin dynasty directly. Now, they also responded to Qin dynasty's call and came to attend the event. On the right of the king of Qin, a group of people with outstanding temperament stood proudly. All of them were extremely talented and famous in Eastern Barren Territory. At the very front of this group of people, there were two charming ladies. They were stunningly beautiful and had attracted much attention. Hua Qingqing was as pure as a fairy who had descended from the heaves. From her eyes, one could not see any distractions. They looked perfectly clear and pure. Beside her, there was another fair lady. She was also a very famous beauty in Eastern Barren Territory, Lady Wuxia. In the past, Lady Wuxia was also known as Goddess Wuxia. She was a very famous lady in Eastern Barren Territory. Later, she fell in love with the then handsome young leader of Donghua clan. Lady Wuxia was the wife of the Donghua clan leader at the moment. It was said that the Donghua clan leader was cultivating in seclusion and did not come himself. However, nobody dared to ignore Lady Wuxia. She obtained her position today definitely not because she was married to the Donghua clan leader. Instead, some claimed that the Donghua clan leader had such a renowned status today only because he married her. Countless people stared at Lady Wuxia. She was very honored and seldom appeared in front of other people. However, today she was still here. It was clear how important Qin dynasty's announcement was. Apart from Lady Wuxia, a leader from Chenqiu Temple was also here. He was an eminent monk and had brought with him the Arhat and many other disciples. Apart from that, many leaders and important figures from Fuyun Sword Clan, Royal Xian Temple, Witch Clan, Moon Clan, and Ji family were also present. Seeing these people, many cultivators around sighed in their hearts. This was all because of the destruction of Lu Kingdom. Qin dynasty invited all the cultivators in the world and countless people responded. Although various top forces did not declare their position, they still could not ignore the Qin dynasty. Indeed, they were all present, including many important people. Qin dynasty had, after all, easily destroyed the Lu kingdom. Moreover, Donghua clan was also Qin dynasty's ally. 2 out of the 3 most powerful forces in Eastern Barren Territory had allied with each other. Their influence was well understood. The banquet, which was filled with people, was somewhat noisy as different people discussed various matters. Suddenly, the Crown Prince Qin Yu stood up and signaled for everyone to be quiet. The many noises immediately started to diminish. Eventually, the place was in total silence, apart from the occasional discussion among the people from top forces. The king of Qin scanned the vast crowd and said politely, "I am indeed honored to have all of you from so many distant places here. Many cultivators folded their hands and said, "Your Majesty, we're honored as well. I will not be too polite or indirect. I think that everyone can see the situation in Eastern Barren territory at the moment clearly. We happily sent a group of people to the Lu Kingdom so as to propose marriage as my son Qin Yuan wanted to marry Lu Qinyu, Princess of Lu Kingdom. However, he was assaulted in the Lu Kingdom Imperial Palace and died miserably in a foreign kingdom. Every time I think about this, I feel great pain. The Lu Kingdom is cruel and inhuman and should be destroyed. Because of this, many people in the Lu Kingdom paid the price. However, the culprits Lu Qinyu, Lu Feiyong, and the murderer, Yi Wuqian, are still happy and unpunished today. The cottage is protecting these murderers. The king of Qin said angrily. Because of this, they even killed Qin Gu who went there. My son Qin Gu was very talented, but he died in such a petty way. Even during a war between two nations, no one kills the messengers. The cottage is simply frenzied and does whatever they want. I think that all of you have also heard about and can remember the 7 sins they committed. Such a force should not have even existed in Eastern Barren territory. Today, we invited all of you here to discuss this. What are your opinions? The eyes of the people from various forces all sparkled. They each had their own plans. The cottage is indeed lawless and ignores the hidden rules in the Eastern Barren territory. Fuyun's sword clan now officially announces that we have expelled Yi Wuqian from the clan. Your Majesty, you can punish him in whatever ways you want, and you do not need to care about Fuyun's sword clan's view. The leader of Fuyun's sword clan suddenly declared. Everyone's eyes sparkled. This was also an outcome they had long expected. Fuyun's sword clan did not agree to fight alongside Qin dynasty because it would be extremely risky. The cottage slew Qin Gu. How could the various forces not be frightened? Arrogance and boldness were built upon immense confidence, while confidence came from power. The boldness and confidence of the cottage caused them to be very afraid. The king of Qin glanced at the leader of Fuyun's sword clan. Indeed, although they managed to summon various forces here today, the different forces all had their own thoughts. They would clearly not make a decision just because of his words. Over these few years, the cottage has indeed crossed the line, especially this time when they killed Qin Gu. Qin dynasty should go there and make sure that justice is served. A lord of Royal Xian Temple said. His reply was very ambiguous. On the other hand, the people from the Moon Clan, Ji family, and other forces all watched quietly and did not say anything. They had to observe the situation first. A major change was imminent in the Eastern Barren territory. None of them knew what was about to happen. Master, what do you think? Suddenly, the king of Qin looked at the eminent monk from Xianxia Temple. He was wearing a kasaya and had prayer beads around his neck and in his hand. At the moment, he grabbed the beads around his neck and closed his eyes. Then he made some obscure noises and shook his head gently without replying to the king. The king of Qin looked at everyone present. It seemed that they would not make a decision until they could see a clear objective. Over these years, the cottage has become more and more uncontrolled. It now already has the potential to threaten the entire Eastern Barren territory. If we wait for a few more years, Eastern Barren territory will probably be ruled by the cottage. By that time, all of your lives will be in the hands of the cottage. The king of Qin said emotionlessly, therefore, I want to put an end to this situation. I invited all of you here to create a new era. The moment when he finished speaking, the place turned even quieter. Was the king of Qin planning to show his cards to Eastern Barren territory? Create a new era? Whose era? Your Majesty, do you want to unify the Eastern Barren territory? The leader of the witch clan stared at the king of Qin with a sharp look. He asked the question which everyone else wanted to. No, I want to change Eastern Barren territory, together with all of you, because I do not want you to disappear into the river of history just like Qin dynasty. The king of Qin said. Disappear? Goddess Wangyue from Moon Clan looked at the king and said, Your Majesty, is that too exaggerated? Although the cottage is supercilious, its members do not seem to have the intention to rule the world. Goddess, do you know why the relationship between the cottage and the college is not good? The king of Qin stared at Goddess Wangyue. Why is that so? Goddess Wangyue asked. This is a top secret. Even I only know bits and pieces of it, the king said emotionlessly. The reason is that the chief of the college and Mr. Du from the cottage have different aspirations. That time, the eldest disciple of the cottage, Sword Saint, was extremely powerful and shocked the world in just one battle. Everyone thought that they could already see the glory of the college as another super being had been born. However, when Sword Saint asked Mr. Du if he should stay on Book Mountain, Mr. Du asked him to leave and build his own clan. The college has the cottage with them. Even at this point, they can easily become the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. When all the cottage disciples are strong enough, what position will the college have? They can conquer the world. Everyone has ambition, including the college. The college wants to become the totem head of the Eastern Barren Territory. But Mr. Du did not follow the will of the college. Instead, he only did what he wanted to. Is it because he does not have wild ambition at all? The king looked at the crowd and said in a serious tone, "It's the opposite. Mr. Du's plans and ambition are even larger, wilder than the college chief." The eldest disciple, Sword Saint, built Sword Saint Mountain. By the time the second, third, and even fourth disciples begin to establish their own clans, the entire Eastern Barren Territory will belong to the cottage. The other forces will no longer be able to do anything about it. If there is really such a day, ask yourself this: how are your talents compared to the Sword Saint and Gu Donglu? By that time, the cottage disciples will establish their own forces, and will anyone join your forces? The cottage does not even have to fight. They just need to wait for time to pass before they can become the symbol of the Eastern Barren Territory. At that time, who will remember the Witch Clan? Or the Moon Clan? You will just vanish into the river of history. This is Mr. Du's aspiration, the king said, staring at everyone else. They knew what the king had just said was very likely to be true. If there was really such a day, the cottage would not have to battle at all to unify the Eastern Barren Territory. By that time, the cottage would become the absolute holy land in Eastern Barren Territory. Furthermore, even if they wanted to fight back by then, they would not be strong enough to deal with the cottage disciples. The king of Qin looked at the people from various forces who were deep in thought. He knew that they were somewhat shaken. It was certainly not easy to convince these people to attack the cottage alongside Qin dynasty. Even though Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Shen Temple were close to Qin dynasty, they would still be unwilling to face an enemy like the cottage. Every force was selfish. Only when the cottage really threatened their existence would they consider making this decision. Today, he was trying to tell everyone that the threat Qin dynasty posed them was far less than the cottage. Otherwise, why would these people follow the Qin dynasty and fight against the cottage? In the past, when the Qin dynasty was the king of the Eastern Barren Territory, various forces here coexisted and different clans still developed in good order. Our dynasty ruled the world but did not interfere with the existence of clans. In the future, it will remain the same. If the Qin dynasty can rule the world again, we will surely share everything we have with all of you. We and Donghua clan jointly established Dongqing College for the cultivators in the world. The situation in the future will not be very different from now. The king continued to persuade them. Now we have even found the tomb of our ancestors. There are many ancient books in them. As a result, we even teach techniques of the Qin dynasty in Dongqing College to disciples. When we establish a new era together, this will even be more so. Qin dynasty will definitely not keep all the good stuff to ourselves. Instead, we wish that all the forces can develop and grow together, unlike what the cottage is doing. When forces such as Sword Saint Mountain fill every corner of the Eastern Barren Territory, there will be no place for you. Everyone's eyes sparkled and they felt even more worried. Indeed, Qin dynasty had obtained the tomb of their ancestors and their powers must have grown significantly. Furthermore, they had already stated clearly that they were going to revive the Qin dynasty. Your Majesty, you're right. Now, the cottage is already ignoring all the other forces and is extremely arrogant and supercilious. What will it be like in the future? An elder from Yin family echoed. In the future, any cottage disciple can shake the Eastern Barren Territory with a single sentence, someone said. Many people also echoed this, but the people from various top forces still kept quiet. Would Qin dynasty really behave in the way that the king of Qin had described? They would obviously not believe him so easily. After all, the destruction of Lu Kingdom was a living example. If the Qin dynasty really unified the Eastern Barren Territory, nobody would know what would happen. Currently, both the cottage and Qin dynasty were already far stronger than any of them. If a force was to fight against them alone, its outcome would certainly be just like the Lu kingdom. This was also the most difficult problem each force was facing at the moment. They were too weak, but Qin dynasty declared its ambition to rule Eastern Barren territory and wanted them to state their position. However, they would be in danger regardless of whether they made their position clear. If they chose not to declare their position now, Qin dynasty might win and find them afterward. They would end up just like the Lu kingdom. If they chose to stand on Qin dynasty's side, they would face the risk of losing. Now, nobody knew clearly what the Qin dynasty and the cottage really had. Qin dynasty was confident because they were strong, had allied with Donghua clan, and found the tomb of their ancestors. On the other hand, the cottage was very mysterious. Nobody knew whether Mr. Du from the cottage really knew about cultivation or not, or how strong he was. I know that you still have concerns and are worried that I will not keep my promise. But please rest assured, as long as you are willing to attack the cottage with us, I will bring you to the tomb. There you will be strengthened by our ancestors and obtain sage ritual implements. I am even willing to take a blood oath with you in front of the tomb. The only goal of the Qin dynasty is to restore the glory we once had and not to own everything in the world, the king of Qin announced loudly. When he finished speaking, many people could feel their hearts trembling. Their eyes brightened and they were somewhat shaken. Only real benefits could move a person. Eastern Barren territory would be unified sooner or later. They could not resist the general trend at all. When Qin dynasty destroyed the Lu kingdom and the cottage killed Qin Gu, the situation in the Eastern Barren territory changed from being subtle to clear. A war could erupt at any time, and the current era seemed to be approaching its end at an accelerated pace. Nobody could stop the torrents of this trend. Just now, Qin dynasty had been discussing the cottage's threat. Now, they mentioned about being strengthened by their ancestors and obtaining sage ritual implements. How could they not be moved? Suddenly, Xia Luo, a disciple of the first lord of Royal Xian Temple, said to his master secretly, "Master, if we want to get the upper hand in the future, we must get their trust now. There is no time to hesitate. The relationship between Royal Xian Temple and the cottage is already unrepairable unless we tie the fifth lord up and give him to the cottage." The first lord's eyes sparkled. He knew that his disciple was only describing the reality, but Royal Xian Temple would obviously not give the fifth lord to the cottage. Otherwise, Royal Xian Temple would no longer be able to have a firm standing in the Eastern Barren territory. Noticing that his master was still hesitating, Xia Luo added, "Master, it's time for us to make a decision. There is a difference between being the first to accept and being forced to accept. If the 5 lords in Royal Xian Temple can all be strengthened and get sage ritual implements, we will definitely be able to have a place in Eastern Barren territory in the future. Now, we only want to maximize our benefits." The First Lord clearly knew what his disciple was saying was all correct. He glanced at the people from other forces and discussed secretly with the other lords. The Fifth Lord, He Yulu, obviously supported this idea. Soon, the First Lord said, "The cottage is uncontrolled in their behavior and forced my Royal Xian Temple disciple to die. We have been unhappy about this since long ago, but we could only tolerate them because we were too weak. Now, Qin dynasty is willing to call upon the world to attack the cottage, and Royal Xian Temple is, of course, happy to know that. We will join you in the battle." When he finished speaking, the place fell into complete silence. There was finally a top force that made their decision. Everyone knew that from the moment he said this, Royal Xian Temple would really be tied to Qin dynasty's war chariot. Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Royal Xian Temple had allied. The king's eyes glittered. Finally, a force declared its position. What Qin dynasty needed the most at the moment was such a primer. The statement from the First Lord of Royal Xian Temple was sufficient to break the mental defense of the other leaders. The outcome was already a foregone conclusion. They had to join the Qin dynasty. Thinking about this, he glanced inadvertently at Xia Luo, who was sitting behind the First Lord of Royal Xian Temple. Xia Luo's real surname was Qin, and he had stayed in Royal Xian Temple for many years. All for this moment. In the future, he could assist his brother Qin Yu in ruling. Xia Luo was also extremely excited at the moment, but he still controlled himself. He was sent to Royal Shen Temple when he was young, so naturally he was very adept at hiding his emotions. In the many years at Royal Shen Temple, he had never once displayed any relationship to Qin dynasty. He even did not really contact the Qin dynasty. Only in Chaoga City did he start to execute Qin dynasty's plan. Finally, at this very important moment, he played a key role. He knew clearly that at such a time, the leaders of various forces only needed a primer, and he had played his role well, causing the First Lord of Royal Shen Temple to make the decision. Great. With your decision, Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Royal Shen Temple will definitely achieve a lot. Who else is willing to join me and establish a new era? The king asked loudly. Your Majesty, we will follow you. A person from Yin family made his stance. Your Majesty, we will follow you and fight against the cottage. Many people announced their decisions one after another. The forces which followed the Qin dynasty naturally knew what they should do at the moment. Royal Shen Temple had already nodded, so it was time to let the other forces feel that the torrent of change was unstoppable. The various top forces all felt some pressure from the situation. The eyes of the Fuyun Sword Clan leader sparkled, after which he also said, Fuyun Sword Clan will also follow Qin dynasty. Fantastic. With the aid of Fuyun Sword Clan, we can accomplish anything, the king said, grinning. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You will certainly destroy the cottage and rule the Eastern Barren territory. The voices of people became stronger and stronger. The cultivators from the Witch clan, Ji family, and the Moon clan sat on their seats. Looking at the scene before them, they all sighed in their hearts. Although the true strength of the cottage was unknown, they would probably not be able to fight against so many major forces. Even if Mr. Du from the cottage knew how to cultivate, he should not be stronger than the college chief. The top cultivators from Qin dynasty and Donghua clan would be able to deal with him. In the Qin imperial palace, the sound waves turned into a terrifying mass which spread outwards continuously. The crowd in the distance felt the power of the torrent and was deeply shocked. A new era was approaching. Were the college and the cottage going to be destroyed? Suddenly, a man in a black shirt appeared among the vast crowd outside the palace. He looked ordinary and was wearing a black robe which swung in the air. He also had long, black hair. On his usual-looking face, however, there was a pair of eyes which looked as mysterious and deep as the stars, making him somewhat unusual. Through the loud noises, he walked calmly towards the palace step by step. Occasionally, some people would look at him and notice his special temperament. They would frown and think about why he had attracted their attention, although he looked ordinary. It felt as if at the moment they saw him, they knew that he was certainly extraordinary, unlike his appearance. Very soon, the man reached the gates of the palace and continued to walk forward. Seeing him, a guard outside the Qin imperial palace questioned, "Who are you?" The person ignored him and still walked slowly towards the palace. From his body, a faint might was being released. Seeing the scene, a guard walked forward and shouted, "Stop." However, the person did not seem to have heard anything and continued to advance. A murderous aura was emitted from the guards, but in the next instant, the man in black shirt took a step forward and an invisible current started to flow. Immediately, the space around him seemed to freeze. The guards stopped and stood motionlessly at their spots like statues. They just watched as the person walked past them and into the palace. Very soon, the guards could move again. They could all feel their bodies being filled with cold sweat, and only astonishment could be seen on their faces. Such a terrifying person. Just now, they felt that if they were to move even slightly, they would be crushed into a million pieces. Amidst the crashing tides, the black-clothed man stepped forward. His aura seeped out bit by bit. Many people from the surroundings looked at him strangely. He looked average, but his eyes were very deep. His eyebrows were different too. They were like crescent moons, but also like broadswords. Some from the Qin dynasty furrowed their brows. Bodies flashing, they went to him. "Who are you?" someone asked. The man didn't reply. He continued forward, his aura shrouding over who was before him. In an instant, those hearts started trembling, their pupils contracting. That moment, they felt that they were in a terrifying space. The formless aura could rip them into pieces. The black-clothed man seemed to be alone in his world. He walked to the center of the banquet. His steps gradually moved up into the air. Each step was higher than the last. Gradually, more and more people discovered his existence. Many people looked up, eyebrows arching. Emperor Qin had gathered all strong cultivators here. Everyone present was a top figure of the Eastern Barren Territory's top forces. Who was this guy? How dare he be so impolite and crazy as to walk in the air? The guards moved to stop him, but his aura abruptly became extremely terrifying. The horrible intent radiated from him, creating a force field in the vast space. Those who wanted to stop him froze in the air, staring at him. His piercing sounds rang out in the air. An invisible force shrouded the space, pushing down the crashing tide. The sound weakened and everyone looked up. They saw the black-clothed man walking towards the center of the stage. As the force strengthened, the tides weakened. Its strength quickly faded until it was completely gone. Soon, the space was quiet and felt eerie. As soon as the man appeared, he repressed the wild atmosphere. He stood proudly in the air. He was average-looking but was now the absolute focus. He seemed to be the only one in the Qin palace. The big figures in the banquet all looked at him, hearts trembling. The clan leader of the Fuyun sword clan even stood up with an extremely icy expression. His eyes were like an unsheathed sword that stabbed toward the man. It was that sharp. Emperor Qin, you invited all the strong cultivators here. Why didn't you invite me? The man said in the air. His voice was as cold and hard as stone. His eyes still focused on the important figures of the Qin dynasty. I was afraid I'm not important enough for the first disciple of the cottage. Emperor Qin remained in his seat, staring at the black-clothed figure in the air. It was the Sword Saint, the first disciple of the cottage. He'd come out of the west of the Eastern Barren Territory and come to the Qin palace. The people of the top forces were terrified. No one thought that the Sword Saint would appear in front of everyone. This was crazy. Qin Gu had died outside Book Mountain not long ago. Now the Sword Saint came to the Qin dynasty alone. Was he showing absolute confidence in his abilities? The vast space was dead silent. Not many had seen the Sword Saint before, so they didn't know who he was until Emperor Qin's words. I heard that the Qin dynasty is calling the Eastern Barren Territory to punish the cottage. How can I not come? The Sword Saint's voice contained formless power. No matter what his cultivation was, his own aura could push down the entire Qin palace. Emperor Qin kept looking at the Sword Saint without speaking. Qin Yu, though, walked forward. He was level with Gu Donglu and Lu Nantian. The Sword Saint had made a name for himself earlier and more impressively. The Sword Saint only used one battle because he challenged the Fuyun sword clan. One battle turned him into a saint. It had been many years since that one battle. What plane was the Sword Saint at now? I've heard of you for many years, Sword Saint. I would like to learn from you today, Qin Yu said. A gust of horrible battle intent radiated from him. The Sword Saint scanned Qin Yu. The next moment, horrible winds swept over the Qin palace, ravaging the world. Sharp sword intent flooded out, splitting the heavens. Endless sword intent converged into a broadsword that hung in the air. The sword hung across the sky, hanging over everyone's heads. At that moment, everyone present felt the pressure of the world ending. The sword could fall on them at any moment. Countless people looked up at the Sword Saint, especially those from the top forces. What level was he at now? The hovering sword came down. Without saying anything, the Sword Saint moved directly. This action didn't seem to use any skill or spell. It was just like a plain sword movement. The sword floated down as if it was unthreatening. Just like a flash of light, it didn't target anyone. Instead, it stabbed the center of the stage, the location of the banquet. No one moved, whether because the sword was too fast or because they weren't the targets. Anyway, no one stopped the sword and let it fall and split the center of the Qin palace's ground. A thin crack appeared, spreading outward in different directions like a tree's roots. It expanded crazily in every direction before stopping at the feet of the top forces. The Fuyun sword clan leader looked down at the thin crack by his feet. Sharp broadsword light seemed to shine from it. The light contained incredible broadsword intent. It seemed eternal. Sword intent shone from the leader's eyes, rushing into the crack. It found the broadsword intent and tried to erase it, but it was impossible. Discovering this, he trembled involuntarily. He knew what this meant. It meant that the Sword Saint had sage intent now. He'd surpassed the Fuyun Sword clan's leader and his sword intent. The lord of the royal Xian temple also looked down to feel the broadsword intent. His arm trembled, his expression was uncomfortable. The other people all looked down and were unsettled. Those who had lower planes felt that their souls would be ripped apart when they felt the broadsword intent. Hiss hiss. At that moment, the broadsword intent in the crack exploded. It tore apart everything as it expanded crazily. The ground was ripped apart with horribly deep fissures. The light dimmed and the remaining broadsword intent scattered. All that remained was the mark. One could still feel the horrible existence within it. The vast palace was dead silent. Just as the Qin dynasty called the Eastern Barren Territory to prepare to punish the cottage, the first disciple appeared. He just walked into the palace and made one move. He seemed to be the only one here. The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty were uncomfortable, especially Emperor Qin and Qin Yu, the crown prince. Just then, Qin Yu pulled out the golden dragon spear. A dragon roared faintly as if it contained the soul of a dragon. The Sword Saint's one move told him that the Sword Saint had progressed much further than him. His sage intent was deeper too. It would be impossible to win against him without a sage ritual implement. Dragons roared and Qin Yu shot into the air. Dragons seemed to wrap around them. However, the Sword Saint just scanned them indifferently. I don't mind if you want to fight here, but how many of the people present can leave alive? His words shook everyone. Earlier, his attack hadn't meant to kill anyone, so he split the space. But if a battle truly happened, just the shockwaves would be impossible to bear for most people. A shred of the broadsword intent could kill many strong cultivators. Not many would be able to survive. The mighty Sword Saint is threatening other people's lives? Qin Yu said, staring at the Sword Saint. If they fight, they would obviously go battle it out in the air. If there's a next time, I won't cast my broadsword like this, and it might not be at the Qin dynasty, the Sword Saint said indifferently. As soon as he finished, he turned and walked away. Accept Qin Yu's challenge? He didn't have time for something so boring. Seeing how the Qin dynasty had treated the Lu kingdom and were about to attack the cottage, he'd come to the Qin dynasty. Now he had to play with Qin Yu? You're going to leave like this? Emperor Qin called to the Sword Saint's back. You can try keeping me here, but you must bear the consequences, the Sword Saint said. Emperor Qin stared at his backside with an ugly expression. He could feel from the bit of broadsword intent that the Sword Saint was no longer below his level. If he really tried to make the man stay, no one could predict the consequences. Many people would die. Qin Yu gripped the dragon spear as he glared at the man's back. Were they really letting the Sword Saint leave like this? There wasn't much time for him to think. The Sword Saint quickly transformed into a black dot that faded into the distance. Everyone stared at the Sword Saint, feeling unsettled inside. He was much stronger than before. What would the result be if he visited all their clans? They didn't dare imagine it. At that moment, the powerful atmosphere from earlier was gone. The Eastern Barren Alliance was about to be born, but now it looked fragile enough to shatter at a touch. After such big news erupted in the Eastern Barren Territory, the disciples of the cottage were a bit unsettled. They received news that the Qin Palace was holding a banquet to call for all the strong cultivators in the territory to attack the cottage. If a battle of this level really erupted, countless people would die no matter who won. But the cottage was still as quiet as ever. It was Yi Futian who wasn't so indifferent though. After all, this was because of him. Second senior sister, I heard that the Qin Palace held a banquet today. Emperor Qin might call the entire territory to fight the cottage. Yi Futian found Zhuge Hui to ask. She was so calm that she was sitting on a swing right now. She was beautiful, but Yi Futian wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. Zhuge Hui smiled at him. Didn't Junior tell you to go cultivate? Don't worry, nothing will happen for now. Yi Futian scratched his head in confusion. How do you know? The Qin dynasty wanted the entire territory to fight the cottage. The teacher is lazy and we can't find him, so who can take responsibility? Zhuge Hui asked. Yi Futian scratched his head. You? I'm busy. You still have a first senior brother. Rolling her eyes, Zhuge Hui said, when the Fuyun Sword Clan insulted our teacher, first senior brother went there directly. Now those guys want to attack the cottage. He could go to any force and the alliance would fall apart. The cottage isn't the Lu kingdom. The Qin dynasty isn't completely confident, so he got a bunch of people to support him. They aren't stupid, though. It's just that your first senior brother hasn't left his mountain for too long and they forgot. Hearing this, Yi Futian was a bit more reassured. First senior brother must have improved over all these years. For a fight like this, they had to have complete confidence. Otherwise, who wouldn't be afraid of the first senior brother? As second senior sister said. First senior brother can probably beat the Fuyun Sword clan's leader now, right? Yu Futian asked curiously. They tied back then, but a cottage disciple's talent was usually better than most. Your third senior brother should be clearest about his abilities. Since he killed Prince Qin, the guy died for nothing, Zhuge Hui said. Your third senior brother probably just wanted to help the Lu kingdom. Oh, Yi Futian nodded while sighing inwardly. It was too bad for the Lu kingdom. They couldn't take revenge yet. What is first senior brother like? Yi Futian mumbled. Of all the disciples, first senior brother was the only one he hadn't met yet. Zhuge Hui's lashes fluttered. She smiled and said, like a rock. A rock. Yu Futian didn't understand. Yes. Zhuge Hui nodded. He has a bad and stubborn temper. You're talking about me again, a voice said from the distance. Zhuge Hui chuckled and looked up towards somewhere. Clearly, she already sensed him. A few people walked over. The man at the front wore black. It was the sword saint who'd come from the Qin dynasty. Luo Fan, Shui Yi, and Xianxia stood beside him. First senior brother, am I wrong? Zhuge Hui asked, grinning. All right, you're always right, the sword saint said, smiling. His deep eyes were gentler now. He wouldn't be as sharp with his juniors as with the Qin dynasty. Yi Futian studied the newcomer. This was their first meeting. It was also his first time seeing second senior sister lose her authoritative aura before the cottage disciples. Their eyes and simple conversation felt like regular siblings. No matter how many legends there were and how legendary they were, they're just regular people with their family. Little Junior, Sword Saint called, gazing at Yi Futian. First senior brother Yi Futian greeted with a bright smile. I was wondering what you would be like while talking to second senior sister. Now I see that you are truly handsome. Amazing, charismatic, powerful. Sword Saint blinked at Yi Futian before bursting into laughter. No wonder I heard that your senior sister spoils you, he stated. Good job. Besides Sword Saint, Yi Xiaoshi was annoyed. It was also their first meeting, but the difference was too much. He was impressed by this guy's shamelessness. First senior brother. A small figure ran over. Beitang Xinger gazed at this legendary figure, feeling a bit nervous since it was also their first meeting. I heard long ago that the teacher took in a beautiful junior sister. These guys are lucky. Sword Saint chuckled. Hearing the compliment, Beitang Xinger blushed. I'll go get third senior brother. With that, she turned and jogged away. Fifth brother, go cook. Fourth brother, help him. Seventh brother, get some good wine. Zhuge Hui ordered. Everyone nodded and went to work while glaring at Yi Futian in jealousy. This guy had nothing to do. Senior brother, you came back from the Qin dynasty? Zhuge Hui asked. You're smart. Sword Saint smiled at her. I went to visit the Qin dynasty and decided to drop by. I haven't met the juniors yet. Beside them, Yi Futian was stunned. First senior brother had talked about visiting the Qin dynasty so casually. He wondered how amazing it must have been. Prince Qin Gu of the Qin dynasty had died under Gu Donglio's hands. The Qin dynasty wanted to attack the cottage, so the first senior brother went to visit them when the entire eastern barren territory was guarded. It must have been extremely imposing and daring. It seemed that second senior sister had been right, but instead of going to the other forces, first senior brother had gone to the Qin dynasty. Our junior had been worried that the eastern barren territory would ally against us, Zhuge Hui said. Now he can rest assured. Yi Futian smiled, lips quivering. Since first senior brother went to the Qin dynasty and came to the cottage in one piece, he must have solved the problem. They don't have the courage to forge an alliance and fight the cottage, the Sword Saint said. But since the Qin dynasty has already declared war, the eastern barren territory won't be at peace. You still have to be careful. Zhuge Hui nodded lightly. The rivalry had been sowed. Even if the Qin dynasty didn't dare to fight directly, war was inevitable since their declaration. They just didn't dare show their hidden cards now and start an extreme war. Is there still no news of the teacher? The Sword Saint asked. First senior brother, it's not like you don't know him. Maybe he's finding pretty disciples somewhere again, Zhuge Hui muttered. It's all his fault for not keeping his eyes on the teacher. You think Third Junior can keep the teacher if he wants to leave? Sword Saint said. You know how lazy he is. Yifutian listened to the conversation, feeling awkward. What kind of legend was the teacher? First senior brother, you really spoke up for me. Handsome Gu Donglu walked over. He glanced at Zhuge Hui, who looked away, not feeling like giving him attention. Seeing those small movements, the Sword Saint shook his head. You too? How lazy is the teacher? Yifutian asked. How many disciples did he accept? And he just takes them in without teaching them. How lazy do you think he is? Second senior sister asked. Yifutian felt more embarrassed. There were only 7 disciples before him, and the teacher just took them in without teaching. He truly was lazy. So many people are dreaming that the teacher wanted to rule over the Eastern Barren territory. Shaking his head, the Sword Saint said, It would be great if that old man has those aspirations. Zhuge Hui's eyes glimmered. If one knew how lazy the teacher truly was, one would know how bizarre it was to rule over the Eastern Barren territory. How many times have people seen him? How can they understand his state? Gu Donglu said calmly. Even those top figures couldn't say that they understood the cottage's teacher. These 3 were probably the most familiar with the teacher, but they still couldn't find him. As they chatted, the wine and food were prepared. Yushang and Lulan Shui came too. Since Yifutian joined, this was the first time all disciples were present. The atmosphere was as casual and light as before. The disciples were all legendary figures outside. But here, they were all regular people who chatted normally. In the outside world, the Sword Saint's appearance at the Qin dynasty caused a great uproar. The Qin dynasty had wanted the entire Eastern Barren territory to attack the cottage, but he'd failed. The Sword Saint's appearance had dismantled the alliance. No one dared to risk it. The broadsword intent left in the palace also showed Emperor Qin that his cultivation was the peak of the Eastern Barren territory. Anyone who wanted to attack the cottage knew the consequence. They couldn't survive the Sword Saint's revenge. Of course, they couldn't send soldiers directly, but the Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple had agreed publicly to ally with the Qin dynasty. This powerful force feared the Sword Saint, but they couldn't back out. Countless days later, in the ancient barren world, many college disciples were cultivating at a relic. Just then, a group of strong cultivators descended. They were from the Qin dynasty. The leader was Qin Li. He waved his hand and surrounded the people of the college. Disable them and leave, Qin Li ordered coldly. His men attacked instantly. The bystanders were all terrified and moved to the side. The college disciples fought back violently but were soon all disabled and taken away. Many hearts were trembling. As expected, the Qin dynasty didn't send soldiers directly to Book Mountain. But they wanted to become the overbearing lord of the Eastern Barren territory. They couldn't let Qin Gu die for nothing. The war had descended without realizing. After that, the Qin dynasty sent word that the college could hand over Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu as an exchange. The college was furious. They knew that Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu were just an excuse to start a war. Obviously, the college couldn't agree to the Qin dynasty's request. Not because Lu Feiyang or Lu Qinyu were of any particular importance to them, but because this was simply an excuse for the Qin to start a war. What kind of people would they be to send these youngsters to their deaths? Since a war had already been declared, then following this they were going to have to get into battle mode. The college recalled all disciples cultivating in the ancient barren world. Then, they were paired with more powerful cultivators before heading back, ready to retaliate. And so, the war between the Qin dynasty and the college erupted in the ancient barren world. The Eastern Barren territory was not surprised by the start of the war. The Sword Saint took a trip to the Qin dynasty and scared powers away from creating an alliance with the Qin. And although they didn't dare to directly send troops to exterminate the cottage, the Qin weren't just going to give up. The ancient barren world was meant to be a place for disciples of all powers to train and cultivate, so it was, without question, the most fitting setting for this war to erupt. On this day, 2 figures descended from a mountaintop in the lower ancient barren world, traveling in the air. They were particularly fast. One of them had large golden rock wings on his back. Majestic, he was The other had dim golden wings of a devil which brought the winds. These two were Yi Futian and Yusheng. They had yet to enter the Arcana plane and could only enter the lower ancient barren world. However, it was because of this very reason that the people who could pose a threat to them in the lower world were little to none. The two of them continued forward on their journey to somewhere in the ancient barren world. People would look up in the skies at them as they passed by and couldn't help but be surprised. It was Yi Futian and Yusheng. "Let's go. To the Qin's territory," someone said. There was no explanation needed for Yi Futian and Yusheng's appearance in the lower world. Everyone knew what they were here for. The Qin dynasty had declared war on the college's cottage. In the center of the ancient barren world, in the barren city, many people saw Yi Futian and Yusheng fly by. After the initial shock wore off, they followed behind the two. Yi Futian defeated Luo Junlin, an Arcana plane cultivator. His combat abilities are obviously already at the Arcana level. It's probably impossible to find anyone who can beat him in the lower ancient barren world. People in the barren city were watching the figures in the sky. That's right, but the Qin dynasty wouldn't have declared war if they weren't fully prepared, and they definitely wouldn't fight Yi Futian one-on-one. That's true too. The Qin dynasty has a strong foundation even in the ancient barren world. Even if Yi Futian and Yusheng were to make their way over, they wouldn't necessarily have the upper hand. The people discussed as their figures flashed by to follow Yi Futian and Yusheng on their journey. The crowd grew and grew. All of them headed for the center of the barren city. There sat a small palace, the sub-palace where the Qin was stationed in the lower world. Yi Futian and Yusheng arrived in the skies near the sub-palace. Inside the palace, powerful cultivators lifted their heads to see the two figures in the sky. There wasn't much surprise in their eyes. The war had already begun, so they were obviously prepared. The people outside the palace did not fly up to fight Yi Futian. Instead, they turned and headed into the palace to gather with the other cultivators. In the battle at Chaoga City, Yi Futian had already demonstrated his intense Dharma-leveled combat abilities. They would have had to have a death wish to try and take on Yi Futian alone. As expected, the Qin dynasty is fully prepared. Many people thought as they looked quietly down at the sub-palace from afar. Looking down from the skies, the people could see that more and more cultivators of the Qin dynasty were gathering in the palace. Yi Futian and Yusheng advanced until they were directly above the palace grounds. Their cold eyes swept past the faces of the Qin below. The sun and the moon hung high in the sky while water and fire complemented each other. Yi Futian released his dharma. His whole body seemed to be burning like the sun, encased in flames. Destructive yet eye-catchingly bright. Beside Yi Futian, the shadow of a devil appeared behind Yusheng. The armor he wore was sharp like a blade, just like those devilish wings of his. In this instant, it was almost as if Yusheng was possessed by the devil. A dim golden light illuminated the area around him. Without saying anything, the large golden rock wings behind Yi Futian spread, brought him charging into the sub-palace. Not waiting for his opponents to finish gathering there, the two of them flew side by side, wings shining brightly. They made their way downward with great speed. A divine tree of flame appeared behind Yi Futian. Whoosh! Vines shot down at the crowd below. This spell, Lock of 1,000 Vines, was a spell that Yi Futian cultivated very early on, but it was also a spell with growth potential. The higher your level of cultivation, the more powerful the spell. And of course, the spell had already been altered by Yi Futian. The thick vines were actually engulfed with water and fire, making it shine brightly. The people of the Qin dynasty saw the vines unfurl toward them, and a couple of them grouped together to unleash the Imperial Dragon spell. The shadow of dragons soared through the skies. As the long spears in their hands pointed up at the sky, images of dragons seemed to rush from the weapons with loud roars. However, there seemed to be no end to the vines. They wrapped around the illusory dragons, and they were immediately frosted over by the coldness radiating from the vines. Then, a golden burst of flames flickered by, and extremely bright characters and inscriptions appeared. The illusory dragons wrapped in vines turned into dust after that. Yusheng was even more domineering. He held the dark demon's heavenly halberd and turned into a forceful devil. He walked through the images of the dragons, ripping them apart. The devilish flame in his shining, golden pupils was a flame of fury. He took the destruction of the Lu kingdom and what happened to Lu Qinyu and Yi Wuqian to heart, and now he finally had a chance to release all the rage. Boom! Yusheng descended for the skies, stepping on a dragon. The small group formation was broken up when everyone was sent flying in a different direction. When they got back up, they surrounded Yusheng, all their eyes glued on the large, built figure at the center of their circle. The devil wings behind Yusheng spread, and he charged ahead with the heavenly halberd in his hands. The cultivator in front of him yelled out in rage before the long spear in his hand spiraled forward like a dragon. When the halberd and the spear collided, the image of the dragon disappeared and the spear was destroyed. The heavenly halberd had pierced into Yusheng's opponent. Yusheng then lifted his weapon, with the body still on it, and threw the wounded cultivator at the incoming attackers behind him. Get information. Don't fight him alone. More and more people rushed out from the sub-palace. However, all it took was a loud, wild roar from Yusheng to scare everyone around him into backing up. They all knew by now that if they made a rash decision to fight this wild beast of a man head-on, it would only be asking for death. On the other side, those fighting Yi Futian had been trapped in a cage of vines. With the sun and the moon high in the sky, and the will of water and fire rushing through the battle formation, the people tried so hard to withstand the power. A large illusory dragon appeared around them and blocked off Yi Futian's attack. In the sky around Yi Futian, the flashes of lightning were bright and the sounds of thunder rumbled loudly. It was obvious that immensely powerful sorcery was being conjured around him. A terrifying thunder dragon took shape with the power of sorcery and traveled downward, growling loudly and ready for destruction. Thunder cracked loudly in the sky. The powerful cultivators on the ground below felt numb and their focus broke, as did the battle formation. The water and fire vines curled toward them and their screams rang out continuously. Their bodies were encapsulated by the bright light of water and fire. Quickly after, they perished. The people of the Qin dynasty rushed over from inside the sub-palace. None of their expressions looked too good. They did not make a move right away. Instead, they got into formation, barricading Yi Futian and Yusheng in the middle of a circle. The Imperial Dragon spell went into motion across all the formations and all of the cultivators' powers seemed to harmonize, creating something overwhelmingly powerful. The cries of dragons were heard, shocking many. "Activate the 5-soul guard," screamed a cultivator. Immediately, a bright light spread over the grounds inside the sub-palace. In this vast space, the spiritual qi had gone out of control, gathering crazily. A great pressure was felt over the area. Yi Futian looked into the distance and saw multiple statues of sacred beasts appear in the palace. A large, ferocious dragon, an enormous xuanwu, the black turtle, a bright divine bird, the phoenix, a gargantuan stone elephant, and a bright golden rock. The crushing power of these statues fell on Yi Futian and Yusheng. At this moment, it seemed like they were looking at 5 horrific demon beasts. The wills of these beasts went straight to their heads. "Don't look," Yi Futian said to Yusheng. They were going to cut off their senses to the beasts, but even without sensing them, the pressure was still crushing down on them. It made the entire area feel extremely heavy. "Just treat this like you're cultivating at the college's training field," said Yi Futian. However, this power was even scarier than what he had felt in the training field. The statues there weren't as powerful. Plus, when fighting at the training field, everyone felt the same thing, but now this crushing pressure was manipulated to only affect Yi Futian and Yusheng. The cultivators of the Qin dynasty did not feel a thing. Outside the palace, countless people were watching this scene. They felt shivers down their spine. It was no question that Yi Futian and Yusheng were strong, but it was still too reckless of them to try and kill their way into the Qin's territory in the ancient barren world. They had to know the Qin dynasty chose this location because they could use the 5 soul guards' power to help them cultivate and also use them in battle. This area used to be a relic site but was claimed by the Qin and made into the sub-palace. They had kept this place running for years. For these two to charge in so recklessly was simply putting themselves in danger. Although the Sword Saint's arrival in the Qin palace made all the other powers wary of sending troops to exterminate the cottage, Yi Futian made his way to the sub-palace on his own. The Qin couldn't let him get away now. The Qin dynasty had their doubts. But so did the people of Sword St. Mountain and the cottage. The two parties were keeping each other in check, but the war had already erupted in the ancient barren world. It had become the tacitly agreed upon battlefield. Since you willing delivered yourself to the doors of hell, then we are happy to oblige, a Qin cultivator said coldly with his spear pointed at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. It was an exciting thought to be able to kill a disciple of the cottage. Everyone in the ruling class of the Qin dynasty wanted Yi Futian dead. Now the chance was finally here. This place is quite suitable for cultivation. This place will no longer belong to the Qin dynasty, Yi Futian said. He completely disregarded what the other guy just had said. Even from afar, people were stupefied by what Yi Futian had said. He was indeed just as arrogant as the rumors said. He was actually this confident. Even when standing in the Qin's territory, facing the statues of the Five Soul Guard. Initiate the spiritual matrix, a voice uttered coldly. After that, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng could feel an invisible weight push down on their bodies. It was as if an enormous sacred elephant was sitting on them. Not only was it difficult for them to move, but there was also a sharp and piercing intent, a burning intent. Along with this feeling, 5 spiritual beasts appeared in their minds. Yu Sheng, shouted Yi Futian. Stepping forward, the image of the divine ape appeared, adding to his already wild aura. Yu Sheng responded by following beside him with the halberd still clutched in his hand. The two of them moved forward. Every step felt heavy than the last. Boom! They stomped down hard suddenly and their bodies were propelled forward. In front of them, a group of cultivators had gotten in formation and were staring at them with cold eyes. The Imperial Dragon spell went into action and the battle will morphed into a dragon that danced wildly in the air. When the cultivators saw Yi Futian and Yu Sheng charging for them, they gave a loud battle cry before throwing out the long spears in their hands. An enormous dragon followed the weapons, roaring loudly as it attacked. It seemed like the spiritual matrix the cultivators had formed added to the power of the dragon. This was evident as it charged for Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, growling fiercely. Yu Sheng stomped down on the ground hard. His aura was explosive, making him look even scarier. The image of the devil enlarged as he took a step forward to stand in front of Yi Futian. The heavenly halberd attacked and, in this instant, the demon seemed to be following right behind the weapon, cutting its way through everything in sight. The halberd, which was entangled by demonic will, collided with the dragon. The beast's body shook violently. The same powerful vibrations also made their way onto Yu Sheng. He screamed, a demonic growl if you will. Shockingly, multiple illusory images of a demon head were released before they exploded along with the image of the dragon. A figure flashed by. It was Yi Futian. He rushed toward the Qin's battle formation. All the while, spiritual qi gathered and produced a large rod. The 5-element rod had exceeded the Dharma level and was not permitted in the lower ancient barren world. The same went for Yu Sheng's demonic tripod. When the long rod took shape, Yi Futian swung it forward fiercely, ready for destruction. The powerful cultivators in formation yelled out together before attacking. Their powers harmonized and created a bright light that took the form of a dragon. Boom! The long rod was swung downward with immense power, almost as if it were the heaviest object on earth. Those in the formation moaned in pain, and the ones with lower levels of cultivation spat blood on impact. The formation was broken in seconds as many of them were thrown in different directions by the sheer force. Yi Futian paid them no attention. He continued forward, making his way deeper into the sub-palace. Cultivators behind them tried to get into formation again, following after them. However, Yu Sheng turned around and with one blow from his halberd he had single-handedly stopped their attack. Block him, someone shouted when they saw where Yi Futian was headed. However, their attempts were futile because they were no match for Yi Futian as Dharma plane cultivators. When the sun and the moon hung in the sky and the wills of water and fire descended upon them, it was the end. Yi Futian charged over to the statue of the large golden rock of the 5 Soul Guard. The statue was enormous. The look in its eyes was filled with demonic energy. Its body glowed, including the wings on its back. A figure stood behind the statue and communicated with it through will to control its attacks on Yi Futian. Immediately, Yi Futian felt the golden rock rush into his mind. The look in his eyes became eerie as he allowed the rock's will to enter. He was shocked to find there really was the will of a golden rock inside the statue. The strong, sharp will could destroy most anything. What it wanted to do now was destroy Yifutian's will. A scary force of emperors will rushed into the statue and took control of its will. If it had been the golden rock's will that had attacked Yifutian, he wouldn't have been able to do anything, but it was a Dharma plane cultivator that was controlling the will. There was no way he could destroy Yifutian's will. Yifutian had no doubts about how this battle would end when he saw these statues. What relics in the ancient barren world could stump him at this point? Behind the golden rock, the Qin cultivator screamed in horror. Backing up, he looked at Yifutian with shock written on his face. What level of will was that? How can it be so powerful? The vines of the sun tree unraveled toward the cultivator noisily, killing him. Yifutian shot over to stand atop the statue of the golden rock. He closed his eyes and allowed his will to enter the stone. Yuxing fought his way through until he was stood in front of the statue. He was able to slow down the formation formed by the Qin dynasty's people all by himself. And although it didn't last very long, it was still an impressive feat. What is he doing? Many people questioned as they observed from the skies above the sub-palace. Presently, Yifutian was standing on the back of the golden rock statue. His white clothes fluttered and his hair blew in the wind. It was truly an extraordinary sight. Yifutian was able to control a statue at top of Mirror Mountain, someone said. Yifutian been famous in the ancient barren world and was later accepted by Gu Donglu as a disciple of the cottage. Could it be? Just as the people had this thought, they saw the statue light up as if it was coming to life. It glowed with a bright, golden light. Its wings looked ready to spread and take off. The people of the Qin dynasty were frozen in shock witnessing the scene in front of them. The Five Soul Guard was a relic of the ancient barren world and were eventually repossessed by the Qin dynasty. Throughout the years, many Qin cultivators have trained for combat using the Five Soul Guard, but never had they seen the statue shine so brightly. This is bad. They all shared the same thought, not having a feeling about what was about to happen. In the next moment, they felt the painfully strong golden rock will break into their minds. It forewent any physical harm and went straight for their spiritual energy. It was an attack on the spiritual will. In their minds, a sharp, cutting image of a golden rock appeared. Some people screamed in pain as they felt their spiritual will being destroyed. They were on the verge of collapsing, no longer able to take the pain. Very quickly, every Qin cultivator experienced the same sensation. In their spiritual world, the true king of the skies, the golden rock, appeared and destroyed their willpower. Yusheng stepped forward, charging over to the battle formations with his halberd. Sounds of the weapon piercing into flesh and screams of agony came endlessly. Go! Hurry! Run! When the screams were heard, many people ran for their lives. But the cultivators controlling the other statues of the Five Soul Guard didn't give up. They activated the will of their own statues to attack Yifutian. In the air, a golden rock, a giant elephant, a dragon, and the other beasts of the Five Soul Guard graced the skies together. However, the will of the golden rock was stronger and powerful than the rest, allowing it to enter the wills of the other statues. The cultivators behind the statues spat blood before turning around to make their escape. The crowd watching from the skies trembled in fear at this scene. They couldn't believe this was the result of the fight. Complete wipeout. Yifutian and Yusheng barged into the Qin dynasty's territory and absolutely crushed their Dharma plane cultivators. The Qin tried to use the power of the Five Soul Guard against Yifutian, but it actually gave him the chance to take control and use to his advantage. Looks like there really isn't anyone who can stop them in the lower ancient barren world. Many people thought. It was said that the war between the Qin dynasty and the college had already begun in the upper ancient barren world. Each party took turns delivering their own vicious attacks, causing many deaths on both sides. It didn't seem like a battle that would end anytime soon. Many nobles in the upper world took part in this lasting battle, so the eruption of the final battle was still far in the future. However, in the lower world, the result was determined as soon as the battle began. The two young men were enough to conquer all. What else could the Qin dynasty say? Yifutian and Yuxin were merely cultivators in the 8th level Dharma plane. They weren't even as far along in cultivation as the people they had just fought. This was an ending that the Qin probably would not have expected. And it wasn't. At this very moment, Qin Yu was seated in the Qin Palace in the outside world, feeling shocked and furious at the news he had just received. He berated those who had returned after running away from battle. He announced that whoever could go back to the lower ancient barren world and kill Yi Futian and Yu Shen would be greatly rewarded. But still, no one dared to enter once again. Of the Qin that entered the lower world, there were those who died and those who ran. Shouldn't this be a clear sign to them? In the lower ancient barren world, Yi Futian and Yu Shang were already invincible. Entering to fight them would be a death wish. The enraged Qin Yu then tried to entice people with the prince title. Regardless of which clan one was from, as long as they were of the Eastern Barren Territory, they would have the privilege of marrying a princess of their choice for killing Yi Futian in the ancient barren world. Many were swayed by this. Qin Yu really wanted Yi Futian dead. It was a shame that he couldn't enter the lower world himself, or he would have done the deed personally. News spread all over the lower world, shocking everyone. They were all in awe of how valuable Yi Futian's life was. Killing him could make someone a prince of the Qin dynasty. But even so, there still wasn't anyone who dared to try. They couldn't do it and didn't have the guts to do it either. Sure, the Qin dynasty could go against the cottage, but who else would dare to do so? Of course, there was another reason behind this order and why Qin Yu wanted Yi Futian dead. Yi Futian had taken over his sub-palace in the lower ancient barren world. The people of the Qin dynasty couldn't enter the ancient barren world through the entrance in the palace. What were the Qin cultivators supposed to do? Hold off on cultivating in the lower world until Yi Futian reached the Arcana plane and left for the upper world? Right now, the only thing they could do was use the entrance in the Lu Kingdom or borrow the entrance of another power. However, that would be humiliating for the Qin dynasty. This was absolutely intolerable. Naturally, Yi Futian didn't have the time to care about the Qin dynasty's feelings. He sealed the Qin palace's entrance into the ancient baron and then proceeded to sit quietly in the Qin's sub-palace and cultivated with Yu Xing. In this sub-palace, they found quite a bit of useful objects for cultivation. They also had the 5 soul guard to enlighten them as they cultivated. How could they possibly put such a perfect environment for cultivation to waste? The 5 soul guard consisted of 5 elements and also contained extremely powerful spiritual energy. This helped speed up the enlightenment process. Not only Yi Futian was doing this, but Yu Shang was also following right along. For the time being, they still couldn't enter the upper ancient barren world. Since they couldn't step onto that battlefield, the best thing they could do was stay here and reap some benefits. In no time at all, months had passed. The 2 cultivating young men entered the 9th level Dharma plane one after the other. They were only 1 step away from the Arcana plane. Eastern Barren Territory, Western Region, Shu City. This was a small city in the Eastern Barren Territory and there weren't many high-leveled cultivators here. Because of certain reasons, high-leveled cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory were unwilling to enter Shu City. Plus, this city was extremely chaotic and produced many evil beings. However, there were also many people who were pure of heart. In Shu City, there were many Buddhists who tried to spread their beliefs to others. They all came from Xianxia Temple, which wasn't located too far from Shu City. Presently, many guests sat in a restaurant and chatted as they enjoyed wine. Among these paying customers was a peculiar pair. There was an elder dressed in tattered clothing and a smiling young woman in green seated beside him. She held the wine pot in the air and poured the liquid directly into the elder's waiting mouth. "That's good wine," the elder said with a great, big smile that reached his eyes. It was obvious that he was enjoying himself. "You should go easy on the wine and eat some more of the food." The young woman took the wine pot away before picking up a piece of meat with her chopsticks, feeding it to the man. Many people in the restaurant looked over to them with strange looks on their faces. The old man was ungroomed and unkempt while the young woman was beautiful and graceful. How could she be feeding this wretched man? "Where did this old geezer come from? My shoulders are a bit sore," the elder said in what seemed like a mumble to himself. It was as if he didn't notice the attention he received from the other customers. "Let me give you a little massage." The young woman stood up with a smile. She then moved behind the elder and began to rub his shoulders. The old man seemed like he was enjoying this. His eyes closed and he looked lost in the experience. Oh, these blissful days. He felt free as a bird. What a difference this was from that disobedient child back at home. Some guests couldn't take it anymore. This old man was enjoying himself a little too much. That's right, senior. I still haven't really comprehended those moves you taught me with a sword from last time. When are you going to teach me some more? The girl asked with a sweet smile. I don't know what you're talking about, child. I've never even touched a sword in my life. How would I know anything about sword tactics? The elder drawled with his eyes closed. The young woman didn't take it to heart and kept the smile on her face. Then, when are you going to show me again with a tree branch? Oh, you're talking about that time. I was just messing around with a branch. If you want to watch again, then I'll show you a couple more moves next time, said the elder. You, child, have really let it go to your head. You actually think they're sword tactics? This old man knows nothing about cultivation. The young woman's smile grew as she listened to the elder's response. Her small hands continued to massage, allowing the old man to continue in his bliss. Miss, I am from the Shuzhong sword clan. If you want to learn how to use a sword, maybe I can teach you? A middle-aged man in the restaurant spoke up, eyeing the young lady in green. Thanks, mister. But that won't be necessary. The girl turned to smile at him before turning back to focus on the elder. Miss, there are a lot of swindlers in the world of cultivation. You should be careful, warned the middle-aged man. Thanks for the heads up, mister, nodded the young woman. Others shook their heads when they realized she was disregarding the warning. One look at that old man and it was obvious he was no good. He didn't even act his age. This is so nice. Just as the people cursed him in their minds, the elder expressed his satisfaction. Immediately, rage-filled eyes glared at him. This old geezer had to be doing this on purpose. The elder's eyes were still closed in enjoyment. He didn't give a damn about what anyone else though. He was being wined and dined, with this young girl waiting on him. This was the life. Dong! Just then a bell rang. In an instant, it seemed like an invisible force had invaded the restaurant. The elder's body shook violently. He sat up straight abruptly, his body still shaking slightly, uncontrolled. What's that sound? Everyone else's reaction was nowhere as strong as the elder's. However, the same look of confusion reached their eyes. It sounded like a bell and it seemed to be traveling from somewhere far away. The immense willpower could be felt faintly as the people allowed the will to enter their minds, affecting that as well. What's going on? The young woman asked the elder. This was her first time seeing the elder so serious. In the months she had known him, the elder was always indolent and never took anything seriously. The elder was still slightly shaky. In a flash, he disappeared from inside the restaurant and was now standing outside. The young woman was dumbfounded. She hadn't even been able to see his movements clearly. Taking a deep breath, she followed after him. The elder looked behind him. A formless sound wave swept over the area, covering the entire Shu city. One after the other, people exited buildings all over the city. They lifted their heads, looking into the distance. The entire city listened as the bell sounds continued. They felt the willpower once again. The elder stared in one direction. The citizens of the city seemed like they finally realized what was going on and stared at the will. There seemed to be a holy light in some people's eyes. Where everyone was staring, there was a mountain, a blurred vision. The mountain was incredibly tall, almost as if it reached into the heavens. The body of the mountain seemed to glow in a holy light, making it visible from even the farthest places. It was the Eastern Barren Territories' #1 mountain, Sky Mountain, the place closest to the sky. Boom! A loud noise erupted and the ground shook. The people of Shu City all looked down at the surface they stood on as their bodies shook. These were vibrations brought on by an earthquake. The elder never lowered his gaze from the skies. His drowsy gaze was now sharper than ever. His seemingly tattered clothing was actually clean, blowing in the wind. His long, messy hair and beard also blew in the wind. Beside him, the young woman in green watched him with undivided attention. At this moment, the elder seemed almost divine. All over Shu City, cultivators from Chensho Temple put their hands together and prayed. A light reached their vigor-filled eyes as they stared at Sky Mountain. A bell sounded from Sky Mountain. Was this some sort of sign? A couple 100 kilometers away from Shu City stood an ancient temple. The sounds of the bell entered the temple and a bell within the temple rang as well. The two bells rang in harmony. Standing somewhere high in the temple was a figure staring out in the distance at Sky Mountain. His hands were clasped together and he was being shaken up on this inside. An old monk approached and other monks bowed at the sight of him. It was obvious that the old monk was of high status. He looked over at Sky Mountain and began to recite complicated scriptures with a strand of Buddhist beads behind his fingers. Bells have sounded from Sky Mountain. It is the sound of the great emperor. The old monk spoke, stirring up waves in the hearts of the monks in the Xianxia temple. The news of Sky Mountain's bells spread like rapid fire. Very quickly, the western region was buzzing with commotion. Sky Mountain was special in the western region. With all the commotion in the western region, there was no way for the news to be contained. It started to spread to other regions of the Eastern Barren Territory, and eventually, every top power received the news. The bells have sounded from Sky Mountain, ringing out over the western region. At the moment, this news even drowned out the war between the Qin dynasty and the college in the ancient barren world. All the attention in the Eastern Barren Territory was shifted to the western region. Yi Futian and Yushang had been cultivating in the ancient barren world all this time. They were in the Qin dynasty's sub-palace. Just then, a girl arrived in the sub-palace looking for Yi Futian. It was a disciple of the college, Nangong Jiao. She was an acquaintance of Yi Futian's. She was already in the top level of the Dharma plane. She was preparing to break into the Arcana plane just like Yi Futian. When Nangong Jiao saw that the two of them had completely taken over the Qin dynasty's territory and claimed it as their own, she was speechless. "Are you here to cultivate?" Yi Futian asked her with a smile. Although the college and the cottage didn't see eye to eye, it was all internal. Now that the Qin dynasty wants to control all of the Eastern Barren Territory, they were on the same boat. Nangong Jiao shook her head and said, "Not long ago, I got the news." Bells sounded from Sky Mountain in the western region. The entire Eastern Barren Territory is talking about it. You guys have been cultivating here without contact with the outside world, so you might not know. I came to tell you the news. Bells sounded from Sky Mountain? A look of confusion appeared on Yi Futian's face. He had only been in the Eastern Barren Territory for a couple of years, so it was natural that he didn't have a complete understanding of its history. So, bells sounded from Sky Mountain. What was there to talk about? Sky Mountain is the #1 mountain in the Eastern Barren Territory. It is said to be the one place closest to the heavens. In ancient history, Sky Mountain is the most sacred place in the western region. It is the place where you met with saints. Legends have it that at the peak of the mountain, they could fill the purest spiritual qi and is extremely helpful in cultivation. Especially so for cultivation in the Arcana plane. It would make it a piece of cake. But of course, there is no proof. Nangong Jiao continued to explain. Then, something big happened at Sky Mountain. According to history books, the Eastern Barren Territory was in the Dark Ages a couple hundred years ago. A terrifying demon beast appeared and ate people. The western region was compared to hell. That beast was extremely powerful and took over the western region's sacred grounds, Sky Mountain. That was until the appearance of two people. Nangong Jiao paused for a moment. There was a mysterious glow in her eyes. A yearning. Who? Yi Futian became curious after seeing the look in her eyes. I don't know their real names, but I'm sure you know of them as well. The two people from the legends are the two great emperors who unified the world, Dong Wang the Great and Emperor Yi Qin. Nangong Jiao continued solemnly. They once stepped into the Eastern Barren Territory, and at that time they weren't yet great emperors. Yi Futian shivered lightly. He was no stranger to these two names. Furthermore, he had yet to be revealed relations to them. Naturally, he also knew that they were once in the Eastern Barren Territory. They even made it to Qingzhou City, which was actually quite far from the Eastern Barren Territory. What he didn't know, though, was that they had left behind a piece of history there. There are many legends regarding the two great emperors and Sky Mountain. People claim that they were still teenagers in those days, traveling the world as a pair while ridding the world of evil. When they came across the demon beast in the Eastern Barren Territory, they locked it up in Sky Mountain for life. This also changed the mountain. Nobody steps foot on the mountain, and today, bells rang from the mountain. Some people say that it's the summoning of the great emperors. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng left the ancient barren world. Before leaving, they moved the 5 Soul Guard to the entrance of Book Mountain. Many people in the barren city were speechless at this. It was practically robbery. They wouldn't even let it go when they left. Second senior sister. Yi Futian found Zhuge Hui in the cottage. You're back. Zhuge Hui smiled at Yi Futian and Yusheng. Yes. Yi Futian nodded and asked, Senior sister, Nangong Jiao of the college said that Sky Mountain has a legend about Donghua the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. Are the legends in the ancient records true? They should be. Zhuge Hui nodded. Why has no one from afar come to investigate? Yi Futian asked in confusion. Donghuang the Great ruled the world. Since there may be legends about him on the Sky Mountain of the Eastern Barren Territory, people should be looking for him. Maybe this has something to do with his decree about the Eastern Barren Territory. Second senior sister replied with a smile. Yi Futian's eyes flashed as he looked to her. Then he smiled. You know so much. I'm your senior sister, after all. Zhuge Hui grinned. Yi Futian scratched his head. She made sense. Senior sister, I want to go to Sky Mountain, he said. He didn't act polite this time. The cottage was like his family now, and he didn't need pretense with family. Even if the bell didn't ring from Sky Mountain, he would still go if he discovered that there were traces of Emperor Yi Qing there. His birth was possibly related to Emperor Yi Qing. Minister Zhua of Nandu Nation had predicted that he had an emperor's fate. He also had the emperor's fate inside him. All this required him to look. He couldn't miss this chance. Of course, he also knew that understanding all this might not be a good thing. He had to be careful. He knew about the snow apes ending, after all. Okay. Zhuge Hui smiled. I'll go with you. Thank you, senior sister, Yi Futian said. Since Sky Mountain has legends of the two emperors, will you and third senior brother go and try? Your third senior brother and I probably won't have the chance to climb to the peak. Zhuge Hui smiled and shook her head. Sky Mountain neighbors Shu City. Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had repressed the demon bird, but rumor says that its intent is still alive. It is imprisoned in Sky Mountain. Thus, Sky Mountain contains the intents of both emperors and the demon bird. The higher someone's cultivation, the more easily they can be affected. Strong cultivators rarely go to Shu City, thousands of miles away. This is why only Qianxiu Temple can be so close to the mountain. They use the intent to exercise their own intent. So it's easier for non-cultivators to climb the mountain? Yu Futian found it strange. Technically, yes. Zhuge Hui nodded and smiled. But those who don't cultivate can't climb onto Sky Mountain. However, the bell has rung, so some opportunities will appear. We can go for the fun. Senior sister, can I go too? Shui came over and asked timidly. Has a year passed? Zhuge Hui asked. I can take care of our junior, right? And if you need help, you can just tell me, Shui said charmingly. Zhuge Hui smiled at him. Fine. Go call all your brothers. Great. Shui instantly cheered up and turned. Yi Futian understood that Zhuge Hui wanted all the disciples to go to Sky Mountain. After all, there was the legend of the two emperors. The bell ringing might be a sign of something. The cottage never cared about the Eastern Barren Territory but decided to go out their mountain this time. It was evident how important the Sky Mountain's bell was. The other forces naturally went to Shu City too. Especially in the west, all forces, no matter size, went to Sky Mountain like pilgrims. The Eastern Barren Territory was shaken instantly. Even the Qin dynasty inviting all top forces to Qin Mamrua and Qian Shanmu's marriage, the opening of the Dongqing College, or Gu Donglu and Lu Nanshan's battle wasn't as big as this. Last time mostly involved the top forces or powerful groups of the Eastern Barren Territory. This time, many strong cultivators from the west went as well. Other than them, countless people from other regions set off too. No matter how talented Gu Donglu or Lu Nantian were, they couldn't be compared to Donghuang the Great. The relic of the two emperors that ruled over the east had rung its bell. One could imagine the effect it created. Shu City, closest to Sky Mountain, was in an uproar. This small city that was rarely visited instantly became the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. People were everywhere. Strong cultivators in the Arcana Plain could be seen easily. Any random person on the streets may be in the Noble Plain. Strong cultivators from the Qin dynasty had arrived too. There were many of them and all were powerful. Because of their battle with the college in the ancient barren world, they attracted much attention no matter where they went. At this time, Qin Yu and Qin Li were both in the Qin dynasty group. They looked to the sky mountain that was almost connected to the sky. Was the strange bell a chance for them? Was it a good sign for their ruling of the Eastern Barren Territory for a bell to ring from the relic of Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing? At this time, another group came with flashes of light and descended beside the Qin dynasty. They were from the Donghua clan. The leader was Lady Yuxiao. The talented Lu Nantian and Hua Qingqing were on either side of her. Lady and brother Lu are here. Qin Yu nodded at Lady Yuxiao. The wife of the Donghua clan's leader was his senior. How do you feel? Lady Yuxiao asked. It's thousands of miles away, but I can still feel the slight pressure from the sky mountain. No wonder there are rarely any strong cultivators in Shu City. The monks of the Qianxia temple are so strong. Qin Yu chuckled. Can you feel it? Lady Yuxiao asked Hua Qingqing. It's very weak, Hua Qingqing murmured. Lady Yuxiao nodded slightly. It was the same as before. At this time, someone walked to Qin Yu and said something. His eyes flashed. The college and cottage had arrived together. Lady, an old friend has arrived. I'll pay them a visit, Qin Yu said. With that, he turned and left. Many people looked at him. Old friend? Was it the cottage? The college and cottage had indeed arrived together. The Qin dynasty had officially declared war on the college. They'd fought in the ancient barren world earlier. If they met in the outside world, the Qin dynasty might act without warning. They had to be careful. The first meeting after war broke out between them would take place in Shu City. This attracted many people. Qin Yu gazed at the college. This time, the 5 mountain elders of the college had all appeared, as well as the disciples of the cottage. Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglu had all come. Countless eyes fell on them. Was this the first time the disciples of the cottage all appeared outside Book Mountain? The second disciple of the cottage is actually so pretty, someone commented after seeing Zhuge Hui's beauty. She had a slim body, slender legs, and faintly smiling eyes, but still had an arrogant feeling. It was hard to imagine that such a fairy-like person had destroyed the gate of Dongqing College in Chaoga City. Third disciple Gu Donglu was handsome and scholarly. However, he still had a sharp feeling. His eyes were vibrant like daggers. The fourth and fifth disciples looked frivolous and cynical. The sixth disciple was another pretty girl. She had a youthful beauty. The seventh disciple was chubby and stood out. Eighth disciple Yi Futian was handsome and easy to recognize. Other than him, one-armed Yi Wuchen, Prince Lu Feiyang, and Princess Lu Qinyu of the Lu Kingdom were present as well. Along with Yu Sheng and Lulan Shui, this group stood out from the crowd. All cottage disciples except Sword Saint are here, everyone thought. Qin Yu was a bit excited. If he succeeded, he could kill all of the cottage this time. However, wanting to kill all of them was very difficult. Should the cottage not hand these people over to the Qin dynasty? Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the icy stares of the Lu siblings. They're here. Come take them, Zhuge Hui said. She was smiling but still gave off a cold, arrogant feeling. I'd like to try. Qin Yu laughed as he released his aura. A few figures appeared from the distance. They wore long robes and had sharp auras. They spread out in a line and surrounded the Qin dynasty. A youth walked out from the crowd and bowed before Zhuge Hui's group. Mo Xie greets the master uncles. Mo Xie. Many people studied this youth. He was the top disciple of Sword Saint Mountain. He joined the year the force was established and was the Sword Saint's first disciple. Thus, all disciples of the cottage were his master uncles, though not many were more powerful than him. Is first senior brother here? Zhuge Hui asked. Master told me to come aid my master uncles. He can come immediately if needed, Mo Xie said. Zhuge Hui nodded and gazed at Qin Yu. This was the west, it was the Sword Saint's territory. Qin Yu stared at the people before him. He collected his aura, knowing it wasn't possible to deal with the cottage here. Yi Futian, Qin Li suddenly called. Yi Futian looked up at him. You want to go onto Sky Mountain? Qin Li's eyes fell on him. Yi Futian scanned him coldly but ignored him. I thought you'd hide in the lower ancient barren world. Since you're out, make sure you're ready. Qin Li chuckled and the people of the Qin dynasty turned. Then Qin Yu said, the conditions from before still stand. Whoever kills Yi Futian will be protected by the Qin dynasty and given the position of princess groom. Everyone watched as the Qin dynasty left. Things were clearly different after war started. They didn't hide their murderous intent at all. The Sky Mountain's bell rang. All the strong cultivators in the Eastern Barren territory gathered to go up the mountain. What Qin Yu had said was a trap for Yi Futian. The Eastern Barren territory was so vast. On Sky Mountain, someone could very possibly seize this opportunity to kill Yi Futian in order to join the Qin dynasty. The cultivators of the Eastern Barren territory were of all levels. Not all cultivators could have the gifted talent to become a member of top forces, nor could they have the fate to marry the princess of the Qin dynasty. If they could make full use of this opportunity, they could rise up the ranks, though it was very risky. Human beings were the most complex creatures. No one could predict what this group of people would encounter. It was very ominous that Qin Yu chose to stay here. This was Qin dynasty's style. But the cottage wouldn't be like them. Staring at Qin Yu and Qin Li's back, murderous intent filled his eyes too. As long as there was a chance, he would kill them without showing any mercy as well. The surrounding people witnessed the exchange between the two top forces. They knew that if the Qin dynasty had the confidence to destroy the cottage, they wouldn't hold back. "Let's go," Zhuge Hui said. The group nodded and rose into the air, moving toward the Eastern Barren territory's most famous mountain. Soon, the strong cultivators gathered in Shu City also started departing. The countless cultivators on the road were like a frightening army. A black dragon soared in the air. Zhuge Hui, Gu Donglu, and the others were all on the back of the dragon. As they got closer and closer to the mountain, the black dragon suddenly growled and flew downward. Seeing the mountain getting closer and closer, Gu Donglu wasn't surprised. He could feel the deterrent force of the mountain getting stronger and stronger. There was an aggressive, malicious power constantly oppressing people's wills. Suddenly, it began to snow. The air grew cold. Snowflakes floated down endlessly. The black dragon landed at the foot of the mountain. Countless people were already there, standing under the snow. What level was the demon bird back then? Luo Fan murmured quietly. He could feel that invasive power too. Standing at the foot of the mountain, he even felt like the whole mountain was going to knock him down and imprison him here forever. Was this the intent power of the emperor? Some ancient books recorded that there had been sages during the period of darkness. They were all engulfed by that demon bird. Therefore, the demon bird must be at that level too, Gu Donglu inferred. Under such a deterrent force, it's very difficult for us to go up with our present plane. Zhuge Hui sighed. To go to the mountain, one must either be extremely well cultivated, even more than the demon bird and Donghuang the Great from centuries ago, or in lower levels so he could be less sensitive to the malicious power. That kind of power was not substantial. Therefore, it couldn't affect those in lower levels. It was contained in the mountain. The stronger the cultivators were, the more invasive the power became. However, if a person who had never cultivated stood here, he would feel nothing. There was a straight road on the mountain like a belt carved out by generations of people for pilgrimage before the demon bird appeared. At this time, a line of figures walked toward that path. They were dressed in cassock and chanted with their hands in front of them. The scene was very solemn. Their bodies emitted the light of the Buddha, covering them in a sacred sheen. The arhat that Yi Futian knew was among them. Obviously, they were the strong cultivators from Xianxia Temple. The Buddha's scripture can protect them from devil power. Many people thought. Sky Mountain's bell has rung. If someone can go up to the mountain, it must be the monks of the Xianxia Temple. Most people here belong to forces near the mountain. The Xianxia Temple was their mecca. Another line of figures came out. These strong cultivators were from the witch clan. Yi Futian looked up at the mountain but couldn't see the top. It was as if the mountain's top melted into the sky. Though his level was not high, he could still feel that deterrent force from the mountain, as well as that invasive power disturbing his will. On the way to the top, the feeling would get intensified constantly. Under such a deterrent force, it would be very hard to climb the mountain. People gathered here because they thought the ringing of the bell on the mountain was the emperor's call. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come. Generations of people had tried before. At this time, people continually stepped up on the road to the mountaintop. Are you going or not? Why are you staring at us? At this moment, Xia turned back and saw the people of Fuyun Sword Clan. The cottage and the Sword Saint Mountain appeared at the same time, attracting the Fuyun Sword Clan's attention. The head of the Fuyun Sword clan was also here. Glancing at Yi Wuqian, he scorned. So the cottage accepts disciples that the Fuyun Sword clan throws out? The mountain elder of the college stared at the man. At this time, Zhuge Hui smiled. You are not young anymore. Why don't you just shut up? This is the Western Territory. Watch your mouth or you will regret it. The head of the Fuyun Sword clan froze. Was this a threat? Funny. He huffed coldly but didn't continue the debate. The Fuyun Sword clan moved forward. This was the Western Territory, which meant the Sword Saint was possibly here. The Fuyun Sword clan was the inferior one. However, he was sure that the Sword Saint was not strong enough to confront with him. Moreover, the people of the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were also here. If the cottage dared to fight, the two forces wouldn't stand by. Shisong and Qi Ao beside him were also staring coldly at the cottage. Yi Futian's group didn't move. Soon, the Fuyun Sword clan, the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Royal Shen Temple all gathered together. These forces had all claimed to ally with the Qin dynasty when they were in the Qin dynasty's palace. Because of the Sword Saint clan, they hadn't taken any actions so far. Now, they kept close with the Qin dynasty. They were afraid that the cottage would take revenge. Let's go up, Zhuge Hui said and stepped forward. Ding! The bell's sound came down like a horrible wave. More snowflakes fell down crazily. Everyone closed their eyes. This ring seemed to be from heaven, coming down to the mountain and sweeping everything. Hearing the sound, those climbers felt like an enormous bell ringing in their heart. They trembled fiercely. Some moaned, some spat out blood as they were forced back. The vibrations of the huge sound sent them sliding on the snowy ground. Bang, bang! Some climbers from the air fell down to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths. Their hearts were badly hurt. The second disciple of the cottage also stopped. Blood seeped from the corner of her lips. The third disciple trembled. Seeing Zhuge Hui get hurt, his eyes looking at the mountaintop sharpened. Shui Yi and Luo Fan were also hurt, as were the mountain elders and other top talents in noble plane of the college. Senior sister and brother. Yi Futian looked at the scene in astonishment. Just because of a bell's ring, countless people in the vast place were badly hurt. People like Qin Yu, Lady Yuxiao, Lu Nantian, and people of the Fuyun Sword clan were all forced back, hurt. The stronger one was, the more injured they were. Yi Futian also felt a horrible deterrent force. But the feeling was not so strong. He only felt his body grow heavier when the frightening power penetrated his body. The snow was still falling. The air became depressing. All big names of the Eastern Barren Territory were hurt just because of the bell's one ring. Was this really the Emperor's call? What happened on Sky Mountain? Why did the bell ring? In the silence, everyone looked up at the mountain. Was it possible to climb this towering mountain? They all looked to the peak within the clouds. The snow kept falling. It was especially heavy near the peak. At this moment, there was a figure standing on the top of the mountain and watching all of this silently. People would be stunned if they saw him because someone had managed to reach the top. In the snow, the figure seemed incomparably lonely. He took out a flask and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he spilled some wine on the snow. It was as if he was the only person in the world. Standing below Sky Mountain, Zhuge Hui looked up. She could feel that the pressure had strengthened after the bell. Does this mountain really have a spirit? Are the intents of the two emperors really looking and keeping nobles from stepping onto the mountain? Zhuge Hui asked. Bells rang from Sky Mountain for some reason, pushing down all nobles. If the intents of the two emperors really are here, there's no need to do this, Gu Donglu murmured, looking up. Donghuang the Great was the ruler of the divine prefectures of the East. He wouldn't care about the plane of those who climbed the mountain. I think we came for nothing. Shui Yi and Luo Fan were annoyed too after knowing that there was no hope for them. Xiaoshi Xinger Jr., only you all can go, Luo Fan said. Yi Futian nodded. He looked up at the high peaks. Snow fell down lazily, draping many people in a layer of white. The cottage disciples weren't the only ones who realized this. The mountain elders of the college were also advising the younger generation. Similarly, at the Qin dynasty, Qin Yu was telling his people, Qin Li, seems that only you all can go. Yes, father. Qin Li nodded. Don't hold back if you have the chance. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly. He still hadn't taken revenge for Qin Gu by killing Gu Donglu. I understand. Qin Li's eyes were cold. Beside them, Lady Yuxiao of the Donghua clan looked to Hua Qingqing. She murmured, "Qingqing, will you go?" "Yes." Hua Qingqing nodded. She wanted to go see what Sky Mountain was like. Lu Nantian gazed at her with gentle eyes. He reached out as if wanting to caress her flawless features. But as if afraid of tainting her, he just touched the strands of hair by her hair. "Come down if you run into any danger," he said gently. "Okay," Hua Qingqing replied. "Take care of her," Lu Nantian instructed the disciples of the Donghua clan. They nodded. If nothing unexpected happened, Lu Nantian would be the next leader of the Donghua clan. Hua Qingqing would be the lady. Qian Shanmu was talented too, but still far from Lu Nantian. Hua Qingqing and the people of the Donghua clan started walking away. Lady Wuxia muttered, "Legend says that only those with pure hearts can climb up Sky Mountain. Qingqing is pure and untainted. If anyone can make it, I'm sure Qingqing will succeed over the people of the Xianxia temple." "I believe that too." Lu Nantian smiled at the pure and flawless backside. He hoped she could see the scenery of Sky Mountain. At this time, Gu Zhiqiu looked back at the clan leader of the witch clan who'd been forced down the mountain. The man nodded at him and said, "Only you can plant the demonic way into others. The Sky Mountain can't stop you. Go without worry. The Ring of the Great is a call to you." Gu Zhiqiu looked to his master. Could he do it? Even the most talented man of the Eastern Barren Territory would lose confidence when faced with Sky Mountain that the Great had once come to. "Senior brother, you can do it," Gu Bus said, smiling. Gu Zhiqiu nodded. Eyes determined, he continued walking. The Arhat also looked at the foot of the mountain. A monk there put his hands together and chanted. The Arhat did the same and turned to climb the mountain. Chiao was still together with the people of the Fuyun Sword clan. Only the seventh summit was missing from the 7 summits of the clan. Yi Wuchen, a swordsman of the 7th summit, had been banished by the clan leader. Now he stayed with Yi Futian. Strong cultivators of the Moon clan, Royal Shen Temple, Ji family, and others gradually started climbing too. Some people had sped up on the road, but not many chased after them. If it was really so easy, they wouldn't have waited until today. "Let's go," Yi Futian said. The group of disciples from the cottage, college, and Sword Saint Mountain all set off together. "Follow them," Zhuge Hui said to Shui Yi and Luo Fan. The two understood their senior sister. She wanted them to follow Yi Futian's group. Though they'd given up on climbing the mountain, they had to stop nobles from the Qin dynasty and other groups. When they couldn't continue, the nobles of the Qin dynasty also wouldn't be able to continue. People were everywhere on the mountain. Yi Futian felt the faint might coming down on him. There was also a sense of evil affecting him. This formless spiritual intent seemed to be omnipresent. Yi Futian wasn't far from here. He saw the Moon clan, but sadly, didn't see Jiu, though Chu Yaoyao was present. "Hello, fairy." Yi Futian saw a familiar face. She was Yun Ro, the disciple of Xiao Yueju and senior sister of Jiu. Yun Ro smiled at Yi Futian. This guy was such a sweet talker. She didn't say anything to Yi Futian though. The situation in the Eastern Barren Territory was ambiguous, and the Moon clan didn't want to lean towards any side. The mountain road was vast, and the powerful group of strong cultivators climbed up. Snow floated down from Sky Mountain, bringing coldness with it. The entire mountain was covered in a layer of white. Some people were fast, others were slow. Yi Futian's group maintained the same speed, neither fast nor slow. They could feel the formless pressure and invading evil intent getting stronger as they climbed. Some people of the Arcana Plain already started feeling the pressure. "How tall is the mountain?" Yi Futian asked Du Ming from the Sword Saint Mountain. Du Ming was Moxia's disciple. He was the 3rd generation of Sword Saint Mountain. He was older and more skilled than Yi Futian, but had to call him Grand Uncle Master. The status of the cottage made them speechless. "No one has climbed to the top in all these years," Du Ming replied. "I don't know how tall it is. Some say that it goes as high as the sky, and climbing it is as hard as climbing the sky." Yi Futian couldn't reply. When he climbed Turtle Mountain, he could at least see the approximate height. Though he could fly in Sky Mountain, he didn't know how tall it was. The peak was in the clouds. "Let's hurry up a bit," Yi Futian said. Everyone sped up. As they continued, low cries sounded beside Yi Futian. He looked to the black-winged eagle with its wings spread out. What's wrong? The bird hung its head. Its limbs drooped on the ground. You can do it. Yifutian patted the black-winged eagle's forehead. Its eyes sharpened a bit and nodded forcefully. It continued going upward with Yifutian. As they kept climbing, they gradually moved to the middle of the mountain. Various peaks loomed over them, surrounding them in the mountain's belly. Yifutian's heart sped up as if there was a strange rhythm. The evil feeling strengthened, and the black-winged eagle's eyes glowed with red light as it stared ahead. Many people stopped here. Yifutian's group walked up and saw a canyon going upward. There were images on the walls of demon birds. There was also a black rock with sharp black feathers and claws. It seemed to have come from hell. Each image seemed ready to jump out of the wall. There were many corpses on the road. Some of the bodies were very tragic and hard to look at. Yifutian just glanced at the wall and already felt a demon bird flying into his mind. He instantly looked away from the wall. The Arhat and people of the Xianxia temple were at the center of the walls now. Buddhist light dazzled on them. The demons couldn't reach them. The demon birds seemed to fly to them but were stopped by the Buddhist light. The Xianxia temple is most likely to climb to the peak, many people thought when seeing this. The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty walked out first. They activated the Dragon Emperor technique. Roars filled the sky and dragons protected them as they walked. They passed through the space but didn't leave. Instead, they looked back to Yifutian's group. The witch clan followed them, showing their own skills. At this time, a quiet beauty walked out from the crowd. Many people gazed at her. Hua Qingqing, one of the Eastern Barren Territory's top beauties, was going alone. Mississippi, Chen Shanmu and many other Donghua disciples walked up. No need, Hua Qingqing said softly. Music notes pulsed on her body and a layer of sacred light covered her. Music emanated from her as she walked forward. The music was so pure, without any impurities. The evil demon birds seemed to brush past without touching her. As expected of the Donghua clan's daughter, Qin Li praised. Granduncle Master, should we escort you? Duming asked. Sure. Yifutian nodded naturally, surprising the people of the Sword Saint Mountain. This Grand Uncle Master was from the cottage, after all. Duming had just asked out of politeness, and he took it? Broadsword Matrix, Duming said. The disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain stood together to form the matrix. The light from the swords created a curtain of light surrounding them. The cottage will use this type of trick? A mocking voice said. Yifutian turned to see Chiao and the Fuyun sword clan standing there. Afterward, they gathered their sword intent into beams of dazzling sword light. They shot into the sky and passed through the space. When they reached the other end, they turned back to Yifutian's group mockingly. Many people looked at their group strangely. They'd anticipated seeing the cottage disciples go forward. They didn't think that the cottage couldn't do it, but this was still disappointing. Are we getting looked down upon? Xianxia asked. I think so. Yifutian nodded. Senior sister and us will go first. You can do it. Xianxia patted Yifutian's shoulder. Yifutian stared at him. Shouldn't you do it? I don't have to do it if you can. Xianxia looked to Duming. Let's go. Okay. Duming nodded. The broadsword matrix escorted the people across the space, leaving Yifutian alone. Even the black-winged eagle was taken with. You're okay with this? Yifutian muttered as he walked forward. Many people looked at him as he stepped onto the path between the walls. The images on the walls seemed to come to life, crazily rushing to him. Countless eyes froze on him, watching him just walk over like that. Qin Li and Chiao narrowed their eyes. Was this guy looking to die? The horrible demon birds landed directly on him, about to rush into his body. Many people even closed their eyes. People had died like this. Annoying. They heard Yifutian's voice at this time and discovered with shock that Yifutian was walking forward totally unaffected. Yifutian strolled casually on the road as if the demon birds from the walls had no effect on him. They rushed towards him, but his white robe fluttered, his black hair flying. Noble intent bloomed from him, and his entire body seemed to be shrouded in sacred light. The evil couldn't hurt him. Everyone was shocked. How powerful was Yifutian's will? Was it because he had a low plane so he wasn't as heavily affected? But no matter what, Yifutian's powerful walk destroyed all suspicions earlier. Xianxia and the Sword Saint Mountain disciples left him behind because they had absolute trust in him. They really were crazy. They trusted Yi Futian before he'd even tried. Xiao and the disciples of the Fuyun Sword clan had already descended on the other side after transforming into sword light. Seeing Yi Futian's actions, Xiao's expression grew ugly. This was a slap to him. He isn't in the Arcana plane yet. He must have benefited from his low plane. Someone nearby said after seeing Xiao's change of expression. Chu Yaoyao looked at Yi Futian from the Moon Clan group. She walked forward. "Virgin," someone called. "I want to try." Dazzling light enveloped her. Her body flashed and countless copies of her appeared. They were destroyed by the demon birds, but Chu Yaoyao continued forward. Like a fairy, her movements were like a dance, leading people to gasp. First, there was Hua Qingqing. Now there was Chu Yaoyao. The top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory were not only amazing in their looks. People behind them started trying too, working together. More and more strong cultivators passed it. Very rarely did anyone die. The people from before had rushed too much, causing them to get killed. On the road, the people of the Xianxia temple and Witch clan had already set off again. Qinli watched Yi Futian walk over with a cold glint in his eyes. He waited for Chu Yaoyao and asked, "Yaoyao, are you all right?" "Yes." She nodded lightly. "Come with me." Qinli asked. "I'll wait for my sisters. You can go first." Chu Yaoyao's voice was gentle, and her moving eyes made people want to protect her. "Okay." Qinli nodded. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan continued forward soon after. Yi Futian's group also started walking. Forces such as the Fuyun Sword clan and Royal Shen Temple were nearby. Many people came gradually after them. Seeing these figures, they felt that the road ahead wouldn't be peaceful. The two parties had declared war. Lu Qinyu, Lu Feiyang, Yi Wuqian, and the Qin dynasty were true enemies. The rivalry between the college and Qin dynasty. Between the cottage, Sword Saint Mountain, and Fuyun Sword clan. Between the cottage and Royal Shen Temple. It was shocking they could bear it for this long. The mountain road grew steeper. Everyone gradually entered the belly of Sky Mountain. Snow was everywhere, dancing in the sky. They couldn't see outside the mountain anymore. They looked up at the soaring peak and could only keep walking. No one knew how long it would take. The snow grew heavier. Everyone was covered in a layer of white. Some would use fire spiritual chi to melt the snow on them, but they started feeling cold. In addition, the evil feeling grew stronger too. It seemed to seep from the mountain and influence them from everywhere. The black winged eagle followed close to Yi Futian. Its claws dug into the ground, its eyes glowed red while it hung its head. Yi Futian planted a mark in its mind with a shred of Emperor's intent. This chased away its fear so it could keep going. Gradually, more and more people started giving up. They felt that if they continued, they would be completely controlled by the evil feeling, becoming its puppet. Those who continued had extremely strong wills. They followed the strong cultivators of each top force. If anything happened, these top cultivators could buffer the attack. They could also learn a lot from them. The days passed. They had already walked for 7 days and had no clue where they were. The strong cultivators at the foot of the mountain were still there. People constantly gave up and went back down. People were everywhere in the white snow. Almost half of the strong cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory were here. The bell didn't ring again. Otherwise, they probably couldn't stay there anymore. Zhuge Hui stood there, quietly gazing at Sky Mountain. "Do you think Junior is the person our teacher wants to find?" she whispered. Only the other cottage disciples could understand. Gu Donglu looked at the snowy peaks. The first 3 disciples were the clearest about the teacher's goal. However, the goal was too lofty. Despite their talent, they couldn't do it. It was so lofty that they didn't even know what step they were at now. Now, merely the Eastern Barren Territory threatened them. "I don't know," Gu Donglu whispered. When he'd heard Yi Futian utter that sentence in the ancient barren world, he went to the Kangi kingdom without hesitation. "I wonder if Junior will gain something on the mountain," Zhuge Hui said, smiling. The Eastern Barren Territory had the legend about the 2 emperors. If Yi Futian could accomplish something and the teacher knew, he would be very happy. But where exactly was that old guy hiding? He tricked Zhuge Hui here and dumped the entire cottage on her without teaching her anything. Now he'd escape to enjoy life alone. That old man. On Sky Mountain, the black winged eagle stopped again. Its legs trembled and the feathers on its wings stood up straight. There were many marks on the walls ahead. There were signs of claw scratches, lightning, and fire. A horrible aura emanated from it all. This was probably where the two emperors had fought with the demon bird. Everyone felt their bodies grow heavy. An invisible force pressed down on them. Black ravens flew between the walls. Their eyes had a deadly aura and occasionally glowed red. Thud, thud, thud. They could practically hear their own heartbeats grow louder and louder. Push it down. Yifutian glanced at the black-winged eagle. The mark planted in its mind released a powerful might. He saw the black-winged eagle's eyes become demonic, glinting with a bloody light. It was about to go crazy. Ah! Pained cry ripped out. Many hearts trembled and the people looked back. A strong cultivator in the Arcana plane couldn't resist the evil intent anymore. His eyes shone with terrible demonic light. His hand had also transformed into a frightening golden dagger that he stabbed into the man beside him. Blood bloomed in the white snow. Seeing the fresh blood, many people couldn't control the evil in them either. They screamed as the wild aura exploded. They lost control of themselves. Even those of the top forces started shaking. The evil accumulated in them was too hard to repress. They lost control and started attacking wildly. Many people charged towards Hua Qingqing, Chu Yaoyao, and Qin Mamrua. The three were the top beauties of the Eastern Barren territory. They easily attracted evil thoughts. People also went crazily to the fairies of the Moon Clan. Kill them, Qin Li ordered coldly. Instantly, the people of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan started acting. The scene became more chaotic. Blood flew through the air with the snow, leading to more evil thoughts. Even Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu's eyes turned red as they stared coldly at Qin Li. They hated his guts. This type of negative emotion was easy to be pushed out and affected by the evilness. Seeing this, Hua Qingqing stepped into the crowd and sat down, legs crossed. Her Guqin spirit appeared and she started playing. Seeing her flawless and angelic features, even more people pounced towards her. Music rang out. It was so wholesome it could almost purify their souls. The world fell quiet. All evil thoughts were eradicated by the music. Those who pounced towards her stopped, struggling in place. In the front, the Arhat and Qianxia temple disciples who'd forged on alone looked back. Those who were pure enough would be unaffected by the evil influence. Hua Qingqing was probably that type of person. As the soothing music flowed out, much of the redness in people's eyes were a bit controlled. The fighting continued though. Many people couldn't completely extract themselves. Qin Li looked over to Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu. Seeing the redness in their eyes, he chuckled. Want to kill me? The murderous intent grew in their eyes. Qingqing is kind, but it's better for these failures affected by the evil to kill themselves. Why save them? Qin Li asked, glancing at Hua Qingqing. Evil thoughts are born in those who are evil. No need to save them, Qiao also said. I have a question for you. Yifutian walked forward. The place was a bit chaotic now. Qin Li was in the direction of the Moon Clan. What question? Qin Li asked with a sneer. Yifutian stopped before Qin Li and smiled brightly. Do people like you never repent? Even when facing death? Qin Li arched an eyebrow. His eyes sharpened as he stared at Yifutian. At that time, a wild aura burst from Yifutian's body. He transformed into an afterimage that shot forward. Boom! Qin Li's aura erupted too. Then he saw a heavy staff that weighed thousands of tons drop from the sky. It swept down everything with the roar of a divine ape and dragon. It was about to split everything apart. Qin Li's expression changed. A dragon also roared above him. His arm seemed to transform into the arm of a dragon as he blocked the incoming staff. He'd been looking for a chance to kill Yifutian's group but didn't expect that Yifutian dared to attack him first. Boom! The staff swung down and there was a huge sound. Qin Li's entire body shook. The fabric on his arm tore apart and he fell onto one knee. The ground underneath cracked. Everyone was shocked. No one processed it all. Yifutian had been talking and smiling earlier but changed as soon as he finished. He wanted to kill Qin Li. How ruthless! At this moment, terrible dragon scales appeared on Qin Li's arms. They shone frighteningly. Clearly, They were ritual implements. If he didn't have these protecting his arms, they would probably have broken under Yi Futian's sudden attack. It was too abrupt and Yi Futian hadn't held back at all. Whoosh! Wind whistled as the staff twirled. The air current went wild. Vines spiraled out from Yi Futian, locking Qin Li's body. Stop! The people of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan finally processed everything. Their auras immediately flared and they rushed towards Yi Futian. They cast spells simultaneously at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was still unmoved. Ice cold, he brought his murderous staff down again. The entire weight of the world seemed to fall onto Qin Li. Qin Li knew that he'd lost his chance. The most important task now was to save his life. He dazzled brilliantly. His dragon armor transformed into a true dragon that roared. It spiraled above him, protecting him. He raised his arms too for protection. Boom! There was another huge explosion. Dust flew in the wind as Qin Li was forced into the mountain. A ditch appeared in the mountain. He grunted and spat out blood. Even with the ritual implement protecting him, he was still injured. Dragons came over murderously. Yi Futian knew he would fail, so he retreated after swinging his staff. Royal grandson? The people of the Qin dynasty grouped around Qin Li. He felt his body shake inside. Activating a battle technique, his blood rumbled and dragons roared. Then he took a deep breath, calming the tremors inside. He stood up slowly and stared coldly at Yi Futian, eyes full of murderous intent. You're lucky to be alive. Yi Futian chuckled. His smile was gentle and calm as if nothing had happened. Everyone was speechless at his smile. You won't be so lucky. Eyes filled with menacing murder. Qin Li said, Kill him. Strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty went up, surrounding Yi Futian. Disciples of the college advanced too. No matter what, the college and cottage were one group. They obviously had to stand together against the Qin dynasty. Otherwise, the Qin dynasty would kill them after killing Yi Futian. Many people had already died in the ancient barren world. The people of the Donghua clan walked up too. Disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain walked towards them. A huge battle was about to start. The surrounding people held their breaths. The various forces had already declared war. Were the rivalries finally going to be ignited on Sky Mountain? Hua Qingqing stopped her music and watched the imminent battle with her pretty eyes. Chu Yaoyao gazed at Yi Futian. She didn't know what to think. The Moon clan obviously wouldn't get involved. This is between the Qin dynasty and cottage. What is the Sword Saint Mountain doing? Chiao from the Fuyun Sword clan said. He looked at the group with sharp eyes. Du Ming furrowed his sword-like brows. Gazing at Chiao, he said, What is it to you? Shouldn't the college give us Yi Wuchen, the traitor of the Fuyun Sword clan? Chiao asked with a smile. Yi Futian looked coldly at him. Chiao obviously knew that he wouldn't hand Yi Wuchen over. He was just using this as an excuse to enter the battle. Snow continued falling. The atmosphere was getting tenser. Why didn't you learn anything from when first senior brother went to the Fuyun Sword clan? Xianxia asked. Yi Futian scanned the crowd. The royal Xian temple was watching menacingly. They didn't say anything, but he was sure that they would act if needed. The cottage had a disadvantage in numbers. Yi Futian rose slowly against the might from Sky Mountain. Wind elemental sorcery gathered around him. Golden rock wings unfurled with noble will. Everyone looked at him. What was he doing? No need to fight. The problem between Qin Li and I is personal, Yi Futian suddenly said. Then he shot into the sky and rose up as if he was going to reach the peak. In the sky, Yi Futian was like a rock, transforming into a bolt of lightning. Many people stared at this scene in shock. Unexpectedly, Yi Futian left everyone here without fighting. Want to escape? Qin Li gazed at the figure in the sky. Chase him. As soon as he spoke, people shot into the sky like dragons in flight. They pursued Yi Futian. Onto the mountain. Yi Xiaoxia's body flashed. Strong cultivators from every force advanced up Sky Mountain, much faster than before. This imminent battle was cut short because of Yi Futian's sudden departure. Let's go. The Fuyun Sword clan and Sword Saint Mountain started climbing too. Yi Futian crossed an impossible length and landed on a huge boulder. Then he continued forward as if the evil feeling and might didn't exist. Feiyang, take care of Qin Yu, Yi Wuchen said. Then he shot forward like a flash from his sword. I'll take a look, Chu Yaoyao said and also sped up the mountain. Yifutian was galloping down the path. He was so fast, with powerful cultivators of high plains from the Qin dynasty close behind him. If not for the might from Sky Mountain, they would have caught up. After all, he was in a lower plane. More and more strong cultivators pursued him, but he didn't seem to care. When he'd acted, he had already thought of various scenarios. Noble fate rose up in him, fighting against the repressive might. Emperor Will was in this too, allowing him to reduce the pressure from the mountain. The pressure grew. Subtle lightning could be seen amongst the falling snow as if this was a world of lightning. Even the boulders of the mountain glimmered with lightning. Yifutian stepped into it and felt the powerful lightning will press down. It ran through his body, but it wasn't all. The evil feeling strengthened too. His feet walked forward involuntarily. You think you can run? Behind him, Qin Li walked over. There were dragon roars as if he was a dragon. He was covered in dragon armor. The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty formed a matrix around him. They stepped into the lightning world together. Yifutian ignored them. Since he attacked Qin Li, he hadn't thought of actually escaping. His only motive for attacking was to kill Qin Li. Back in the Lu Kingdom, seeing what Qin Yuan did to Lu Qinyu, seeing Lu Qinyu attempt suicide, Yi Wuchen's helplessness, and Qin Li's arrogant words, he'd already wanted to kill the man. He was helpless back then though. Emperor Lu wouldn't kill him, so Yifutian couldn't either. Now they were in Sky Mountain. The strongest man beside Qin Li was only in the Arcana plane. The higher they climbed, the more pressure those with high planes would feel. Yifutian finally had a chance now. Plus, since they were at war, Qin Li would kill him if he didn't kill the other. He only worried about how to do it now. Xianxia arrived too, as well as some people from the Donghua clan. People from different forces gradually entered this lightning world. Of course, many people dropped out because they couldn't take it anymore. Those who entered involuntarily slowed down. Red glowed in some eyes again, even those who were greatly talented. Chu Yaoyao also entered the lightning. Seeing the lonely backside in the distance, she felt that Yifutian wasn't escaping. She saw the determination in his backside. Yi Wuchen, Yu Xing, Lulan Shui and the others started walking here too. If you think you can't take it anymore, don't force yourself, Hua Qingqing said to the people around her. She obviously felt the pressure too. The Qianxiu temple and Witch clan were before Yifutian. At this moment, Gu Biyue stopped. She wanted to give up but saw Yifutian speed up and overtake her. She couldn't help but stare and ask, "Are you crazy?" Yifutian ignored her and continued past. Qin Li's expression grew uglier. His will kept getting corroded. He knew the pressure contained in the space, but Yifutian kept advancing. Some of the strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty beside him were unstable already. Their eyes glowed red, their murderous intent intensified. We can't keep dragging it on. Kill him, Qin Li ordered coldly. His people burst forward towards Yifutian. Their eyes were bloody. They wanted to kill so badly. Boom. Seeing this, Xianxia sped up too and actually transformed into a bolt of lightning. He started later but arrived first. He leaped over Qin Li, body turning into a blur. He reached out and his arms actually stretched, curling towards the people going to kill Yifutian. Kill him, Qin Li uttered coldly. Various Qin dynasty cultivators stepped out and soared in the sky. Xianxia seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He kicked backward and his feet actually turned into a golden mountain. It pressed down, radiating with gold light. With a huge boom, it forced the people back. Come back. Xianxia waved his arm and dragged the people back like tentacles. As if he didn't know about the battle behind him, Yifutian advanced without looking back. Qin Li's expression was ugly. Take care of him, he said coldly. Then he brought some people to continue chasing after Yifutian. The rest surrounded Xianxia. Seeing that they wanted to go around him to pursue Yifutian, Xianxia flashed and blocked them. He dazzled radiantly. The next moment a huge tree grew wildly. He seemed to have become a divine tree that spread in all directions. Even more frightening, the tree that Xianxia turned into wasn't only green. It also had a terrible golden tint, like a true emperor's glow. Emperor's vine. Everyone's eyes flashed as they stared forward. The emperor's vine was known as the emperor amongst trees and had the sturdiest vines. Clearly, the life spirit of the cottage's seventh disciple was the emperor's vine and used it to create this dharma. With this dharma released, all wood and gold spiritual chi were devoured. A wood elemental spell was released while dazzling gold tendrils covered the sun. They sped in the air, going towards the group that wanted to kill Yifutian. Every vine was like a horrible blade. The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty were facing a great enemy. Not daring to underestimate it, they turned around to defend themselves with spells. They didn't dare to keep chasing Yifutian. That's right. Xianxia smiled brightly. That moment, countless strong cultivators formed a battle matrix and went straight towards him. Dragons roared from many of them. They stabbed their spears forward, wanting to shatter Xiaoxia's body. Whoosh! Endless vines swept forward, transforming into thousands of tentacles that curled towards the people. A golden flower bloomed. The sharp petals spun and expanded like a frightening gold vortex. Horrible dragons roared above the spears with murderous intent. They destroyed everything. The gold petals continuously got shattered. It seemed powerful for the flower to be destroyed, but it kept blooming and blooming without end. The dragon apparitions extinguished and the powerful auras of the Qin dynasty disappeared. However, the petals were still coming. They exploded into a rain of petals. Every droplet of rain sharpened into sturdy golden blades. The people sped backward but saw golden vines coming at them from behind, blocking their escape route. They could only force themselves to fight back. Squelch! A horrible golden tendril pierced someone from the Qin dynasty. He screamed in pain. Retreat, battle matrix, someone yelled. Sensing danger, they didn't dare to feel cocky anymore. The seventh disciple of the cottage wasn't as famous, but he was just as powerful. The cottage couldn't be rated with common standards. Junior, this is all I can do. Xiaoxia looked to Yifutian in the distance. He knew Yifutian's plan. Use the characteristic of Sky Mountain to kill Qin Li. Beside them, the people of the Fuyun Sword Clan walked over. They glanced at Xiaoxia and continued their pursuit. More people arrived and continued forward, going in Yifutian's direction. Yifutian gradually slowed down. It became harder as he went. Many people had been left behind now. Those without steadfast wills couldn't get here at all. At this point in the lightning world, Yifutian was at the front. Behind him was Qin Li's group. The Donghua clan, Fuyun Sword Clan, and Chu Yaoyao were behind them. After that was the college, Beitang Xinger, Yushang, and Yi Wuchen. Everyone was closing in on each other because the people in the front slowed down. Even though the ones behind slowed down as well, it wasn't as much. Only around 50 people were following Yifutian. The rest had been left behind. How far can you go? Qin Li asked coldly, watching Yifutian get closer. He only had 2 people with him. The others had either been stopped by Xiaoxia or gave up. Those with him were extraordinary. They were part of the Qin dynasty's royal family and were in even higher planes than him. Yifutian suddenly stopped. He turned around to look at Qin Li and smiled. Since you want to kill me so badly, should we have a duel? Idiot. Qin Li sneered with mockery. He was stronger than Yifutian, but with such a disadvantage now, why would he fight? He wasn't a good person. To kill Yifutian was his only goal. The people of the Donghua clan and Fuyun clan walked up. There were 4 from the Donghua clan with Hua Qingqing in the back. There were also 4 from the Fuyun Sword Clan, a Qi Ao, and 3 other swordsmen. They were all amazing geniuses. Chu Yaoyao stood in the back, watching this all. Yushang, Yi Wuchen, Beitang Xinger, the Black Wind Eagle, Du Ming of the Sword Saint Mountain, and 2 other strong cultivators, and 4 disciples of the college were behind her. The Royal Shen Temple was also there. Both sides were more equal in number now. They were all the best of their forces. Die! Qin Li uttered. As soon as he spoke, people from the Qin dynasty stepped out on either side. Dragons spiraled above them. All royalty from the Qin dynasty had dragons as their dharma. That was their totem. The dragons soared and pounced at Yifutian, wanting to shred him with their golden claws. Yifutian grasped his 5-element staff. The divine ape growled, the dragon roared, and the golden rock shimmered. His body seemed undefeatable. He stepped forward and all the might in the world gathered on him. He swept his staff across, hitting a dragon. It was a giant golden dragon with a shocking defense that forced Yu Futian back. Then a frost dragon exhaled at him. Iciness filled the sky, covering him. Yu Futian flew in the air and swept his staff again. Using the momentum, he retreated. The two from the Qin dynasty were in much higher planes. They chased without stop. Qin Li also followed, wanting to kill Yu Futian. Boom! Yu Shang stepped forward and shot into the sky. Yi Wuchen, with his sword, soared like a beam of sword light. Whoosh! A beam of sword light cut the snowflakes in the sky, slicing the air. Yi Wuchen came to a stop. His body spun with his sword out. Silver lightning seemed to crack across, splitting at the touch. Xiao appeared before him. Studying Yi Wuchen, he said, "Today, I will take care of things for the Fuyun Sword Clan." With that, Xiao continued walking. Zhisong was the swordsman from the first summit, but Xiao was the strongest of the first summit in Arcana Plane. He was confident in becoming a swordsman of any summit. He walked before Yi Wuchen and brought out his sword. It danced in the air like silver light, constantly changing and blocking all escape routes. Yi Wuchen stared forward, his eyes changing. That moment, a sword seemed to appear in Qiao's eyes. As a disciple of the Fuyun Sword Clan, Qiao was familiar with what ability the swordsman from the 7th summit had. He activated the sword eye. He ignored the sword light in his eye. Powerful will pushed back the sword will. Forgetting the light, he focused on the attack. Yi Wuchen couldn't threaten him, so he didn't have to care about the sword eye. Yi Wuchen brought his sword down. It was a simple move but seemed to slice the world. It was so powerful that it actually cut down one of Qiao's lines of defense and continued invading. His plane wasn't as high as Qiao. In order to win, he had to attack. If he defended, he would be dead. The other swordsmen blocked the cultivators of the Sword Saint Mountain. Swords and broadswords clashed. They seemed to want to end the old rivalry between the two forces. Another from the Fuyun Sword Clan blocked Yu Shang. The college disciples wanted to help Yi Futian, but the Donghua clan appeared to isolate them. On Qin Li and Yi Futian's battlefield, Yi Futian kept getting forced back. Qin Li was 2 levels higher than him in the Arcana Plane, and there wasn't much hope for Yi Futian. Qian Shanmu sat down and started playing his guqin. Music covered the battlefield. Musical sorcery transformed into spiritual attacks that stabbed into the ears of the college and Sword Saint Mountain, affecting their fighting. Beitang Xinger looked at Yi Futian. She was worried, but she didn't have a high plane either. She probably wasn't stronger than Yi Futian, so she couldn't help. Glancing at Qian Shanmu, she walked over. Stopping in place, she closed her eyes. Invisible spiritual energy shrouded the area. The spiritual storm converged and landed inside Qian Shanmu's mind. At that moment, he could only see Beitang Xinger's image in his mind. "Stop," Beitang Xinger uttered. It echoed countless times in Qian Shanmu's mind. "Stop, stop." The endless echoes were like an invisible storm hitting Qian Shanmu. He flew backward, the music cutting off. He looked up at Beitang Xinger in shock. She ignored him and started attacking the others. Soon, another Donghua clan cultivator was forced back and almost killed by a college disciple. Junior sister. Qian Shanmu gazed at Hua Qingqing. Many thought Qian Shanmu was the best musical sorcerer of the young generation, but he knew Hua Qingqing was stronger in both talent and ability. Hua Qingqing's eyes flashed. She walked to Beitang Xinger. They stared at each other and formless spiritual energy clashed. Hua Qingqing's clear eyes held the gaze. Beitang Xinger began to look worried. Her spiritual energy wasn't as strong as Hua Qingqing, so she couldn't help anymore. At that time, Yu Futian was forced back again. He crashed against a boulder and grunted. Blood seeped from his lips. Qin Li's trio pressed down. Yu Futian stood up and turned. He continued racing up the mountain. Escaping again? Qin Li's expression was frigid. Just stopping them is enough. With that, he brought the other two and continued after Yi Futian. At the front, coldness glinted past Yi Futian's eyes as he raced. The time was coming. In the lightning-filled world, the great battle continued. Even the geniuses from various top forces were under extreme pressure, and it was not just from the battle itself. Yi Futian slowly disappeared in the distance. Qin Li and the 2 upper Arcana Plane cultivators from Qin Dynasty were chasing him. The mountain path was very rugged. Yifutian did not look behind him and kept advancing forward. In front of him, the lightning-filled world seemed to be turning into an icy one, where ice storms were raging. Before he even reached, he already began to shiver. The snowflakes falling from the sky condensed into frost and turned into part of the icy world on Sky Mountain. Yifutian stepped into it and could only feel extremely cold. It was as if he was covered in snow and ice, and coldness seeped into his bones continuously. Apart from being cold, evil thoughts also intensified and were mixed with the freezing coldness. Various negative emotions flashed across the eyes of Qianli and the other two cultivators. A frightening murderous intent was released from them as they stared at Yifutian's back with a bloodthirsty look. Before them, they could vaguely see the Arhat of Qianxia Temple and warlock Gu Zhiqiu of Witch Clan. The two advanced forward without any distractions and only had one goal: to reach the top of Sky Mountain. Their clanmates were all left behind as they did not have the ability to follow them. Suddenly, Yifutian changed his path and walked towards the side. Qianli's body was fully covered with a piece of dragon armor. Stepping on the snow, he continued the chase. The four people walked in the snow and climbed a huge rock, after which they arrived on a flat piece of land. In the distance, there was only a cliff, and it seemed likely that they had nowhere else to go. Yifutian finally stopped. Cold wind was blowing, and his white shirt was covered with snow. In the strong wind, he looked somewhat bleak. "Where can you run now?" Qianli's eyes were filled with a terrifying red light. Just now, Yifutian forced him to kneel down with his rod, which was very humiliating. The murderous intent Qianli had towards Yifutian at the moment surpassed everything else. His negative emotions were ignited totally, and he only wanted Yifutian to die. "Now, there should be no one else here to disturb us," Yifutian said with his back facing Qianli. Qianli's eyes sparkled. What did Yifutian mean? No one else will disturb us? In the first place, there were not many who could reach this place. Moreover, a battle had erupted below them, so there should indeed be no one else here. "Do you think this is a good place to bury your corpse?" Yifutian turned around slowly and stared at Qianli. At this instant, his eyes seemed to contain a supreme trace of dignity. The blood in Yifutian's body started to roar and roll. A golden divine flame seemed to be burning in his blood. From his body, many brilliant traces of light spread out. Boom! Noble will charged into the air, and it even seemed to be slightly golden. At this moment, Yifutian had evolved. His blood, muscles, and fate were all becoming stronger at a remarkable pace. The spiritual chi around him formed a storm centered at him. Snow flew wildly in the sky. Even the snowflakes seemed to be covered in a sacred radiance. From his eyes, one could notice a faint golden light glittering. Qianli looked at Yifutian's eyes and actually felt that he was inferior in front of Yifutian, that he needed to kneel down and pay homage to Yifutian. "What's happening?" Qianli's face darkened quickly. Yifutian's might was rising rapidly, especially his will. It actually made him want to kneel down and surrender. How ridiculous this was. Who was Qianli? He was the grandson of the king of Qin dynasty, the son of the crown prince. In the future, he would be able to succeed from his father the throne. He was born noble and extraordinary. How many people in the Eastern Barren territory could make him kneel down and salute? How could a person who had entered the Eastern Barren territory for merely 2 years make him develop such a feeling? It was not just Qianli. The two beside him were both royal members and descendants of important people in Qin dynasty. Moreover, they were in the upper arcana plane, which was way higher than Yifutian's current level. The difference was almost an entire plane, which obviously could not be made up in any way. However, they also felt that they wanted to worship Yifutian at the moment. Yifutian stared at the three before him. The Emperor will was still burning, and his body seemed to be boiling under this power. He became extremely burly, as if he was an emperor who had come to the mortal world. Since Emperor Will was formed in his body in Donghai City, this was the first time he activated it so thoroughly. In the past, he had used Emperor Will to control various relics and occasionally help him in battles. However, apart from the time when this ability awakened, he had never released it so completely like this time. He also knew that it was difficult to close the gap between different planes. Qianli was not part of his consideration, But the two people beside Qin Li were real upper arcana plane cultivators. Both the arcana plane and the dharma plane were divided into 9 levels each. At the moment, Yifutian was at the peak of dharma plane, so the difference between him and upper arcana plane was almost an entire plane. In the world of cultivation, this gap could never be closed. Therefore, Qin Li and the other two were extremely confident that they would certainly be able to kill Yifutian if they could catch up with him. Precisely because of this, Yifutian activated his powers at the moment. Emperor will in his body started to burn. He stared at Qin Li only with a murderous look. "Who exactly are you?" Qin Li tried to calm down from shock as he stared firmly at Yifutian. He did not know what ability Yifutian had used, but based on Yifutian's change at the moment, he was certainly not just a cottage disciple. However, Qin Li had been to the Nanda nation. Yifutian was from such a small nation in the 100 lands, so why did he have such temperament? He was like a superior emperor. "The person who will kill you." Yifutian held the 5-element rod in his hand and his body was covered in an emperor armor. It actually looked more dazzling than the dragon armor Qin Li was wearing. Yifutian's Guqin spirit appeared behind him. Nobody was playing the Guqin spirit, but music was coming out from it. The spiritual qi in the sky converged on the Guqin spirit and a trace of spiritual will circled around it. Yifutian was controlling it with his mind. Meanwhile, the 5-element rod in his hand expanded as emperor will gushed into it, making it seem as if it was on fire. The 5 colors on the rod turned into a brilliant emperor color. Yifutian waved his arm and the entire sky changed its color. At this instant, Yifutian recalled the battle in Donghai City and that special feeling appeared again. Activating the imperial tactics to its extreme, his every move made him look like an emperor. The difference was that in Donghai, another willpower was guiding and controlling him, but at the moment, he was fighting himself. The 5-element rod smashed down from the sky and cracked the earth open. Qin Li froze at his spot. Even with noble ritual implements, they could not fight against that level of power. The two people beside Qin Li activated their powers fully. Wind whizzed around them and dragon howls could be heard in the sky. A golden dragon sword appeared in the hands of one person, while an ice scepter appeared in the hands of the other. They were both noble ritual implements. After all, their positions were extraordinary. They were both direct descendants of the royal family. 2 dragons charged towards the 5-element rod. At the same time I started to cover the rod. Bang! A violent explosion was heard. Even the ground itself seemed to have cracked. The dragons were crushed into pieces and Qin Li's face was bombarded with wildly flying snowflakes. Knowing that Yifutian had purposely lured them here to kill him, Qin Li retreated quickly. He understood that he already could not participate in this battle. Dong! Suddenly, Yifutian started to charge forward. He swung his rod and passed the 2 upper arcana plane cultivators from the center. Having finally lured Qin Li here and found a chance to kill him, how could Yifutian let Qin Li leave the place alive? The music from the dancing Guqin spirit seeped into the ears of the two continuously. The long rod in Yifutian's hand turned into wood elemental and actually began to extend and curl, eventually grabbing Qin Li who was trying to escape. "Come back!" The rod retracted. "Save me!" Qin Li roared. His voice echoed on Sky Mountain and spread outwards continuously. Feeling Yifutian's intense murderous intent, he really felt a death threat. "Let him go," someone shouted. One of the cultivators behind Yifutian charged forward like a dragon and struck his sword out. At this instant, Yifutian felt as if there was a golden dragon which was piercing towards him with a sharp sword. The attack was incredibly powerful. Yifutian flung Qin Li behind him to prevent him from escaping. In the meantime, he retracted the 5-element rod and gave another strike. His attack was executed smoothly and landed on the body of the golden dragon, breaking it into pieces. The music from the Guqin continued to be released in the snow. It was very ear-piercing and sounded chaotic. Yifutian had played the music using Emperor Will, and everyone hearing it wanted to submit to him. Yifutian continued to move forward, swinging the 5-element rod in his hand again. Wind and clouds in the sky roared and snowflakes danced with the 5-element rod. Together, they turned into a monstrous vortex where all the natural forces converged. Yifutian would frequently practice boxing when he was free. During his practice, he would activate the imperial tactics. With this, His every move would be filled with the rhythm of an emperor. Therefore, at the moment, he activated the imperial tactics and merged that rhythm into the 9 heavenly attacks. His rod struck out and even the sky seemed to be roaring. When the upper arcana plane cultivator before him felt the power of the attack, his face was only filled with shock and astonishment. With Yi Futian's willpower and the influence of his music, it felt as if Yi Futian was an invincible emperor. The pressure of his willpower brought much desperation to the cultivator. The dharma of the Qin dynasty cultivators turned into a dragon which dashed out. He activated his sword and roared loudly, wanting to block the strike. The long rod covered the sky and the sun. It smashed down from above and even the sky seemed to be collapsing. Bang! An extremely loud noise erupted. The 5-element rod broke open all defenses and crushed everything in its path, hitting directly onto the body of the upper arcana plane cultivator. Without any suspense, the cultivator fell flat onto the ground and even his body was slightly deformed. His body trembled gently and blood gushed out continuously, coloring the white snow on the ground. His eyes were still open, but his heartbeat had already stopped. He could not die in peace. He was a descendant of the royal family of Qin dynasty. Furthermore, he was a talented upper arcana plane cultivator and was not far away from the noble plane. Once he became a noble, he would be a mainstay of the Qin dynasty and all-powerful in the future. However, he died on Sky Mountain. Seeing the scene, the faces of Qin Li and the other cultivator were filled with fear, especially Qin Li. Under the influence of the music, his spiritual energy was completely suppressed and his eyes were filled with horror. At first, he thought that Yi Futian would definitely die in his hands on Sky Mountain. It would be a piece of cake to kill Yi Futian. However, at the moment Yi Futian was like an emperor and he an ant. He did not even have the ability to fight back. Nobody would understand his despair. Seeing Yi Futian's look, Qin Li was no longer arrogant like he had always been. He could only feel that he was extremely petty and low. In the other battlefield, Qin Li's cry for help finally arrived. His voice echoed between the mountain walls. Everyone in the battle felt their hearts tremble fiercely. The cry for help actually came from Qin Li. 3 cultivators from Qin dynasty had gone to chase Yi Futian, 2 of which were in the upper arcana plane, and the last one was Qin Li. On the other hand, Yi Futian had not even entered the arcana plane. In any way that one could imagine, the outcome of this battle was blatantly obvious and it should end immediately. So why would the person asking for help be Qin Li? A while ago, Yi Futian was injured by Qin Li and the other 2, and he spat out a lot of blood. This was also the reason why he tried to escape. Qin Li had asked the others not to chase with him and only intercept Yi Futian's allies. Let's go. The people from Donghua clan quickly retreated from the battlefield. Then, the members of Fuyun Sword clan also broke away and started to climb the mountain. Qin Li was the son of Qin Yu. In this alliance of various top forces, Qin Li was playing a very important role. If he was to die on Sky Mountain in the presence of the other forces, the people from these forces would not be able to give a sound explanation to the Qin dynasty. The disciples from the college and Sword Saint Mountain did not continue the fight as well. They similarly advanced forward. Everyone was enduring a great amount of pressure. There was actually another battlefield on the mountain path in front. There, 2 cultivators from Royal Shen Temple were battling with a lady. They were the ones who were the last to arrive at the place. They met on their way, and for some reason, a battle erupted. The lady was Lulan Shui. Her level was lower than her opponents. But as she fought, a treasurable book was hovering over her head. When she released its power, her entire surrounding would be sealed with ice. With its incredible power, she managed to intercept the cultivators from Royal Shen Temple. Noticing many people coming towards them, they also stopped the battle. Lulan Shui glanced at her opponents, after which she started to climb the mountain. Her willpower was not that strong, but by relying on the power of the treasurable book, she could still keep her mind clear from the corrosion. Near the cliff, Yi Futian also knew that Qin Li's loud shout would attract the attention of the people below. Why did he lure Qin Li and the other 2 here? Firstly, he wanted to cut off Qin Li's reinforcement so that he could kill Qin Li here. Secondly, he did not want others to see his status at the moment. It was, after all, too unique for him to have Emperor Will in his body. Emperor Yi Qin was a taboo and the snow ape also fought to his death. So clearly he did not want to expose his secrets in front of everyone else. In addition, he could not maintain such a status for too long. Emperor Will had already been activated and his body could not withstand such a strong power. He was wildly burning his potential so that both his physical body and willpower could evolve to an extreme standard, allowing him to have incredible combat power at the moment. This was against the rules of cultivation, so naturally he had to pay a price. However, even though he knew that he had to pay a price, he still wanted to kill Qianli. This was his determination. After killing an upper arcana plane cultivator, he walked toward Qianli and the other cultivator. Spiritual qi whizzed in the air and converged around Yifutian. The dancing snowflakes that filled the sky were exceptionally beautiful, but in the eyes of the Qin dynasty cultivator, they were only decorations for his funeral. The ability he had been cultivating was precisely ice elemental. He pointed his scepter at Yifutian and an ice dragon appeared. At the same time, a frightening gust of frost swept out, trying to bury Yifutian forever. "Kill!" Qianli shouted loudly. On the ground, many sharp blades made from ice appeared and pierced towards Yifutian. However, even he himself was not very confident. Yifutian was showered in Emperor's light and his body was covered with a piece of sacred armor. After killing the other cultivator, his momentum did not decrease at all. Instead, he became even stronger. As he swung the 5-element rod, air currents around him raged. The rod destroyed everything in its path, and the ice elemental abilities charging towards him were all crushed into ashes. Boom! Many deep noises were heard. As the 5-element rod swept forward, the many sharp blades were crushed one after another. Yifutian was waving the rod with a special rhythm. Finally, his arm struck forward. His action seemed to be very slow, so slow that one could clearly see his every move, but within the slowness there was also, ironically, swiftness, as if his strike contained a mysterious rule. This strike caused space itself to explode. Eventually, the 5-element rod hit the ice dragon. Accompanying many explosions, the ice dragon was quickly annihilated. The 5-element rod continued forward and struck towards the cultivator with the same momentum. Holding the scepter in his hand, the Qin dynasty cultivator shouted, "Ice Guardian!" The snowflakes dancing in the sky converged around him, and his body turned into an everlasting dragon-shaped ice statue. The 5-element rod struck down. Without any suspense, the ice was crushed and the rod crashed on the cultivator's head. Blood danced in the air along with the snow. "No!" Qianli's face was filled with intense fear as he raced towards the cliff. Yifutian stared at Qianli's back emotionlessly. He stepped across the corpse directly and walked towards Qianli. Dong. Qianli stomped on the ground and ran towards the cliff. However, Yifutian would obviously not give him the chance to escape. His body flashed forward like a bolt of lightning and he released an ice spell. A terrifying snowstorm raged before him, burying Qianli's body. Shivering, Qianli froze in his spot. Yifutian jumped into the air and struck the 5-element rod down from above. "You can't kill me," Qianli roared, releasing his dharma and life spirit. A dragon shadow was released from his body and ascended into the air. He raised his arm covered in dragon armor before him in an attempt to block the attack. The 5-element rod fell down and a clear cracking sound was heard. Even though Qianli's arm was protected by a ritual implement, it was still crushed directly. Qianli was blown backward and spat up much blood. Lying on the ground, his face turned as pale as a sheet. Yifutian continued to walk forward, spinning the rod in his hand. He looked at Qianli as if he was only looking at a corpse. There was already no way that Qianli was going to survive. "A while ago, I asked you if you would repent before you die." Yifutian approached Qianli step by step and said coldly, "That was not a joke. Let me go. If you kill me, my father will surely kill you at all costs. Even the cottage will not be able to save you," Qianli said. "It seems like I was just wasting my time trying to talk to you." Yifutian raised the rod and Qianli's eyes were filled with desperation. Suddenly, wind whizzed over behind them. Yifutian frowned and turned his head around when he saw a charming figure walking towards them on the snow. It was actually Chu Yaoyao. She bypassed the battlefield and did not participate in the battle there. Instead, she chose to come here. "Yaoyao, save me." Qianli was already in total hopelessness at the moment. He did not even think about how Chu Yaoyao could save him. Yi Futian glanced at Chu Yaoyao and some murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Seeing Yi Futian's look, Chu Yaoyao could only feel some pain in her heart. After all, she was Qin Li's girlfriend. Yi Futian would only consider her as his enemy and would likely kill her. Chu Yaoyao stared at the stunningly handsome and brilliant figure in front of her. The genius of the Eastern Barren Territory, Qin Li, was now lying before him, and two powerful cultivators from Qin dynasty were both killed by him. But so what? This young man who was both talented and good-looking, who dared to kill Qin Li so casually and whom she first fell in love with, only wanted her to die because they stood on diagonally opposite sides. She was nominally Qin Li's girlfriend. Thinking about this, Chu Yaoyao lowered her head slightly, feeling depressed. In her mind, she recalled the lady who was also from Moon Clan, the lady who was brilliant and pure. She was somewhat envious. Why was she not the one who got to know him first? Raising her head, Chu Yaoyao gazed at Yi Futian with her charming eyes and said gently, "I like you." Snow was still falling down onto her exquisite face. Chu Yaoyao's words, however, seemed to freeze the entire space. Yi Futian was stunned, and so was Qin Li. In any case, it was very inappropriate for Chu Yaoyao to say so at this time. Could even be considered as ridiculous and weird. However, she still chose to say it at such a time. Perhaps she knew that if she did not say it now, she would never have the chance to, because the person whom she first fell in love with wanted to kill her. Spit. Qin Li spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest rose and fell fiercely. He stared coldly at Chu Yaoyao as if she was from the deepest part of hell. "Bitch," he roared angrily at Chu Yaoyao. When he was in such a hopeless situation, when his fate was controlled by Yi Futian, his girlfriend told Yi Futian that she liked him. Nobody could imagine how much desperation and humiliation Qin Li had suffered today. In fact, even an ordinary person would not be able to take such humiliation, not to say Qin Li. After being stunned for a while, Yi Futian asked, "Are you scared that I'll kill you?" He felt that it was too absurd. The only possible explanation was that Chu Yaoyao saw the scene and feared that he would kill her. Chu Yaoyao's heart felt as cold and freezing as the snow that filled the sky. She stared at Yi Futian and suddenly, she gave a self-mocking smile and said, "Is my love for you so petty?" She was the genius of the Moon Clan and also one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. She met the person whom she liked for the first time and even told him that she liked him. However, Yi Futian thought that she said so only to stay alive. How sad. "You bitch!" Qin Li trembled and stared firmly at Chu Yaoyao. Yi Futian did not say anything else. He turned around and looked at Qin Li. Moving his arm, he raised the 5-element rod high in the air. "Let me off. I will give that bitch to you for free. You can get whatever you want. Don't kill me." Qin Li stared at Yi Futian in desperation. Who in the world would not be scared of death? The more arrogant one was, the more one would fear death. Qin Li was born extraordinary and superior, and glory awaited him in the future. How could he be willing to die? "You have already been alive for too long." After Yi Futian finished speaking, he struck the 5-element rod down. Following a soft sound, Qin Li's body trembled. He was still opening his eyes and staring firmly at Yi Futian. Blood flew down from his head and colored the white snow on the ground, but it was soon buried by snow again. Finally, Qin Li's head dropped to the ground and he lied there quietly. Never had he expected himself to die just like this. The snow on Sky Mountain was indeed cold. Chu Yaoyao looked at the scene calmly and was not shocked at all. She still stared at the standing young man. He was standing proudly in the dancing snow. His shirt was as white as snow and he was showered in Emperor's light. Needless to say, he looked elegant and unparalleled. Even time seemed to freeze. There, a handsome young man and a beautiful lady stood in the boundless snow. In the dancing snow, Chu Yaoyao stared at the man in front of her with her charming eyes. She did not even know when she started to like him. Perhaps because of Hua Jieyu, she started to pay attention to her boyfriend Yi Futian. During the conferment ceremony of the crown prince in Qin dynasty, Chu Yaoyao saw him for the first time. She saw the new disciple of the cottage, the young man who said these arrogant words in the ancient barren world and fought Qian Shanmu head-on with music. Notwithstanding, she only discovered her love for him on Turtle Mountain. In the illusion, the person that appeared in her mind was actually Yi Futian. She only realized at that moment that she really liked him. In her most beautiful age, she fell in love with a person whom she should not. Her love was thus destined to end in failure. She also did not know why she would say those 3 words today. Perhaps it was because she saw his murderous intent, or because she knew it was her only chance to say those words in front of him. Yi Futian similarly looked at Chu Yaoyao. Although he did not really like the lady before him, he still had to admit Chu Yaoyao's beauty. After all, she was one of the top 3 beauties. Snow was falling slowly onto her face, and her lovingly pathetic expression was sufficient to melt the heart of any. However, in any case, he still could not like her because the 2 of them had so little contact in the first place, and furthermore she had done some bad things to Jiu before. Moreover, she was Qin Li's girlfriend. Grasping the 5-element rod firmly in his hand, Yi Futian felt a wave of fatigue surging inside him. He knew that the potential he had was running out. If he did not kill Chu Yaoyao now, he would no longer have the chance to. He lifted the rod gradually. Seeing his action, some pain flashed across Chu Yaoyao's eyes. She gave a miserable smile and only stared at Yi Futian. Then, she closed her eyes. I'm really so petty. Yi Futian had lifted the 5-element rod. But when he saw the heart-shattering look, he hesitated. Some footsteps could be heard in the distance. Yi Futian glanced there, after which he looked at Chu Yaoyao. Forget everything, Yi Futian said softly. Then he sat on the ground and retreated his might slowly. The strikingly dazzling Emperor's light dissipated. Yi Futian felt an endless amount of tiredness gushing towards him and really wanted to sleep on the spot. Emperor Will, which was way beyond what he could handle, had been wildly exhausting his potential. It allowed him to cross the enormous gap between different planes and possess a stunning level of combat power. But after the battle, any person could kill him. It was a risk for him to kill Qin Li, but he still did so. The damage Qin Li had brought to the Lu Kingdom, Lu Qinyu, and Yi Wuchen were enough for Yi Futian to kill him 1,000 times over. It would be much more difficult to kill Qin Li after leaving Sky Mountain. Hence, Yi Futian did not hesitate at all. Chu Yaoyao opened her eyes and looked at the man sitting on the ground. She could not describe her feelings at the moment. Tweet. In the distance, wind and snow whizzed in the air as a black figure charged over. It was the demon black wind condor whose eyes were completely red at the moment. Flapping its wings wildly, it approached Yi Futian. Then it turned around and looked at Chu Yaoyao in vigilance, emitting an ear-piercing noise at her. Yi Futian had called the black wind condor here with his spiritual will as they were connected through their wills. At the instant when he killed Qin Li, he knew that he would suffer a severe after-effect. Thus, when he made his attack, he asked the black wind condor to rush here. That was why the black wind condor arrived before everyone else. In the snowstorm, many people arrived one after another, including the people from Donghua Clan, Fuyun Sword Clan, Sword Saint Mountain, the College, and Royal Shen Temple. Lulan Shui, Yushang, Yi Wuchen, and Beitang Xinger were here as well. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all utterly stunned. There were 5 people in front of them. 1 was standing, 1 was sitting, and 3 were lying on the ground, breathless. Clearly, the last 3 had already died. The people who were lying on the ground were actually Qin Li and the 2 upper arcana plane cultivators from Qin Dynasty. The people from Donghua Clan and Fuyun Sword Clan could all feel their hearts twitch instantly as their faces turned pale. After all, they were allied with the Qin Dynasty. It was obvious how they would feel after seeing Qin Li dead in front of them. The genius of Qin Dynasty, the son of the Crown Prince, the person who would very likely be the future Crown Prince, died on Sky Mountain. This was definitely the most severe thing that had happened on Sky Mountain so far. Nobody knew the consequences this would bring. However, how did Yi Futian manage to do this? They stared at the man sitting on the snow-covered ground. At the moment, Yi Futian's face was somewhat pale, as if he was very exhausted. Clearly, he had lost the ability to battle, but no injuries could be seen on his body. How did he kill Qin Li? If Qin Li was the only person here, they would easily accept the outcome. After all, Yi Futian's combat abilities were extremely strong. However, apart from Qin Li, there were still 2 upper arcana plane cultivators from Qin Dynasty beside him. Of course, this was not the right time for them to investigate how Yi Futian killed Qin Li. No. Behind them, another person arrived. It was the princess of Qin dynasty, Qin Mengrua. Another member of the top 3 beauties appeared in this snow-filled world. Qin Mengrua walked forward. She looked at the 3 corpses, and then at Yi Futian and Chu Yaoyao, after which she asked coldly, "Why didn't you kill him?" She was clearly saying this to Chu Yaoyao. At the moment, Yu Xing, Yi Wuchen, and the rest had already approached Yi Futian and were standing in front of him, blocking him from the rest. However, many people saw that Chu Yaoyao and Yi Futian were the only 2 here at first. Yi Futian had already lost his ability to fight. So why did Chu Yaoyao not kill Yi Futian? Chu Yaoyao did not reply. How could she answer this question? In fact, Yi Futian was the one who did not kill her. Do you want to keep watching? Qin Mengrua looked at the crowd and said, "Kill him." At the moment, everyone's eyes were filled with a faint red light and many violent, bloodthirsty thoughts were racing through their minds. They had been more or less influenced by the environment. Hearing Qin Mengrua's words, everyone released their auras instantly. Qin Li was killed by Yi Futian, so a full-on war was probably inevitable. Nobody could stay safe in this situation. Qin Li died before them. How could they still stay neutral and not assault Yi Futian? In that case, Qin Yu would certainly not let them off. Nobody knew how furious Qin Yu would be after knowing Qin Li's death. After all, everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knew that Qin Yu had been training Qin Li as his successor. He had asked Qin Li to do many things on his behalf. Therefore, at this instant, many cultivators charged towards Yi Futian. Although the powers of the 2 parties present were similar, it was much more difficult to protect a person than just a battle. Yi Futian had lost his ability to fight, so even a spell would be able to kill him. Therefore, it was not very difficult to kill Yi Futian. The people from the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and the rest all guarded in front of Yi Futian, and spiritual qi around them started to rage. Soon, another battle erupted. Furthermore, everyone chose the opponent they had been fighting a while ago. A blade of light flew over and charged towards Yi Futian directly. Yi Wuchen ran out and his sword qi turned into a storm, blocking the incoming strike. Qiao seemed to be expecting Yi Wuchen's aid in the first place. His wrist trembled and sword rain filled the sky, engulfing Yi Wuchen totally. Yi Wuchen similarly built a sword curtain that was impenetrable. Qiao stared coldly at his opponent. He waved his sword smoothly but did not strike forward. Instead, he only swung his sword in situ. Every swing would leave a trace on the space. Soon, in the sword storm, countless blades of light appeared. It was an extremely powerful attack. Iato cut. The sword curtain that Yi Wuchen had built was cut apart continuously as the blooming Iato cut filled the entire sky. Some cruelness flashed across Qiao's red eyes. When Yi Wuchen's defense was shattered, he would be torn into pieces by the blades of light. In the sword curtain, Yi Wuchen looked in front of him. An endless amount of sword will was flowing on his body, as if he was a sword himself. He cultivated the sword body, so it was natural. Thug! A soft sound was heard. Yi Wuchen actually gave up his defense and turned into a beam of light. Passing through the incoming attacks, he charged towards Qiao directly. How stupid! Qiao's look was extremely cold. Suddenly, a terrifying sword will was released from Yi Wuchen's eyes. As he released the Heavenly Eyes sword technique, a sword appeared and enlarged in Qiao's vision. Qiao closed his eyes directly, but his body and action did not stop. He continued to release Iato cut, which charged towards Yi Wuchen like a net. In his mind, he saw Yi Wuchen coming directly for him. He knew that it was an illusion caused by the Heavenly Eyes sword technique. Did Yi Wuchen really dare to charge towards him like this? That would be committing suicide. The outcome of a duel between 2 swordsmen only depended on a single thought. Yi Wuchen arrived and charged into the net of swords. He recalled the scene when he was cultivating on Turtle Mountain. He struck his sword forward as if the attack was the only thing left in the world. Even he himself seemed to have turned into a sword. As he opened up a gap between the net of swords in front of him, constant soft sounds were heard. Many swords penetrated through his body, but Yi Wuchen did not seem to have felt anything. He passed through the net directly and a lightning flashed out from his forehead. At this instant, Qiao saw in his mind a sword approaching him continuously. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. Then his expression changed drastically and he opened his eyes. In the next moment, a silver bolt of lightning passed through him directly along with some blood. Qiao's forehead was penetrated. He widened his eyes and stared firmly at Yi Wuqian, after which he fell onto the ground. Yi Wuqian turned around. Dragging himself, he walked towards Yi Futian step by step. With every step that he took, blood would flow down his body, coloring the snow on the ground. There were still many cuts on his body at the moment. Finally, he came beside Yi Futian, after which he sat down with much difficulty. The two sat together and looked at each other. They both smiled. "Thanks," Yi Wuqian said. Yi Futian naturally knew what he was referring to: Qin Li's death. Yi Wuqian was supposed to take the revenge himself, but Yi Futian did it for him. He killed Qin Li on Sky Mountain. "We're brothers." Yi Futian smiled friendly, but his voice was somewhat weak. Smiling, Yi Wuqian nodded and looked at the battle in front of them. The strong wind was still blowing and the snow raging in the sky. On Sky Mountain, it seemed that the heavy snow would never stop. Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian had both lost their ability to continue fighting. One had completely exhausted his powers while the other was severely injured. The coldness actually froze the wounds on Yi Wuqian's body, but it was extremely freezing. Even with his strong will, he still started to shiver. Qiao. The other three members of Fuyun Sword Clan present were all sword masters of their summits. Realizing that Qiao was actually killed by the traitor Yi Wuqian, their faces darkened. However, two of them were intercepted by two cultivators from Sword Saint Mountain while the other was battling with Yusheng. "Let's end it quickly. Kill the two of them," the two people fighting with Sword Saint Mountain shouted at the cultivator battling with Yusheng. In the battlefield, Yusheng's level was the lowest. He was only at the peak of the Dharma plane and had yet to enter the Arcana plane. If he had not relied on the powers of the demonic tripod, the battle would have already ended. It was therefore unbearable for the swordmaster that he was actually stopped by Yusheng. "All right," the last person replied. At first, he still wanted to keep some of his strength. Although they all had to participate in the battle, the people from Fuyun Sword Clan actually did not want to kill Yi Futian themselves, as they were still somewhat scared of the cottage. However, even Qiao had been killed in the battle. The bloodthirsty looks in their eyes were intensifying, and they were almost becoming irrational. The person launched various attacks wildly at Yusheng. His sword became even more violent, and his strikes turned into many dazzling beams of light which shot towards Yusheng. "Scram!" Yusheng roared. He hurled the demonic tripod out as if it was a mountain, crushing all attacks with mere strength. A demonic shadow appeared which suppressed everything and split the blades of light apart. However, his opponent also moved like a beam of light and changed the angles of his attack rapidly. A few traces of sword will actually charged out of Yusheng's defense and flew towards Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian. The black wind condor gave a long tweet. With red light flashing in its eyes, it blocked in front of the two and extended its wings, creating a few wind blades. Accompanied by a few soft sounds, the wings of the black wind condor were penetrated by the attack and blood could be seen. Yusheng turned around to take a look and his eyes looked increasingly wild. Rumble. Terrifying dark light erupted from his body and a dark demonic shadow could vaguely be seen. Around him, dark golden air current flew and expanded continuously, followed by many crackling sounds. It was as if Yusheng's body was becoming larger. At the moment, he could not only be described as being burly, he was overbearing. Yusheng. Noticing the change, Yi Futian's expression changed. The swordmaster before Yusheng could feel his heart race as he stared at the person in front of him, stunned. With his overpowering body, Yusheng no longer looked like a human, but rather a devil, a demon. His eyes were blood red as if he was from hell, and anyone looking at them would be deeply attracted. Around Yusheng, the dark demonic light engulfed all the gold color. Demonic will filled the sky and converged to form an enormous pair of demonic wings, even larger in size than previously. The demonic armor on his body also looked more ferocious and monstrous, as if it was even more frightening than a noble ritual implement. The spiritual chi in the sky gushed towards him wildly and was absorbed into his body. His might increased steeply and he turned into an invincible demon. What monster is this? The other two sword masters of Fuyun Sword Clan saw the situation and their expressions also changed. Was Yusheng still a human? He looked completely like a demon. Yusheng opened his mouth and roared. The heaven and earth thundered with him, and even Sky Mountain itself seemed to be trembling. Everyone was wildly astonished and stared at him. They saw a demon appearing in the mortal world. With the dark demonic tripod in his hand, he walked forward. Demonic will in the tripod gushed rapidly towards Yusheng's body, and the tripod soon turned into a small one, which Yusheng held with his left hand. At the same time, an endless amount of demonic will converged at his right hand, forming a heavenly halberd surrounded by demonic powers. Dong! Yusheng stomped fiercely on the ground, and even earth seemed to be cracking apart. Then he walked towards the sword master of Fuyun Sword Clan. That sword master was in the middle arcana plane, but at the moment when he faced Yusheng, he was actually somewhat scared. His heart raced, and he only felt that the person before him was unbeatable. What kind of monsters did the cottage have? Yi Fuqian killed Qin Li and 2 upper arcana plane cultivators from Qin dynasty. Now, Yusheng had also turned into such a horrifying state. What kind of people were they? Although the swordmaster was frightened, he still forced himself to calm down with his strong willpower and started to swing his sword. The blades of light turned into a brilliant curtain which appeared in front of his body. It was as if anyone who tried to enter the curtain would be torn into pieces. This was the defense sword technique of his summit, Images of Sword. Thousands of blades of light turned into countless afterimages. Each image seemed to contain an extremely strong attack power. Boom! The ground trembled and snow danced wildly in the air. Yusheng approached the cultivator and stabbed out the heavenly halberd. A wave of demonic might gushed out and crushed everything. When the halberd pierced into the sword curtain, it charged inside directly like darkness engulfing lightness. The huge demonic heavenly halberd broke the sword curtain and pierced into the swordmaster's body directly. The swordmaster trembled violently and his face quickly turned pale and he spat blood continuously. Why did I come to Sky Mountain? Why did I choose Yusheng as my opponent? He asked himself. Buzz. Yusheng withdrew the heavenly halberd. The body of the swordmaster was thrown into the air along with the halberd, appearing to be so insignificant. A swordmaster of Fuyun Sword Clan died so miserably and could not fight back at all. Everyone in the battle could feel their hearts pounding fiercely as they were all bewildered by the scene, especially the death of 2 sword masters of Fuyun Sword Clan. For geniuses of Fuyun Sword Clan had come here, but 2 of them already died. He has already been possessed by a demon? Someone exclaimed, looking at Yusheng's eyes. His eyes looked too terrifying. Red light was flashing in his black eyes. It was as if he was only a killing machine now and completely out of control. There were many powerful evil thoughts here in the first place. The demonic will that Yusheng had released was similar in nature to the evil thoughts. All the other people had been suppressing the evilness with their strong willpower so that they would not be controlled by it. However, when Yusheng released his demonic powers and stopped resisting the evil thoughts, the 2 negative powers complemented each other and caused him to sink into madness. Dong. Yusheng raised his foot and continued to walk towards the battlefield. His body was already very big and burly in the first place. At the moment, he had turned into a demon. It was as if he would even be the leader among demons, superior and overbearing. Dark demonic light turned into a monstrous chain that swept out wildly towards a swordmaster who was fighting with a sword Saint Mountain disciple. The swordmaster wanted to retreat from the battlefield, but he was stopped by the sword Saint Mountain cultivator. The chain arrived and blotted out the entire sky, sealing his escape path. Then it flew towards him. The swordmaster struck out his sword and cut the dark chain into 2. Although Yusheng had turned into a demon and looked extremely powerful, his level was, after all, same as that of Yi Fuqian, which was too low. Therefore, his combat ability was actually not as strong as it seemed, at least weaker than Yi Fuqian when he burnt Emperor Will. A middle arcana plane cultivator could still destroy his attack. Nevertheless, Yusheng's appearance was too frightening at the moment. Even though his power was not as strong as everyone had imagined, he still caused an immense amount of pressure with his overpowering might. Even if a noble was here, he would probably not be as frightening as Yusheng. Buzz. Just when the Fuyun Sword Clan swordmaster was rejoicing, suddenly, Yusheng tossed out the heavenly halberd in his hand. The swordmaster did not have any time to dodge at all. With absolute power, the heavenly halberd pierced into his body and killed him in midair. Then it brought the corpse along and nailed him onto the ground. Heir. Everyone was astonished. Junior. Qian Shanmu looked at Hua Qingqing. Yushang was possessed by a demon at the moment and had turned into a killing machine. If this was to continue, he would kill every single one of them. Even if Yusheng could not do so alone, with the help of others, they would definitely lose badly. But he knew Hua Qingqing's ability. Only her music could affect Yusheng's demonic state right now. Hua Qingqing glanced at Yusheng. She stepped forward and a dazzling radiance was emitted from her body. She sat cross-legged in midair and a sacred light erupted from her. She released her dharma, which was actually a brilliant halo. An extremely pure figure appeared inside the halo and she looked like a holy fairy. The sacred radiance shot towards Yusheng. Then, she started to play her guqin. Immediately, the demonic light around Yusheng seemed to be retreating, as if it was suppressed. Holy sound. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at Hua Qingqing. At the moment, the sacred her looked like a pure fairy. At the instant when she played the music, Yi Futian knew that Hua Qingqing was the person who was really suited to play holy sound. When the music was played by her, it contained a real holy aura. The music and her will fit perfectly. In the sky, the melodious music spread. Many people looked at Hua Qingqing. Her fingers were slender and her hands were beautiful, just like herself. When she played her guqin, she was like a goddess and nobody dared to have any evil thoughts about her. It was no wonder that Lu Nantian was obsessed with this junior of his. At this moment, everyone realized that Hua Qingqing had actually never participated in any battle. Her mind was pure and she did not want to be involved in this. But because of the situation, she had to fight. Many a time, a person could neither be considered as being good or being evil. His position could have already been determined at birth. Yi Futian did not kill Chu Yaoyao not only because she admitted that she liked him, but also because he could not find a reason to kill her other than trying to hide his secrets. Chu Yaoyao had never wanted to kill him. She was different from Qin Li. Qin Li not only wanted him dead, but he was also really evil. Yusheng roared angrily at Hua Qingqing, after which he walked towards her. However, Hua Qingqing's music turned into a sacred radiance, which kept suppressing the demonic will on Yusheng's body. The music entered Yusheng's ears continuously, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. After all, Yusheng's level was far lower than Hua Qingqing. Hua Qingqing was in the middle arcana plane, and her music was able to fight against his demonic will as well. Qin Mengrua stared at Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen and said, "Kill the two of them first." Yusheng turned around and glanced coldly at Qin Mengrua. He did not look at Hua Qingqing again. Instead, he stomped on the ground and charged towards Qin Mengrua directly. The demonic light glittering in his eyes became extremely dreadful. Seeing Yusheng charging towards her, Qin Menrua's expression changed and she immediately started to back off. At the same time, Qian Shanmu appeared in front of Qin Menrua. His zither spirit appeared and he started to play it. Yusheng's eyes were filled with red light at the moment. He raised his hand and the demonic will circling his hand turned into many sharp blades which pierced towards Qian Shanmu. Music erupted and the demonic blades also exploded with it. Following the loud bang, Yusheng arrived in front of Qian Shanmu. At this instant, Qian Shanmu felt an extremely terrifying pressure pressing onto him. Yusheng's might was way too fierce. Anyone close to him would feel incredibly pressured. Bang! Yusheng punched and his fist flew through the air. Taking the hit, even Qian Shanmu's life spirit seemed to be on the edge of exploding. He gave a muffled humph and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hua Qingqing's music finally arrived. Many dazzling illusory figures appeared around Yusheng and slowly converged into existence. They all looked like fairies. Bang! Yusheng, however, did not seem to have noticed them at all. He stomped on the ground and even snow cracked apart, leaving behind a deep footprint. His demonic wings flashed and cut across everything in its path as he continued to charge towards Qin Mengrua. Light was glittering in his demonic eyes, making Qin Mengrua feel as if she was being looked at by a demon from hell. Immediately, her heart was filled with fear. How can he be so strong? Hua Qingqing's expression changed and she shouted aloud, "Stop!" Even her eyes looked somewhat cold at the moment. Qin Li from Qin Dynasty was killed. So were Qi Ao and two other swordmasters from Fuyun's sword clan. Was Yusheng going to kill Qin Mengrua as well? Qin Mengrua was already married to Qian Shanmu, and could be considered a member of Donghua clan. If she was to die here, in the holy sound, many sacred fairies appeared. Enveloped in auspicious light, they flew towards Yushang. The demonic might around Yushang was suppressed, but he was still staring at Qin Mengrua. Roaring out loud, the demonic will around his body charged towards Qin Mengrua's body directly. The traces of demonic will were extremely sharp and penetrated her body instantly. At this moment her face turned very pale. Her body was being infiltrated with demonic will and engulfed by a demonic aura. No! Fear filled Qin Mengrua's exquisite face, which was however highly distorted. Soon, she dropped onto the ground and lied in the snow. A beauty just died like this. So cruel. Everyone present was astounded. Yushang was already immersed in killing and had turned into a true devil. He did not have any pity for a beautiful lady at all. Since Qin Mengrua wanted Yifutian to die, he would kill her. Qian Shanmu's face turned pale, while Hua Qingqing played her music even more rapidly. Sacred radiance poured onto Yushang, and her strong spiritual will tried to invade his body wildly. Yushang was enveloped with a holy light and started struggling, as if he was in great pain. Holy sound was an extremely strong offensive musical spell. Spiritual attacks would come from all directions. After all, Yushang's level was too low and his spiritual energy was way weaker than that of Hua Qingqing. Therefore, even his demonic might seem to be suppressed. Dong. Yushang stomped on the ground, which trembled. He backed off and went beside Yifutian and Yi Wuchen, carrying the two of them in his hands. His demonic wings trembled and demonic will gushed into the sky. Then, his body similarly ascended into the air. The black-winged condor gave a long tweet and also followed them into the sky. Hua Qingqing and Qian Shanmu blinked and chased the group. Lulan Shui also moved and flew into the sky. The other people also wanted to follow them, but they were stopped by one another. Xiao Wuji from the college glanced the four leaving in the sky. In the ancient barren world, he had already met the four, namely Yifutian, Yi Wuchen, Yushang, and Lulan Shui. During this battle on Sky Mountain, they had all released their brilliant radiance, especially Yifutian and Yushang. Although they were only at the peak of the Dharma plane, they were way too powerful. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoshi arrived at the battlefield from the distance. He approached Bait Ang Xinger and asked, "Xinger, where's the little brother?" Pointing at the sky, Bait Ang Xinger replied, "He lost the ability to fight and Yusheng has brought him upwards." Hua Qingqing went to chase them. Yi Xiaoshi glanced at the battlefield. Noticing Qin Li, Qin Mengrua, and Qiao's corpses, he was also astonished. Did they and little brother do this? I'll go and find him. Moving his body, Yi Xiaoshi similarly flew into the sky and towards the higher part of Sky Mountain. In the sky, a pair of demonic wings was glittering and rising up steadily. Snow filled the sky and the temperament was extremely low. But Yushang did not seem to have felt anything at all. He was carrying Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen with his hands. Demonic will surrounded the two, helping them to block the coldness outside. "Yusheng, where are you bringing us?" Yi Wuchen asked. Yusheng did not respond. His eyes were still very red. "He is bringing us up the mountain," Yi Futian said, feeling somewhat speechless. "Is it really appropriate for him to hug both of us like this? Did he even ask for our opinions? It was really awkward." Bang! Yushang started to decelerate and eventually landed on a path on the mountain. Then he continued to walk up the mountain. Behind them, the black-winged condor followed closely. Its eyes were filled with appalling red light and coldness was seeping into its blood and bones. If Yifutian did not plant Emperor Will in its body, it would not be able to persist for so long. Glancing at the black-winged condor, Yifutian said, "Little bird, hold on." The black-winged condor nodded and used its sharp claws to leave many marks on the ground. "So tired. I'll sleep first." Yifutian closed his eyes. He was too exhausted. After killing Qin Li, his spiritual energy and physical body were both extremely drained. The power in his body had all been consumed, so he really needed to lie down and rest. Yushang was possessed by a demon at the moment and was affected by the evil thoughts. To the rest, he was a complete killing machine, but to Yi Futian, he would always be that stubborn boy. Nowhere would be safer than on Yusheng's body because Yi Futian knew that if someone wanted to kill him, the person definitely had to kill Yusheng first, even though Yusheng had been possessed. Yi Wuchen sighed. He actually had to sleep on a man's body, but he had no choice anyway. He also closed his eyes and wanted to take a good nap. At the moment, they could not be of any help even if they wanted to. Therefore, they could only let Yusheng withstand all the pressure. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were practically disabled at the moment. Having a slow reaction was not too different from not having cultivated at all. As long as Yusheng could block the coldness for them, they would be safe. Yusheng seemed to have lost all sense of feeling and only continued to walk forward step by step. His body was extremely burly and looked like a demon. Although he was carrying 2 people with his arms, he was doing so with ease. It was just that this scene looked too beautiful. Hua Qingqing was following behind them. She was similarly enduring a great amount of pressure, as the coldness and evilness were both becoming stronger. These 2 forces coexisted on Sky Mountain, but they also seemed to be balancing each other. She looked at the burly figure before her, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. Obviously, she knew that Yusheng had already stopped resisting the evilness and was allowing it to merge with his demonic will. At the moment, Yusheng was already totally different. However, she did not understand why Yusheng could still keep a bit of rationality at this stage. He protected Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen and even brought them up the mountain. She could not understand why. On Sky Mountain, she encountered many things which she could not understand. She could not understand why Yi Wuchen could kill Qin Li and the 2 Upper Arcana Plane cultivators from Qin Dynasty, how Yi Wuchen killed Qiao, and how Yusheng could still maintain his stubborn conviction even though he had turned into such a terrifying being. It was like protecting Yi Futian was Yusheng's stubborn conviction which could not even be shaken by any evilness. Qian Shanmu and Lulan Shui were behind Hua Qingqing as their talents and levels were both weaker than Hua Qingqing. Intense hatred filled Qian Shanmu's heart, making it easier for him to be influenced by the evil thoughts. The red light glowing in his eyes was frightening, and he was hesitating about whether he should continue walking. His wife was killed by Yusheng. Even if the cottage and Qin Dynasty had already started their war, the person who died was his wife. Lulan Shui was in a similar state. She released her treasurable book to resist against the evilness on Sky Mountain and continued walking. The path on Sky Mountain seemed extremely long, as if it was endless. Only the snow falling down from the sky would never stop. Over these few days, people had been climbing Sky Mountain one after another. However, as time passed, the number of people going up the mountain decreased gradually. The number of those coming down increased instead. Those people could only sigh in their hearts. Everyone in the world knew that it was as difficult to climb Sky Mountain as climbing the sky itself. This most famous mountain in the Eastern Barren Territory really deserved its name. Even though the bell had been sounded and rumors claimed that it was the call of the emperors, most people still could not make it to the top. Nobody knew whether anyone in the vast Eastern Barren Territory could really reach the peak of Sky Mountain. The people from various forces did not leave, including those from the top forces. They were all at the foot of Sky Mountain, waiting for their descendants or disciples to return in victory. If someone was really lucky enough to obtain the remains of the emperors, his fate would change forever. Qin Yu hoped that his son Qin Li could obtain these. He firmly believed that the bell from Sky Mountain was an auspicious one. Sky Mountain would witness the era of Qin Dynasty. Fuyun Sword Clan, Royal Shen Temple, and the other forces from the Eastern Barren Territory also hoped that their disciples would encounter some rare opportunities that would change their fate so that they would not be controlled by the Qin Dynasty and the cottage in the future. Once the 3 major forces started a war, the entire Eastern Barren Territory would be involved. Suddenly, a group of cultivators flew over in the air and arrived at the foot of Sky Mountain. They were from the Qin Dynasty. With a serious expression on their faces, they walked towards Qin Yu. Seeing them, Qin Yu frowned and said, "What is it?" The people lowered their heads and did not dare to look into Qin Yu's eyes directly. Qin Yu frowned and said coldly, "Speak." The group of people knelt on the ground and someone said, "Your Highness." The spiritual imprints of Qin Li and Qin Mengrua were extinguished. Their words were like a bolt out of the blue which struck into Qin Yu's ears. Qin Yu trembled and could not even stand properly. A monstrous wave of coldness erupted from him and swept towards the sky. "What did you say?" Qin Yu asked coldly, staring at the people kneeling on the ground. The few did not dare to say anything and only buried their heads on the ground. Qin Li was his son and his successor. On the other hand, Qin Mengrua was married to Qian Shanmu from Donghua clan, witnessing the alliance between the two top forces. Now, both of them had died. At the foot of Sky Mountain, the people from various forces were astonished by the news that Qin Li and Qin Mengrua died on the mountain. Qin Yu stood there and an extremely tense might spread out from his body. The snowflakes that fell onto him were crushed into ashes. Many people felt an imminent storm. Qin Li and Qin Mengrua died together. What did this mean? If they died because of the conditions on Sky Mountain, Qin dynasty could not do anything but admit their fate. However, what if they were killed? More importantly, it was very likely that they were indeed killed. In the Eastern Barren Territory, who dared to kill the people from Qin dynasty? Perhaps only those from the college and the cottage would dare to do so. The two forces were in a war right now. Therefore, it would be normal for the people from these two forces to end up in a fight even on Sky Mountain. Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglu were also at the foot of Sky Mountain. They also heard the news, but their emotions were not very much affected. Vaguely, they felt that Qin Li and Qin Mengrua must have been killed by Yi Futian and his friends. Qin Li brought many members of Qin dynasty onto Sky Mountain, and he certainly wanted to kill Yi Futian. If Yi Futian and his friends really killed Qin Li and Qin Mengrua, Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglu would neither be surprised nor be bothered. Since it was a war, one party would eventually die. Thus, it was, of course, better for the people from the Qin dynasty to die. They would not want anything bad to happen to their little brother. The person from the Qin dynasty continued his report. Hearing his words, everyone realized that apart from Qin Li and Qin Mengrua, two upper arcana plane cultivators in the royal bloodline were also killed. This bewildered many. What exactly did they experience on Sky Mountain? Was it really done by cottage disciples? Qin dynasty and Donghua clan had both sent people up Sky Mountain, as well as their allied forces Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple. If a life-and-death battle really broke out, it was clear that people who died would not just be those from the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu stood these for a long while as if he was slowly digesting the news. Lifting his head, he glanced at the sky. He clenched his fist and a cold murderous look filled his eyes. Son, if you were killed by someone, no matter who he is, I will definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces. Qin Yu's voice was cold and gloomy. At the moment, he was also unsure whether Qin Li's death was caused by those from the cottage. However, if there was really a battle, some people from the college or other forces would also have been killed. Surely, someone would come and deliver the news. Many people at the foot of the mountain could feel Qin Yu's determination. Qin Yu did not manage to see any messenger from the college, but the Fuyun Sword Clan received one. The news he brought was that Qi Ao and two other swordmasters from Fuyun Sword Clan died on the mountain. Immediately, might from Sword Qi enveloped the entire place. Qin dynasty and Fuyun Sword Clan suffered such a miserable loss. What did this mean? These two forces were allies. It seemed even more likely that there had been a fight. However, they did not understand why nobody from the college or Sword Saint Mountain died. Send someone up the mountain and investigate. Although the people from Qin dynasty and Fuyun Sword Clan could stay here and wait, they were not willing to do so. Therefore, they continued to send their members up the mountain. Whether the death of their disciples was caused by the people from the college and Sword Saint Mountain or not, they had to know what was happening. Many people were thinking about what would happen at the foot of Sky Mountain if the massacre was really caused by the people from the cottage. The most powerful cultivators from various forces were all gathered here. If a battle was to break out, it would certainly be a very terrifying one. On Sky Mountain, the intensity of the snow increased with altitude. On the mountain path, Yushang was carrying two people in his arms. Beside him, there was a black-winged condor. The group looked somewhat lonely. They had already been walking for very long. Yushang, who had entered a demonic state, seemed to have lost the sense of tiredness and kept advancing forward. In this world, Yushang was undoubtedly the person who understood Yi Futian the best. They had grown up together, and Yushang also knew all of Yi Futian's secrets, including what he inherited from Emperor Yi Qing. According to rumors, The two emperors had left something on the peak of Sky Mountain. The bell from the mountain was the call of the two emperors. Yusheng firmly believed that if the rumors were true, the bell from Sky Mountain must be summoning Yifutian. He had to bring Yifutian up the summit. This was his stubborn conviction. The black wind condor was beside Yusheng. At the moment, its eyes were not just glowing with red light, but they also seemed somewhat demonic. As it walked up step by step, evilness seeped into its body continuously. In these few days, its mind had been occupied with a figure, a frightening, enormous demon whose body covered the entire sky. The demon's body was enveloped with a dark golden light. The glittering darkness caused the condor to be frightened, while the golden light seemed extremely sharp. The demon's huge eyes looked very demonic, as if it had shed much blood in the world. It was a demon bird, the dark demon bird. Its original form was a mutated roc, so its wings were extremely sharp. It seemed to be disdaining all lives with its unruly look. The black wind condor felt that the will of the demon bird filled every corner of the mountain walls, and its image kept showing up in its mind. If Yifutian did not plant a trace of emperor will in its mind, it would not be able to tolerate this. On the mountain path, they met warlock Gu Zhiqiu from Witch Clan. Gu Zhiqiu was walking very slowly, and his eyes were also filled with red light. He glanced at Yusheng, who walked past him, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Then, Hua Qingqing also came and walked past him. Gu Zhiqiu raised his head and glanced at the endless path helplessly. Could he really just not reach the peak of the mountain? Yusheng continued to walk up as if he would never be exhausted. Hua Qingqing had been following them closely. She stared at the figure in front of her. Yusheng, who had entered a demonic state, was burning his powers. How could he persist for so many few days? Over these few days, the shock Yusheng had given her was very intense, despite the fact that he killed many people, including Qin Mengrua. On a huge rock along the mountain path, someone was sitting. It was the Arhat from Xianxia Temple. The powers of Buddhism were mysterious and could fight against all kinds of evilness. Xianxia Temple was the force closed to Sky Mountain. Its members would frequently use the pressure on Sky Mountain to train their willpower. Therefore, the Arhat had always been taking the lead on Sky Mountain. However, he was also sitting down and resting at the moment. Suddenly, the Arhat opened his eyes and looked at Yusheng, who was walking towards him in the snow. He obviously saw the eyes of Yusheng and the black wind condor. They seemed to have turned into devils. Then, he noticed Hua Qingqing, who was behind them. Yusheng slowly walked towards him at a steady pace. The Arhat frowned and said coldly, "Sinner." Yusheng ignored him, while the black wind condor glanced at him with its demonic eyes. "I have said in the past that you would definitely turn into a demon and bring harm to the world. It seems like this is indeed the case." The Arhat continued coldly. "Sinner, stop." Yusheng and the black wind condor still continued to advance and showed no signs of stopping. "Since this is the case, I can only kill the demon in you." After the Arhat finished speaking, golden light filled the place. In the sky, many swastikas appeared and started to rotate wildly. Then, they flew down and whizzed towards Yusheng and the black wind condor. This Buddhism spell was extremely powerful and could suppress everything. Yusheng suddenly stopped and gave an angry, demonic roar. Many demonic images charged out from his body and collided with the ancient characters, eventually neutralizing each other. The Arhat stood up and looked at Yusheng from above. His eyes were filled with compassion. "Yusheng, put us down," Yifutian said. Yusheng put Yifutian and Yi Wuqian on the ground. The two were already awake, but because Yifutian had exhausted much of his powers and Yi Wuqian was also severely injured, in addition to the bad condition on Sky Mountain, they had not regained the ability to battle. Yifutian glanced at the Arhat coldly. He did not expect the Arhat to block their path here. "We have no problems with each other, right?" Yifutian said emotionlessly. The only time when he had met the Arhat was in the Yin family tripod tower in Chaoga. Although they disliked each other, there had been no real conflicts between them. Buddhism stands on the opposite side of demons. Since he is a demon, I must kill him. However, if you are willing to go down the mountain yourselves, I will give you a chance, the Arhat said emotionlessly. Dazzling Buddhism light was coming out from his body, and he looked solemn and majestic. Yifutian turned his head and glanced at Hua Qingqing behind them. The Arhat must be doing this on purpose. A terrifying demonic current started to flow around Yushang. Many illusory demonic figures appeared around him and merged with his body. Flapping his demonic wings, he turned into a black bolt of lightning and charged towards the Arhat. The demonic current circling around his body turned into the heavenly halberd which pierced towards the Arhat. The Arhat put his hands together and mysterious sounds came from his mouth. A brilliant light was emitted from the beads around his neck and a golden body appeared. Then, a huge palm print appeared and crushed towards Yushang. Although Yushang had been climbing the mountain continuously, he was obviously also tired and his might was weaker than it had originally been. In addition, the Arhat cultivated Buddhism techniques and was a genius from Qianxia Temple. Clearly, he was not afraid of Yushang's attacks. The two opposing powers collided and were annihilated together. The Arhat stood firmly at his place. A bright light was emitted from his body and he seemed unshakable. He also did not attack actively, as if his aim was not to really kill Yushang. Behind them, Hua Qingqing approached the group. Her Guqin spirit had already appeared in front of her. Yifutian walked towards Hua Qingqing. Although he had not regained much of his strength, he could not watch Yushang fight against Hua Qingqing and the Arhat alone. He knew well that Yushang would not be able to hold for much longer. Holy sound was being played again. However, suddenly, the black winged condor appeared before Yifutian. It flapped its wings and stared at Hua Qingqing with its demonic eyes. The black-winged condor seemed to have given up any resistance and allowed the evil thoughts to corrode its mind. It closed its eyes and the enormous demon bird appeared in its mind again. At this instant, it could feel the evilness in every corner of Sky Mountain gushing into its mind, trying to occupy its head. Yifutian obviously knew what the black-winged condor was trying to do. He stared firmly at the condor which started to tremble as if it was suffering from a great amount of pain. Darkness filled its mind. At this instant, an evil current formed in the sky and charged wildly into the head of the black-winged condor. Then, spiritual qi in the sky also gushed towards its body. Yifutian wanted to control it again, but he quickly realized that he could no longer do so. When the black-winged condor opened its eyes again, everyone could only see a pair of evil eyes looking down on them. It was as if it was no longer its previous self, but rather the ruler of fate, the king of the sky. Hua Qingqing gazed at the black-winged eagle. Its eyes were filled with terrifying, bloodthirsty light. Faint evil thoughts rushed into her mind. The evil current flowed around the black-winged eagle. It seemed to be evolving. The shadow of a demon bird seemed to rise above him. The melody wrapped around, protecting her will. Hua Qingqing's robes fluttered. She looked as pure as an angel. The fairies around her were like shadows. They uttered sacred chants as light loomed over the black-winged eagle, trying to purify it. Wham! The black-winged eagle, slightly transforming into a demon bird, flapped its wings. They covered the sun as evilness snaked around it. Darkness flashed through the wings as it filled the sky, pounced towards Hua Qingqing, clawed at her, wanting to rip everything. Hua Qingqing hurriedly strummed her instrument. The angelic illusions pushed their palms forward in a sacred mudra to restrain the demon. The sacred mudra clashed with the evil claws. The blackness broke through. The claws continued tearing towards Hua Qingqing. Under the might of the demon bird, Hua Qingqing looked especially small and fragile. She was like a weak girl who was about to be destroyed by the demon. However, Hua Qingqing's expression didn't change. Her delicate pale fingers continued playing the instrument. Sacred light enveloped her and continuously expanded. Sacred music wrapped around her, transforming into a divine halo. It flowed towards the black-winged eagle, enveloping the shadow of the demon bird. The black-winged eagle cried out. Its evilness was about to be purified by the sacred light. Hua Qingqing lowered her head. Her slender fingers danced over the instrument strings. She was fully immersed in the music, unaffected by anything else. The glow about her dazzled even brighter. She was like a saint that could not be tainted. The demon bird's light dimmed and brightened erratically. The black-winged eagle's light crashed around. It screamed and continued crashing towards Hua Qingqing without caring about anything. Its sharp wings cut through the curtain of light. Its claws crashed towards Hua Qingqing, but they seemed unable to touch the sacred light around her. With a scream, the black-winged eagle soared into the air and then swooped down, covered the sky, filling the air with evilness. It continued attacking but couldn't breach Hua Qingqing's defenses. After that, the air filled with countless afterimages. The black-winged eagle attacked wildly. Sacred light wrapped around, covering Hua Qingqing in dazzling brilliance. She couldn't be tainted. Right now, she was pure and flawless like a saint. The black-winged eagle soared again. With a scream, it gulped the evilness of Sky Mountain. Its eyes grew more demonic. Spiritual chi snaked around it and the demon bird's shadow swelled. When it lowered its head, it looked down on everything arrogantly. The last shred of reason in its mind was about to be extinguished. The demon bird's will would take over entirely. The black-winged eagle turned to Yifutian, taking one last look at him. Then its eyes started burning. It gazed at Hua Qingqing and the large body rushed down again. It transformed into a true demon bird, the king of darkness in the sky. It was like a bolt of black lightning that could destroy everything. Hua Qingqing looked up. Before her, endless sacred light converged, transforming into a sacred and sharp sword. Could behead all evil. It stabbed towards the incoming the darkness. That moment, darkness and light collided. There was a horrible sound as the sacred light pierced the dark body. Dark power was driven back, but those evil eyes were still coming. It looked extremely determined. Its claws came tearing down onto Hua Qingqing's body. With a ripping sound, the untainted clothes were torn apart. Blood seeped out and Hua Qingqing flew backward, crashing against a boulder. Her face paled. The demon bird, transformed by the black-winged eagle, instantly turned around and rushed up, pounced towards the Arhat who was battling with Yushang. Yushang had long become exhausted. He forced himself to continue with his will, burning up his potential energy. The Arhat kept pushing him back. He was hit by the Buddhist light, but he continued on. Just as the Arhat was about to end the battle, he saw the King of Darkness descend. The Arhat's expression changed slightly. Buddhist light burned and the 1,000 hands of the Buddha appeared. They covered the sky and restrained the demon. Rumbles kept sounding. The demon bird tore through all the hands, letting them fall on it without being affected. It just kept swooping down at the Arhat, the sharp claws coming down. The Arhat chanted and the Buddhist light dazzled, covering him. The sharp claws came down through the light. It hit the Arhat and sent him flying downward. He spat out blood. He was badly wounded. The black-winged eagle was covered in blood. It screamed. Darkness covered its body to completely transform it. Its reason was disappearing. Bloodthirsty light filled its eyes. It cried out and soared up, going straight to the peak of Sky Mountain. If it remained there, it would kill everything, including Yushang and Yifutian. Little eagle. Yifutian looked up at the departing figure. He felt the spiritual mark the black-winged eagle had left get buried. Yifutian could still sense its existence, but he couldn't control it anymore. He knew that the black-winged eagle had transformed into the demon bird to fight for him. Boom! At this time, Yushang fell too. He was at his limit and couldn't keep going. The demonic will around him gradually faded. He was back to normal and lay quietly in the snow. Yifutian walked over to him. He helped Yushang up and put the other on his back. Turning, he looked at Yi Wuchen. The youth smiled at him. Take Yushang up. I can't do it anymore, Yi Wuchen said. Be careful. Yifutian nodded at Yi Wuchen. Then he continued up the path. You're so heavy, Yifutian muttered. The two figures had a tragic feeling. Yi Wuchen watched them continue up. He turned and started walking down. He couldn't keep going anymore. Even if he recovered, he still couldn't go to the top. Yifutian had to take care of Yushang. He had to give up. When he was close to Hua Qingqing, he saw that she had stood up. They exchanged glances. Yi Wuchen asked, Did Qin Li and the people of the Qin dynasty not deserve to die? With that, he continued downward. Hua Qingqing stared at his back. She obviously knew Yi Wuqian's hatred of the Qin dynasty. She could tell that the Qin dynasty had arranged things to destroy the Lu kingdom and take over the eastern barren territory. The royalty of the Lu kingdom had been killed. Yi Wuqian and Yi Futian obviously had a reason to want to avenge Lu Qinyu. Did the people of the Qin dynasty deserve to die? Her heart trembled, but she was from the Donghua clan. She was the daughter of the clan leader. Yushang had killed Qin Mengruo, wife of her senior brother, Qian Shanmu. She and Qian Shanmu were both good at rhythmic sorcery. They often learned with her mother as children. Thinking of this, she smoothed her thoughts and started walking up again. Her clothing was messy and blood-stained, but it was still pure. The arhat walked back with difficulty. He sat down and meditated with Buddhist light glowing around him. Hua Qingqing glanced at him and then to Yi Futian. She was confused. What was evil? The arhat tried to stop Yi Futian and kill the evil. But Yushang, the evil in his eyes, risked everything to protect Yi Futian, even if it meant dying. Even a beast sacrificed itself to be controlled by a demon to protect its master from getting injured. How did one determine what was evil or just? How could the handsome figure carrying Yushang be so attractive? He could risk everything for his friends, Yi Wuqian and Lu Qinyu, and kill Qin Li. From Yi Wuqian and Lu Qinyu's perspective, this was a friend for life. Because of that, they would live and die together. Hua Qingqing liked rhythmic sorcery since childhood and had pure thoughts. She didn't like conspiracies and didn't care about the rivalries of the world. But this time her will wavered. It was quite traumatic. Perhaps her mother was right. It was too hard to preserve a pure heart in the world of cultivation. She was able to keep her innocence because of her high status and protection from her parents. 3 figures on the mountain path seemed to never be exhausted. They were so tired but still kept going. The snow was still coming down, filling the air. Snow kept falling onto their bodies. Yi Futian often used fire spells to chase away the coldness around Yushang. Hua Qingqing kept following behind him. They continued climbing. After who knew how long, Yi Futian looked back at Hua Qingqing. The icy wind blew against his face. His eyes were tired, but his smile was still like the sun. I have a girlfriend. You can't keep chasing me, Yi Futian said. Hua Qingqing froze. He blinked and then started walking again. Ah! It's so annoying to be handsome. Yi Futian was frustrated. He continued walking, he was so tired. Time passed. The 2 figures on the snowy paths seemed especially tiny and lonely. They climbed higher and higher. Gradually, they could see the sky when they looked up. The mountaintop was getting close. The evil intent was extremely terrifying now. The invisible pressure weighed down on them. It felt that they were carrying the entire sky mountain. Yi Futian paused and then continued. Each step left a footprint in the white snow. Each step looked extremely heavy, but he kept going without stop. Behind him, Hua Qingqing left behind footprints as well. She was slow, very slow. She'd heard that only those with hearts pure enough could climb onto Sky Mountain. Then what about Yi Futian? She looked up at the figure up ahead, carrying Yushang through the heavy snow. What kind of person was he? Carrying Yushang? Yi Futian walked up the mountain, stepping through the snow. He smiled bitterly and walked with difficulty. Compared to the pressure, the evil thoughts actually didn't affect him as much. He hadn't recovered completely, but the Emperor's will was still there. It was unwavering. The evilness wouldn't corrode him so easily. Yushang was sleeping like a slab of rock. He'd led Yi Wuqian and Yi Futian for so many days in his demonic state and then fought with the arhat. He'd completely sapped his energy and was now unconscious. This was good too, though. He wouldn't feel the evilness and could make it on Yi Futian's back. We're almost there. Yi Futian looked up. The peak of Sky Mountain seemed to be right before him. The closeness was almost as if he could get there with one step. However, this was Sky Mountain. He took another step, leaving a deep footprint in the snow. Snow continued falling, but he couldn't feel any coldness. He let them fall on his body and head. He continued walking. It was difficult and slow, but he didn't give up. This was also Yushang's determination. Earlier, he'd brought Yi Futian up the mountain even in his demonic state. Hua Qingqing was still following behind them. Seeing this, she was quite impressed. She knew the pressure she was shouldering. How could Yi Futian continue with someone on his back? What was his will like? The two continued one after another. Like snails, they crawled up, forgetting about the time and their fatigue. Yi Futian felt numb. He didn't know how long he'd walked for. When he made his last step and walked to the peak, he felt dazed. Raising his head, he looked at the sky. It was still high up. White snow fell down from the atrium. He reached up and a snowflake fell onto his palm. A bright smile appeared as if all his worries were gone. The invisible pressure disappeared. Now he felt so light. He was now at the border of the mountaintop. Looking back, he could see the entire world under him. The adrenaline from getting to the top rushed through him. It was rumored that there was an invisible force field around the peak. No one could get in directly. Closing his eyes, Yi Futian exhaled. Then he turned and gazed at the scenery here. Snow covered the peak. Carrying Yushang, he walked forward. There seemed to be two snowmen there. They sat with gyukins in their laps. They seemed focused on playing the instruments. Though they were only snowmen and Yi Futian couldn't see their faces, he still felt an extraordinary aura. The one on the left had long hair made of snow falling down his shoulder. His movements were filled with grace. Yi Futian could imagine the amazing feature, playing the instrument here. Yi Futian could recognize the other person at a glance. It was Emperor Yi Qing. Since this was Emperor Yi Qing, then the other person's identity was obvious too. It was Donghuang the Great, the Master of the East. The legends were true. It had been rumored that the two emperors had come and left their mark here. Presently, all statues of Emperor Yi Qing had been destroyed. It was valuable for his features to be preserved here. Centuries ago, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had played their gyukins here. They drank and sang, forcing back the demon bird together. But later, Donghuang the Great ruled the world while Emperor Yi Qing disappeared. What had happened after the two ruled the world? Setting Yushang down, Yi Futian bowed to Emperor Yi Qing's snow statue. He didn't know what their relationship was, but there was obviously something. When he bowed, his eyes fell somewhere. He walked up and brushed the snow away. He saw a gourd. It hadn't been buried deep in the snow. Had someone come here to drink while they were climbing the mountain? Yi Futian felt shaken. He looked around, but there was only endless snow in the vast space. No one was here. Then who had drunk wine here? If someone had been here, what plane was he at? There didn't seem to be any bells on Sky Mountain either. Then where did the ringing come from? Yi Futian looked to the two snow statues, feeling something. He activated freedom meditation. At that moment, he could make out two lively figures. Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing had come to life and entered his perception. Senior, Yi Futian called to Emperor Yi Qing's statue. Centuries ago, Emperor Yi Qing hadn't become emperor yet. He was younger than when Yi Futian had seen him on Mount Tianyao. He was unrestrained and free. Donghuang the Great had very lively eyes. Black hair fell down his shoulders and he was very handsome. He had an aura that stood out. Yi Futian knew that he wasn't really looking at them. This was just a projection of their wills. They didn't exist anymore. Music streamed into his mind. The gyukins in their laps pulsed. Each music note imprinted in Yi Futian's mind and transformed into a musical piece. Right now, he had a hallucination. He seemed to have teleported and was listening to the two emperors play. Yi Futian closed his eyes and the scene became clearer. He seemed to have time traveled to centuries ago. The two emperors were young and played this piece together at the mountaintop. They were united and vowed to live and die together. These two had been absolute geniuses and reached the pinnacle of the divine prefecture. What was the reason for what had happened? Was it because of power? Yi Futian felt depressed. He opened his eyes and looked up at the snow-filled sky. Then he sat down. His Guqin spirit appeared and he started to play. Music notes pulsed as a graceful music streamed out. It was beautiful and unrestrained. The song traveled the world, taking care of rivalries and gratitude as needed. From the music, one could vaguely sense how the player had traveled the world with a sword in his youth. He lived freely but followed his own heart. He wanted to take revenge without being disturbed by the world. As Yifutian played, music notes actually emerged from the snow statues of Emperor Yiqing and Donghuang the Great. In the other direction, a beautiful figure reached the peak. Hua Qingqing had finally come. She looked over at Yifutian and found him playing the guqin. Hua Qingqing loved music and was obsessed with the guqin. She naturally understood the mystery of the music. It was so beautiful and without any flaws. The artistic conception showed was pure and heavenly. She walked over towards Yifutian and Yushang, leaving footprints in the white snow. A moment later, she was before the two. She looked hard at Yifutian but didn't do anything. She didn't want to interrupt the music. Yifutian knew she was here, but he also didn't want to finish. The music notes kept appearing in his mind. His fingers strummed and sensed the thoughts of Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing at that time. The beautiful music gradually changed, becoming darker with a tinge of sadness. A shadow fell over the unrestrained feeling. One could sense some struggles of one's heart. The pure heart was disturbed and unable to maintain its innocence. They struggled to break free. They were in pain, sadness, and anger. It snowed harder as if it could feel the sadness in the music too. The image of the two emperors playing the guqin also appeared in Hua Qingqing's mind. As it streamed into her ears, her soul was shocked and completely dragged into the artistic conception. She had struggled and thought hard while climbing the mountain too. The music changed again. After the struggles and pain, everything returned back to normal. Their hearts were as calm as water and retained the purity. Snow danced in the air. Hua Qingqing looked up. She obviously was familiar with guqins but had never heard such a perfect musical piece. Seeing the music notes jumping before her, she also sat down and released her guqin spirit. Her slender and beautiful fingers strummed the strings, playing with Yifutian. There were harmony and resonance. The two emperors had played this song. With these two playing, the artistic conception grew stronger. At the peak of Sky Mountain, the music that had crossed through time sounded amongst the snow. It was so beautiful. From the calm music, they could feel the hearts of the two emperors rise. They were as pure as before, keeping to their hearts. However, the music gradually sharpened and rose up. It wanted to sing loudly to the sky. Yifutian and Hua Qingqing unconsciously put all their spiritual energy into the music. Snow danced in the air as spiritual qi flowed wildly. That moment, the two could feel that the sky mountain had changed. Endless radiance shone down. Every snowflake was an artistic conception. They could almost see the emperors playing music in the snow. Boundless radiance shone down from the sky, covering the entire mountain. Even more frightening than the artistic conception was the determination to reach the top. The sonorous music contained the emperor's determination. The emperor's light glowed faintly around Yifutian. He was completely immersed in the artistic conception. At that moment, Yifutian understood that, centuries ago, the two emperors had hardened their resolve to reach the top. They decided at the peak of Sky Mountain with this musical piece to rule the world. Yifutian and Hua Qingqing both immersed themselves in the music. They faintly felt that they were playing the same song but in different artistic conceptions or different stages of growth. This song could be divided into two parts which could be played both separately and coherently as a whole. Snowflakes floated down from the sky. Each piece of them was a share of the mood. With some golden light spreading, it seemed that spiritual qi was raining on the sky mountains. The spiritual qi enveloped the whole mountain and fluctuated with the music's rhythm. The music played by Yifutian sounded fervid, full of exuberance. Sitting there, Yifutian's body emitted blazing light. His noble intent was triggered unconsciously. On the towering sky mountain, that handsome figure activated boundless spiritual qi with his music like a king, sitting there as if he was the only one in the world. Ding! With a flip, Hua Qingqing stopped playing her music. Staring at the guqin before, she just couldn't continue any longer. She couldn't play this song. As the guqin spirit disappeared, Hua Qingqing stood up. She took a deep breath and became drunk with the endless implicit spiritual qi mixed in the snow. She suddenly figured out the whole mountain was covered with endless spiritual qi. She lowered her head and saw Yifutian still immersed in his music as if nothing in the world could disturb him. The mood contained in his music gave her an illusion that Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing were playing the music in front of her. The world was such a wonderful picture, but who was the controller? It seemed that only Yifutian existed in the world. The handsome youth, the music, and the snow were everything. It was said that Donghuang the Great was the composer of this masterpiece, a portrayal of his life. After he unified the world, the song was listed as one of the world's top 10 musical masterpieces, named Yukio. There were many tales about Donghuang the Great among, so this song was not very noticeable. However, it was a loud name to every music lover. The life of Donghuang the Great could be captured in the music. But after unifying the world, it was said that Donghuang the Great never played the song in the public again. Of course, it was impossible for people in the Eastern Barren Territory to know the truth. They heard all these hearsays from the distant. But as one of the Divine Prefecture's top songs, Yukio indeed existed. The name of the song just naturally dawned on Hua Qingqing when she heard what Yifutian was playing. Especially when standing on the mountain covered with the two emperors' moods, she was sure that this was definitely Yukio. She could feel the straightforwardness mixed with sadness and struggling as well as the soaring aspiration in the end. What was a man's vocation in the world? No one knew the answer, but Donghuang the Great knew that he was going to unify the world. If Donghuang the Great's life was recorded, it must be an epic story. Suddenly, Yifutian stopped his playing. The artistic conception disappeared, but it was still snowing on the sky mountain. Seeing the floating snowflakes, Yifutian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He was going to play it from the start again. He could feel the uniqueness of this song, far more marvelous than any other he had ever played before. The first part was the accumulation of mood and the second part was sublimation. The former part was easier to play, but the quintessence lay in the latter. He once played the world and a chaotic nation. Neither could hold a candle to Yukio. Yifutian's present Dharma plane was not low and he'd even triggered his emperor's will. But only 1/10 of the artistic conception was played out by him. He couldn't even complete the song and had to start over. The melodious music was heard again. Yifutian felt like he traveled to the world of centuries ago, the age of the two emperors and the era of chivalry. What a fantastic world! This time, Yifutian played it more fluidly. The artistic conception grew stronger. Hearing the music, both Yifutian the player and Hua Qingqing the listener reached a sublimation of their spirit as they experienced those stories again and again. The unordinary emperors will effused from Yifutian's body. On the top of the sky mountain, there seemed to be only him. All snowflakes floated down on his body. He melted his spirit into the spiritual qi in the snow. The spiritual qi danced with the music's rhythm. The music governed the movement of the spiritual qi. During the playing, Yifutian felt like his will and the snow combined as one and floated down from the sky. With his senses extending through the snowflakes, Yifutian could vaguely see the scene on the road. He saw those monks of Xianxia temple trudging on the path. Though protected by the Buddha light, they struggled to move even a step. Their features twisted slightly. Their eyes showed a wisp of evil intent. When the snowflakes fell on them, the arhat seemingly perceived something. He yelled toward the mountaintop, "Who is it?" He faintly felt that somebody was watching them. As the snowflakes continued floated down, Yifutian saw Lulan Shui and Chu Yaoyao. They were also struggling on the trek. He also saw Xiaoxia and sixth sister Beitang Xinger. They had joined Yi Wuchen, Lu Qinyu, and Lu Feiyang. When meeting Yi Wuchen, Xiaoxia was afraid that Yi Wuchen would get more hurt, so he decided to take him back. On the way back, they encountered Lu Qinyu and Lu Feiyang. Through the snow, Yifutian saw a lot of people on the road. He could see everything clearly. Gradually, he could make use of every tiny snowflake to sense every artistic conception and everything on Sky Mountain. However, while his senses extended, he stopped playing again. It was too strong and too tough for him to continue even with the help of the two emperors' will. Hearing the music stop and seeing that handsome figure in the snow, Hua Qingqing's heart brimmed with assorted feelings. Yi Futian looked up at her. Hua Qingqing stared back at Yi Futian's eyes with her own beautiful eyes. Finally, she turned around slowly and walked to the edge of the cliff on the sky mountain. Then she closed her eyes. Endless snowflakes were still falling. A drop of tears was dropped from her eyes and rolled down on her face. She leaped off Sky Mountain. The piercing cold wind beat on her delicate face. The most difficult thing in the world was no more than to deceive one's own heart. Why had she heard this music? Why was the player her rivalry? She just couldn't kill him. Seeing Hua Qingqing jump down, Yi Futian was stunned and confused. Obviously, he had never thought that Hua Qingqing would choose such a way. He was even prepared to fight with her. Now only he and Yushang were left on the Sky Mountain. Where was the little eagle? He put his hands on the guqin and continued to play it. The splendid music was heard again. At the foot of the mountain, those top forces finally saw someone come down from the Sky Mountain with shocking news. Yi Futian murdered Qin Li and many other strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty. Yushang, who had become a demon because of the Sky Mountain's devil spirit, took Qin Mengruo's life and killed 2 strong disciples of the Fuyun sword clan. Yi Wuchen, once refused by the Fuyun sword clan, killed Qi Ao. The news set everyone's nerves on edge. Countless eyes fell upon Qin Yu and the head of the Fuyun sword clan. They knew that Qin Yu had been waiting for the news to come. As everyone had expected, Qin Li was killed by the disciple of the cottage. Qin Mengruo was killed too. How exactly did Yi Futian and Yushang do this? People of the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Fuyun sword clan began to act. They moved toward the strong cultivators of the cottage and surrounded. People of other clans retreated from this circle. They were not strong enough to meddle in this dispute. Even other top forces were reluctant to get involved. Everyone on the Sky Mountain was all under the noble plane, and they already created such a sensation. If a similar battle erupted at the foot of the mountain, the result could be more disastrous. The whole eastern barren territory would be affected. Qin Yu's face was livid. His eyes revealed a fierce murderous intent. Glaring at Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglu, he said, "What are you going to do with this?" Before Qin Li went up to the mountain, Qin Yu had reminded him to kill Yi Futian as soon as possible. In the end, Yi Futian wasn't killed, but Qin Li lost his life. Even his sister was also killed. What are we going to do? Gu Donglu glanced at Qin Yu disdainfully, as if he was looked at an idiot. The war had been issued, and he asked what they were going to do. Why didn't they ask themselves this question when they killed the disciple of the college in the ancient barren world, or when they fought against the Lu kingdom? Stay away from me. Zhuge Hui glanced at Qin Yu indifferently. Were they asking the cottage to hand over Yi Futian? Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglu had guessed that Qin Li was killed by their people, but they didn't expect it was Yi Futian. How could he be so strong? This made sense though. The disciples of the cottage would never lose. If somebody had to die, it must be the enemy. Many people were stunned by Zhuge Hui's words. Was the second disciple of the cottage provoking the Qin dynasty? 358 Bloody Qin Yu's aura grew more frightening after hearing Zhuge Hui's words. The entire icy space became more repressive. Boom! Qin Yu grasped his dragon spear. It radiated with frightening light, and dragons seemed to converge, exhaling in the iciness. Is this the saintly ritual implement that Qin Yu used in the battle at Turtle Mountain? Many hearts trembled when seeing that dragon spear. It spun, and a horrible aura radiated from Qin Yu's body. He wanted the cottage to explain, but Zhuge Hui just told him to go away. Qin Yu's son, Qin Li, and Princess Qin Mengruo had all died. Zhuge Hui's words were destined to start a war. Gu Donglu stepped forward. However, Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan also stepped out. A powerful aura descended onto Gu Donglu. Though he'd lost in the Dongqin college, it didn't mean that he was weak. Qin Mengruo had married Qian Shanmu, so she was part of the Donghua clan. However, Yushang killed her. Gu Donglu turned to look at Lu Nantian. His eyes were so sharp. Lady Yuxiao of the Donghua clan, the leader of the Fuyun sword clan, and strong cultivators from various forces all walked forward. Power filled the air. The strong cultivators of the college and Sword Saint Mountain weren't too far away from Zhuge Hui. They also released powerful auras. Anyone under the upper noble plane, leave, Zhuge Hui said to the other side. Those below that plane didn't even qualify to join this type of battle. It was for those at the pinnacle of the noble plane or even higher. Leave just because you said so? The Fuyun Sword Clan's leader uttered coldly. Endless sword intent wrapped around him. Zhuge Hui smiled. She placed her slender hand on her waist. Everyone was watching her, so they obviously saw her movements. She wore a long white dress and was like a fairy in the snow. There was a belt around her waist. It seemed to just be an accessory, but now, everyone realized that it was hollow. Then Zhuge Hui pulled a thin whip out of it. It dazzled with purple light. It was very beautiful. Boom! Zhuge Hui's hand shook. This simple belt contained a very long whip that curled up into the sky with Zhuge Hui's movement. Boom! Crack! Under the thick snow there was a sudden crack. Many people's hearts trembled as they looked up. At that moment the sky seemed to have changed color. Endless thunder and lightning flashed as dragons and snakes danced. Boom! Crack! Thunder was about to destroy the world. The purple whip shone in the air like a spiritual snake. Every bolt of lightning that came out of it could shatter one's soul. If you wish the Fuyun Sword Clan to disappear, I have no objections, Zhuge Hui said coldly as she gazed at the clan leader. His face grew uncomfortable as he stared at the whip and horrible thunder. If Zhuge Hui released the thunder and lightning, no one from the Fuyun Sword Clan would survive except him. A saintly ritual implement. Qin Yu stared at the long whip. Endless thunder power in the world was sucked towards the whip, covering the entire sky. The second disciple of the cottage actually had a ritual implement in the Saint Plane. Retreat, Qin Yu also said. He clearly agreed with Zhuge Hui's words and told those of lower planes to retreat. He knew that if they started fighting, just the power in that whip could kill anyone below the upper noble plane, let alone actual fighting. Actually, the differences between the higher planes were bigger than the last. Those in lower planes couldn't cross it at all. People from both sides started retreating to somewhere far away. The others watched from even further places. No one dared to approach them. Soon, only the top figures remained in the icy place. Even Shui Yi and Luo Fan retreated. Junior sister, what's wrong? A voice traveled over from somewhere far away. The crowd could only hear the whistling of the wind. Then they felt an extremely sharp aura. An ordinary-looking yet mighty figure stood in the air. It was the Sword Saint. Senior brother, some people are getting cocky. I'm going to take care of them, Zhuge Hui said, smiling at the Sword Saint. Her tone was casual as if Qin Yu, crown prince of the Qin dynasty, was nothing. Okay, I'll help you. The Sword Saint nodded. Broadsword intent filled the air. The strong cultivators released their might. With them as the heart in this vast space, even the snow couldn't seem to get in. Qin Yu's expression was uncomfortable. Zhuge Hui's words were too arrogant, but he wasn't as confident after seeing the ritual implement. He was equal to Gu Donglu and Lu Nantian, but Gu Donglu was the third disciple of the cottage. Zhuge Hui was second. Before, the second disciple wasn't as famous. However, she made her powerful debut at Chaoga City and her reputation grew. Many guessed that since she was ranked higher than Gu Donglu, she couldn't be weaker, especially judging from her confidence. If this was the case and both sides had saintly ritual implements, Qin Yu really didn't have much of a chance. Zhuge Hui smiled at Qin Yu. Endless thunder grouped at the tip of the whip. Then she waved her whip elegantly, curled up and slapped towards Qin Yu. The world darkened instantly as if the thunder of Armageddon was coming. Qin Yu looked up. A dragon roared and rushed out of his body, the sword into the air. He stabbed his dragon spear forward and countless dragons appeared. They gnashed at Zhuge Hui. Dragons could destroy everything. With this one action, the battlefield made everyone feel as if their blood was boiling. They were so powerful. They were the top figures of the Eastern Barren Territory. They could change the skies. The whip swept forward, beating down on a dragon. It actually pierced straight through. It seemed to contain shocking thunder spell and frightening lightning. It blinded everyone and destroyed that dragon. A purple shadow burst from Zhuge Hui's whip. There was also a faint shocking white glow. Cut a beautiful arc in the sky. Everyone saw various dragons dissipate, destroyed by the thunder. Ignoring everyone's shock, Zhuge Hui shook her arm. The whip danced and spiraled in the air. Destructive bolts of lightning burst towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu stood in place and roared. He sounded like a dragon. The light of a true dragon enveloped him and one appeared before him. The horrible lightning fell down on the golden dragon but couldn't break past the defense. Boom! A fairy-like figure walked in the air. Zhuge Hui walked in the void like a goddess. She was bathed in electric light. A strange power flowed towards her whip as it danced again. It swept down the void. It looked soft and gentle but was actually like the sharpest weapon in the world. Qin Yu's body flashed and flew out like lightning. He went straight for Zhuge Hui's body. The Qin dynasty focused on martial arts. If he could get close to Zhuge Hui, his possibility for winning would increase. Zhuge Hui smirked at that. Her whip spiraled and enveloped the entire space. Qin Yu's expression changed when he saw the whip descend like a spinning top. He transformed into a nosediving dragon, becoming one with the spear. He was so sharp that he could tear through anything. He shot into the sky. "Idiot!" Zhuge Hui uttered. The vortex-like whip curled in the air like a terrifying tornado. However, it was a storm of lightning and thunder. It folded the air in. Qin Yu was inside that storm and still shooting up. Zhuge Hui pulled her arm back. The thunderstorm gathered and instantly, endless lightning tore out from it. It destroyed everything and sealed the space shut. Qin Yu seemed to have given himself up to it. His spear danced wildly and various frightening dragons burst out. However, they were destroyed by the closed storm. When the storm swept past, Qin Yu fell down through the air. His body had no more sharp light. His elegant clothes were torn apart, revealing brilliant armor. It dazzled like a powerful ritual implement. Even his head was enveloped by the light of the armor. Everyone was shocked at this. What exactly did they find from the Qin dynasty's ancestral grave? While they thought, the beautiful figure in the sky didn't stop. Her whip went flying towards Qin Yu again. It was like a dancing snake, impossible to capture. Boom! Qin Yu didn't face it head first. He dodged this time, trying to escape it. His attack was under Zhuge Hui's whip. He couldn't use it. Even though he was fast, the whip was faster. It caught up to him and cracked crisply in the air. Various beams of lightning exploded on Qin Yu's body. He felt his nerves go numb and he was thrown back, his face pale. Ever since the Qin dynasty reopened their ancestral grave, they'd wanted to recover their past glory. Qin Yu was now standing at the top of the Eastern Barren territory. He'd destroyed the Lu kingdom with one battle and was so proud. He ruled over the Eastern Barren territory. But in today's battle against the cottage's second disciple, he couldn't defend himself at all. It was so humiliating. Countless figures stood below Sky Mountain, looking up at the figure in white. At that moment, many people realized that the second disciple of the cottage was also one of the most brilliant women of the Eastern Barren territory. In fact, one of might not even be needed. Even Lady Wuxia of the Donghua clan couldn't compare with her shocking beauty, coldly arrogant personality, and absolute talent and ability. Zhuge Hui won in all aspects. The first three disciples of the cottage were all standing at the tip of the Eastern Barren territory. This was also why the Qin dynasty viewed the cottage as the biggest threat even though they only had 8 disciples. They were just too powerful. In this battle, even Qin Yu couldn't defend himself before Zhuge Hui. How could anyone else from the Qin dynasty fight against her? Probably a bunch of them would die from just one crack of the whip. Zhuge Hui's pretty face still had a faint smile, but her smile gave people a cold feeling. She waved her arm and the whip curled up again. It danced in the air, crackling explosively. The rumbling thunder resounded in the air. Zhuge Hui was bathed in the thunder's glory like a goddess. Bolts of lightning flowed down the whip. The tip connected with the thunder in the air. Lightning exploded there, It was powerful enough to destroy everything. Boom! Zhuge Hui waved her arm. That moment, the thunder gods seemed to move with her. Her whip seemed to drag endless thunder down from the sky, hurling toward Qinyu. Feeling the mightiness, many people were terrified. If they stood there, they would definitely be destroyed. Before the whip arrived, endless thunder and lightning already flew toward Qinyu. A saint could cast a spell with a thought. Zhuge Hui was also someone at the pinnacle of the noble plane who had a saint's will and a saintly ritual implement. One could imagine how powerful the whip spell was. The snowy ground exploded. Qinyu's body was shrouded in lightning. His dragon soared into the air. His armor was extremely brilliant and resisted the deadly thunder. At that moment, he was like Zhuge Hui, bathing in the divine thunder. Seeing the whip come, Qinyu's expression was terrifying. He stabbed his dragon spear again, riding a dragon's roar. With boundless electric brilliance, the whip was like a divine snake. It snaked upward, curling around the dragon. Beams of lightning cut through everything and killed the dragon. The whip snaked up the dragon's spear and transformed into a sharp blade. It hit Qinyu squarely. Beams of thunder stabbed through. The whip was now like an undefeatable blade, about to pierce Qinyu's body. Qinyu instantly drowned in the lightning. If not for the powerful armor ritual implement, he would be stabbed through by the whip. Even so, his body still trembled under the light and was thrown back. However, Zhuge Hui didn't show any sign of stopping. Her whip curled around Qinyu and tossed him in the air. Then it slapped down, crackling continuously. Everyone saw how Qinyu's body was ravaged cruelly in the air. With a huge boom, Qinyu was slapped onto the ground. His entire body was numb. Both his physical body and mind were traumatized. Even with the saintly ritual implement, he was still in a pathetic state. "Enough," a voice said. Figures flashed before Qinyu. They were from the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. "Do you still want an explanation?" Zhuge Hui asked coldly, gazing at them. Qinyu stood up and spat out blood. His body twisted, but he looked up, staring at the figure in the air. He was so humiliated. As the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, he had never been humiliated like this. His son, Qin Li, and his sister, Qin Mengrua, had both been killed. Now, not only did the cottage not compensate him, they defeated him so cruelly before everyone in the Eastern Barren territory. One could imagine how Qinyu was feeling now. His eyes were bloody and filled with bloodthirstiness. Lady Wuxia, the clan leader of the Donghua clan, and others all stared up at Zhuge Hui. She had a saintly ritual implement and such powerful combat ability. She was definitely a force to be reckoned with. Paired with the Sword Saint, it would need the leaders of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan to defeat them. If they fought here, they wouldn't gain anything. It might result in people of lower planes on both sides getting killed. Those of higher planes might not win either. At least, no one could defeat Zhuge Hui and the Sword Saint. It seemed that they had to swallow this humiliation. "Let's go," Qinyu gritted out. He clenched his fists tightly and murderous intent filled the air. But he couldn't kill Zhuge Hui. Not only that, he had to be defeated so humiliatingly. The group turned and walked away. In the air, Zhuge Hui collected her aura and put her whip away, casually tying it around her waist. Her delicate waist looked so thin and soft. She was such a beauty but had such shocking combat ability. Practically no one could defeat her. A battle that could have erupted ended just like this. It seemed that both sides had some scruples. After all, no one could bear the consequences if a battle of this level really erupted at full force. Before, the Qin dynasty was sure they could make the Lu kingdom disappear, so they destroyed it. However, the cottage, college, and Sword Saint were on a completely different level. If Qinyu had defeated Zhuge Hui in this battle, they would try to kill everyone here. But since Qinyu was defeated, they had no way of winning. The cottage had these worries too. Even though the Sword Saint and Zhuge Hui were powerful, the strongest enemies hadn't acted yet. It was enough to just force them back. If a full-out war really happened, the disciples of the college and Sword Saint Mountain would also be wiped out. The people of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan hadn't actually left yet. They were waiting for the rest of the people to come down from the mountain. Time passed bit by bit. Because of that battle, the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. Gradually, people came down. At this time, a beautiful figure walked over the white snow towards the crowd. Qingqing, Lady Yuxiao and Lu Nantian walked up. Hua Qingqing walked towards the Donghua clan and looked at the two with complex feelings. "You didn't go up Sky Mountain?" Lady Yuxiao asked. Few outsiders knew about her daughter Hua Qingqing's talent, but she was clear. Hua Qingqing didn't like fighting and rarely displayed her talent. But actually, Qian Shanmu was far behind her. She was also pure and could fend off the evil intent. It was highly possible for her to climb Sky Mountain. Hua Qingqing shook her head and whispered, "I climbed up." Lady Yuxiao's eyes flashed. Her heart trembled. Hua Qingqing had reached the top. "What is there?" she asked. It was rumored that the mountaintop had marks of the two emperors. They had ruled the world. What could they have left behind? Why did a bell ring on Sky Mountain? "The two emperors once played a song at the peak of Sky Mountain," Hua Qingqing said. "Their intents created an image. They left behind Yukio, one of the 10 musical masterpieces of the Divine Prefecture." Lady Yuxiao's heart jumped. She had taught Hua Qingqing and Qian Shanmu musical sorcery. She became famous in her youth and had even been higher than the present top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. No one dared to say they were better at musical sorcery than her in the Eastern Barren Territory. She obviously was more familiar with the top 10 musical pieces. Those were the ultimate dreams of anyone who cultivated in musical sorcery. "You heard it." Lady Yuxiao's voice changed. "Yes." Hua Qingqing nodded and smiled. "It is beautiful but sad. I memorized the first half, but I was unable to play the second half." "Unable to play?" Lady Yuxiao was a bit disappointed but quickly recovered. Hua Qingqing was insanely talented, but it was understandable if she couldn't play one of the top 10 pieces. The artistic conception must be so powerful. "What a pity." Lady Yuxiao sighed. "It is rumored that Yukio is out of the world. Even you cannot play it. It seems that the Eastern Barren Territory is not destined to be able to witness the top 10 pieces. Apparently, Donghuang the Great will no longer play Yukio in the world. Will this piece just die away like this?" "Die away?" Hua Qingqing sighed inwardly. Perhaps Yukio would appear in the Eastern Barren Territory soon. She didn't say anything else. She didn't tell Lady Yuxiao that Yi Futian was also at the mountaintop and was able to play Yukio. Her heart still hadn't recovered. If her mother and senior brother knew what had transpired at the mountaintop, she wouldn't know how to face Qian Shanmu. At the mountaintop, snow flew as the music streamed gracefully. Yi Futian played Yukio again and again. As he tried again and again, he felt his will enter the white snow, floating with it. He felt endless spiritual qi flow through. If his spiritual intent was strong enough, he might be able to control all the spiritual qi in Sky Mountain. Sitting cross-legged, light flashed around Yi Futian. The snow that filled the air fell onto him, covering his body. His eyes were closed tightly. As his senses expanded, he felt that the intent of the two emperors was everywhere. It seemed to have melded with the snow. Gradually, a miraculous scene appeared in his senses. He was standing at the mountaintop and feeling the boundless spiritual qi that fell down. It was like a ritual bell. It was shapeless and invisible, falling with the snow, covered Sky Mountain and pressed down on it. Perhaps this was the pressure that they all felt. As his will melded into the flying snow, the sense grew clearer. Not only was there a ritual bell that weighed down on Sky Mountain, he also sensed an extremely dark demon bird. It was also in Sky Mountain. In the music, Yi Futian melted his spirit in the floating snow and the whole Sky Mountain. His spirit existed everywhere now. At this time, he had a wonderful feeling that his senses toward the world were getting more and more acute. He stopped playing the song. Closing his eyes, Yi Futian was drunk with this artistic conception. He could feel his mental power melting into nature. As long as he wanted, his mental power could resonate with the endless spiritual qi as a unity, as if his mental power belonged to nature. "It's Arcana Plane." Yi Futian opened his eyes and smiled. While playing the music, His spiritual power naturally broke levels which made him rise up to the arcana plane. Everything happened so naturally. He didn't break his level on purpose. It was totally an accident. Cultivators also described the arcana plane as the unity between man and nature. People of the arcana plane could extend their senses through nature. If one cultivated both martial arts and sorcery, a breakthrough in sorcery could also help them make a breakthrough in martial arts. Thinking of this, Yi Futian stopped playing the song temporarily. Having reached this stage, he naturally wanted to improve his strength in all aspects so he could totally enter into the arcana plane. He began to practice fist forms. Every move he made contained great momentum that shook the surrounding space. Snowflakes near him were all shattered. Very soon, an invisible force field formed around him. Under the endless flying snowflakes, a dragon's roar and ape's growl could be heard constantly from his fists. His fists were like a dragon's, his strength like an ape's, and his speed like a rock's. He acted like a young emperor. Every time he practiced fist forms, he would activate imperial tactics to help him improve. Gradually, he immersed himself completely in his practice, which made his every punch stronger and stronger. That invisible force field resonated with the world, and then a faint light screen loomed. The space around him turned into a vacuum with snowflakes flying around. Finally, with a dragon's roar, Yi Futian threw out a fist. The air trembled and a horrible ape's shape appeared together with a flying golden rock. This random fist was thrown out toward the distant, penetrating the space and shaking the air. Yi Futian stopped his practice and took a deep breath. His body commanded a powerful presence. Spiritual chi of all attributes spun around him like a curtain of bright light, flowing like waves, and dispersed gradually. Wow! Yi Futian breathed out a mouthful turbid breath. Both his sorcery and martial arts broke into the arcana plane. When playing the song on the sky mountain, his mental power reached the extreme unconsciously, by virtue of which he managed to rise up into the arcana plane. What a wonderful experience! He looked down at Yushang, not knowing when he would wake up. The artistic conception on the sky mountain was perfect for mental cultivation. Especially when he was playing the music, the whole sky mountain was covered with endless spiritual chi. Sitting beside Yushang, he began to play the song again. The Guqin spirit appeared. The music was heard again. That wonderful feeling hit him again. His senses became clearer, seemingly because of his breakthrough in playing. He felt that his will melted into endless spiritual chi with the music and combined with it as one. His mental power existed everywhere, floating down with the endless snowflakes. At the top of the mountain, that Arhat was still trudging on the path. His eyes were half evil intent and half Buddha light, as if he was struggling with the devilish power. He couldn't hear the music. Every step he made was exhausting to him, but he didn't give up. Suddenly, the Arhat frowned and a blazing Buddha light flashed in his eyes as if his eyes were consecrated. He saw endless spiritual chi flicker in the air. Those snowflakes falling from the top were transformed from spiritual chi. He even perceived an invisible mental power. "Who is it?" the Arhat cried out. There was only silence in the air. The Arhat hesitated, thinking that it must be an illusion because of his tiredness on the road. At this time, the spiritual chi above his head gathered in frenzy. In an instant, endless snowflakes condensed into an iceberg. The Arhat's face changed. At the next moment, rumbling sound was heard. The iceberg fell down toward him with tremendous pressure. The Arhat was worn out by the deterrent force from the sky mountain when climbing. Now, another formidable pressure came down to him, setting him into an extremely dangerous situation. He yelled and began to recite scripture. Buddhist symbols appeared together with blazing Buddha light. He was about to attack, but suddenly, an invisible artistic conception descended. All spiritual chi froze, moving at an extremely slow speed. The attack couldn't be formed. How can that be? The Arhat's face changed. His consecrated eyes saw the endless spiritual chi get controlled by an invisible power and flow very slowly. His mental power didn't work and that dreadful iceberg was to come. He yelled angrily and his physical strength broke out with dazzling Buddha light. He raised his hand and sent out a violent Buddha handprint. Bang! The Arhat's body was crushed and he rolled down the mountain. He groaned and spat a mouthful blood. He was irked. Who is the enemy? Only 3 people surpassed him. They were Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Hua Qingqing. Who could it be? If it was them, how could they use the Sky Mountain's spiritual qi? While he was thinking, the piercing cold wind storm rolled toward him. He trembled and stood up, scurrying down the mountain. He didn't even figure out his enemy. In such a case, he could only escape. While he was running, the snowflakes around him thawed and chased behind him. At this time, countless sharp golden knives rushed toward him. He was going to be killed. The Arhat leaped and rose into the air. He didn't rise up high. Instead, he nosedived to escape. The pressure on the Sky Mountain went from top to bottom. Therefore, it was a wise choice of the Arhat to escape downward, because he could even be faster in that direction. The knives pierced toward him. The Arhat stepped firmly in the air and left an immense golden footprint. With a loud explosion, those sharp knives and golden footprint were all shattered. The Arhat used that force to continue escaping. He dared not to stop until he felt the snowflakes around him return to normal. He turned around and gazed at the mountaintop. Not knowing who wanted to kill him, he was vexed. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual qi seemed to flow again. His face changed. He turned into a flash of golden lights and escaped with no more hesitation. On the Sky Mountain, Yi Futian was playing the song. His face looked cold. Of course, he was the one that attacked the Arhat. He'd just made use of the spiritual qi through the music. However, his senses hadn't extended everywhere of the Sky Mountain yet. Still needed a while. But he found that, by means of the music, he could communicate with the 2 emperors' remaining will to control the whole Sky Mountain. As time passed, more and more people gathered at the foot of the mountain. Yi Futian's sensory range also became wider and wider. Gradually, he could see that magical bell clearly. That transparent golden bell enveloped the whole mountain as if it was part of the mountain, safeguarding the Sky Mountain invisibly. However, Yi Futian also perceived a dreadful evil air. He saw the demon bird. An enormous demon bird's illusion overshadowed the whole mountain from bottom to top. It felt like the enormous demon bird was buried by the Sky Mountain and oppressed by the magical bell. Yi Futian knew that it was not the real demon bird, but something transformed from the demon bird's will after it died and melted into the mountain. What surprised Yi Futian most was the enormous demon bird's head was right below his feet. Little eagle? When Yi Futian finally figured out the Sky Mountain's secret, he saw that his little eagle was under the demon bird's head. It was entangled with a horrible demonic will as if it was going to become evil and transform into a demon bird. He saw a narrow pass linking the mountaintop to the inside. The black-winged eagle seemed to enter the mountain through that way. At this moment, that narrow pass was blocked by snow. An invisible storm penetrated that pass and made it full of spiritual qi. Yi Futian's will also entered the mountain, and then he perceived an extremely demonic intent. The further inside he went, the stronger it grew. Finally, Yi Futian's will came to the demon bird. Yi Futian felt that demonic intent was going to devour his will. Little eagle? Yi Futian called. Endless devil intent enveloped the black-winged eagle. It had grown horrible demonic wings. The black-winged eagle was going to become a demonic rock. Its eyes had become extremely evil. They were not the black-winged eagle's original eyes anymore. That pair of cold, vicious eyes looked directly to the front as if it could perceive Yi Futian's presence. Whoosh! A terrifying dark wind swept past everything and devoured Yi Futian's will immediately. On the mountaintop, the music suddenly stopped. Yi Futian groaned and his face paled. He stood up and moved to a corner on the mountaintop. He stomped on the snow and the pass appeared. Yi Futian glanced at the pass from above and began to play the music again. His music resonated with the world. Endless spiritual qi fell down toward that pass. Then Yi Futian stepped forward and jumped down. The music could still be heard. Yi Futian carried the guqin in his arms and moved straight toward the black eagle. Soon he arrived. The exceedingly frightening demonic intent enveloped him immediately. Before him was the illusion of that enormous demon bird.